Shanghai has fallen. Shanghai is now designated an unpopulated zone. That was the first thing I heard on the morning of October 13th, and the man saying it had clearly been reading the same 3 sentences for so long that he'd stopped hearing them himself. Reminder: do not look at the red moon for longer than 3 seconds. Do not greet the shapes standing under streetlights. If a dead relative comes home and knocks, do not open the door and do not answer them by name. Then, in the exact same flat civil servant voice, like he was reading a weather report, the flame of humanity will never go out. And then static. A whole city, 1 sentence, and a motivational slogan. Cool. Very cool. Love that for us. I was on a bicycle at the time, 28-inch frame, steel, the kind your grandfather rides to buy cabbage. I want to be clear that this was not a lifestyle choice. There were cars sitting on that road with the keys nowhere, and in the movies you twist 2 wires together and drive off into the sunset, and in real life you twist 2 wires together and nothing happens except your fingers get dirty and everyone watches you fail. So, bicycle, around me, a convoy. 4 cars, a bus, and about 200 people walking or pedaling behind them like ducklings behind something that could actually swim. They called it the Fairness Convoy, and it had exactly 2 rules. Rule 1. Do not fall behind. Rule 2, gather supplies. And Rule 1 is not first because it sounds better. It's first because if you fall behind, there is no Rule 2. That night, the moon came up red and we stopped, and I cooked instant noodles over the last of my gas canister and put a sausage in them. You have not experienced hatred until you have eaten a sausage in front of 40 starving people. I could feel it on my skin, eyes coming out of the dark on all sides, doing arithmetic. And the only reason nobody did anything about it was the crossbow lying across my knees where everyone could see it. I ate slowly, partly out of spite, mostly because it was the last sausage. Then I lit the last cigarette in the pack, and I pulled my blanket out of the bag, and that's when a line of text opened up in the middle of my head like a notification. Upgrading this blanket requires 129 kill points. I sat there with a cigarette going out in my mouth for about 15 minutes poking things. And by the end of it, I understood 2 facts, and both of them changed my life. Fact 1. I had not awakened a sequence. Everybody in the world was praying for a sequence, and I had gotten something else entirely. An upgrade system. Touch a thing, and it can become a better thing. Fact 2. Anything. It didn't care what it was. Blanket, shoe, spoon. If I touched it, it had a price tag. The system was very clear about the ceiling, which is to say there wasn't one. Feed it enough points and your blanket becomes a flying carpet. That was the actual example it used. I want you to appreciate that my first thought was not, I am saved. It was, who wrote this thing and why are they like this? My point balance was 0. Not low. 0. A big round nothing sitting there being unhelpful. And then the system, like every predatory lender in human history, offered me credit. 300 points. 30 days. I want to say I thought about it. I did not think about it. It's the apocalypse. Somebody could put a pipe through my head tomorrow morning, and dying with good credit is the single stupidest thing I can imagine. I took the loan and I dumped every point of it into the bicycle. Upgrade in progress. 4 hours, 59 minutes, 59 seconds. I put the blanket over my head and went to sleep next to a bicycle that was quietly turning into something else, in a field, under a red moon, in a country that had stopped answering. Best night's sleep I'd had in a month. In the morning I had a tricycle. 3 wheels, fat off-road tires with actual tread on them, a cargo bed in the back big enough to lie down in, and something in the drivetrain that made the pedals lighter than the bicycle had been. Lighter. With 3 times the weight. I don't know what the system did in there, and I have never asked. The convoy noticed immediately. I heard a man behind me say, out loud, "That thing's as good as a car, and it doesn't drink gas," in the tone of a man deciding something. That was the morning I met Mina. She came over in yoga pants, and she leaned on my cargo bed, and she said her legs hurt, and she bent down to rub her calves in a way that had clearly worked on every man she had met since she was 19. No, just that. She stood there. Her face did this thing where it tried 3 different expressions and couldn't find one, because I do not think anybody had ever said no to this woman in her entire life, and now the world had ended, and the first man she asked had said no, while looking at his own handlebars. She got a lift off a guy called Kunzi instead. Personal trainer, arms like a vending machine, out of gas on his motorcycle and down to a bicycle, and absolutely delighted to have her sitting behind him. I heard her whisper it. I have very good ears, and she was not being careful. Kunzi, let's take his tricycle. And Kunzi said, Wang Ming isn't someone you mess with, and he has a crossbow. Smart man. Held that opinion for about 6 hours. We rode all morning, and everyone else was soaked through with sweat, and I was sitting up straight with my hands loose on the bars like a man delivering takeout in the end times, and somewhere around noon, a voice up front started screaming, Houses! There are houses ahead! Xinghua Town. There was an arch over the road, and it said, "Welcome to Xinghua Town" in red paint that had gone the color of a scab. 3 in the afternoon, bright sun on my neck, and at the far end of the main street it was night. Not shadow. Night. The line was clean enough to put a ruler against. The signs on the shops were black on white, which is how they paint them for funerals. Weeds through the pavement. The whole town looked like it had been abandoned for 30 years, and the world had only ended a few months ago. And under everything, that smell. Sweet and wrong and very patient. Nobody moved. Then the big man got out of the SUV, which is not a small operation, because he came out of that vehicle the way toothpaste comes out of a tube. 2 meters of him. 300 kilos. He walked straight up the main street toward the supermarket like an elephant that had been told there was cake. The SUVs went after him. Then an old man on a mobility scooter came puttering past the whole crowd shouting, "You kids are weaker than an old man. When I get back, I'm going to live like a king." And that did it. 200 people went red in the face and ran into a town that had already eaten everyone in it. I did not go to the supermarket. The supermarket was 400 meters in, and 400 meters in is 400 meters back out. I went to a shop right on the road, on the sunny side, because of the one rule I had learned in Jiangcheng and never once seen broken. The strange things do not come into direct sunlight. I don't know why. I have never wanted to know badly enough to test it. Tobacco and liquor shop. The padlock had rusted through so thoroughly that I pulled it apart with my fingers. Spicy snacks, noodles, jelly cups, 2/3 of a backpack in about 90 seconds, then the glass case at the front. And I would like to state for the record that my hands went through that cigarette display like a card trick. 2 bottles of wine on top. Perfect. Then it got cold. Not a draft. That specific cold, the one that starts at the back of your neck and works down, the one I'd felt twice before, and both times somebody had died. I turned around. There was a child squatting in the dark part of the shop about 4 meters away, 7, maybe 8 years old. Skin the white of printer paper, and 2 round patches of red painted high on the cheeks, and the eyes and the mouth were curved upward in 3 neat arcs, like a face drawn by somebody who had heard about faces. It was squatting like a monkey, right on the line where the sunlight stopped. And then it sang. "Moon goddess, shine your light on the coffin bed. My little brother is crying his heart out, waiting for candy." Paper crying child. I'd seen one in Jiangcheng from about 2 streets further away than this, and the man who had been standing where I was now standing did not come back with us. I went for the door. The door did not open, because somebody had jammed a stick through the outside handle. Through the glass, I could see my tricycle, and standing next to my tricycle, looking back at me, were Mina and Kunzi. I put a bolt through the child's chest from 3 meters. The bolt went through it and hit the wall behind. Nothing else happened at all. Heh, I want candy. I want candy. Here is what I learned afterward about why those 2 did it, because Kunzi told me later, in a manner of speaking. They'd been watching me since morning. Mina's logic was airtight in the way that stupid logic always is. He went into a town full of monsters for supplies all by himself, so whose fault is it if his bike walks off? And anyway, is he even coming out? Kunzi was scared, not of the town, of me. Because he had also run out of Jiangcheng, and in Jiangcheng he had watched a man break another man's arms and legs and leave him lying in the road as bait so he could get clear of the thing that was chasing them. And the man on the ground had called out to the man walking away, and he had called him Brother Chen. He knew exactly who I was. He told her. And she promised to be his girlfriend if he protected her, and hormones went 11 to nothing over survival instinct, which is the most human thing in this entire story. So I stood behind the glass and looked at them. Both of them flinched at the same time, like the glass wasn't there. Then they got on my tricycle and left. I put my shoulder into that door twice, and the hinges came out of the frame, because they were as rusted as the padlock, and I fell out into the sunlight and lay there for a second, breathing like I'd come up from underwater. Behind me, in the dark, the child stood up and watched me with its eyes full of poison and kept singing. The shopping mall was at the end of the street. 4 in the afternoon. The sun was already going down behind the buildings, and the shadows on the road were getting longer, and there were things in the shadows, and I could feel every single one of them counting me. My tricycle was parked outside the mall. My supplies had been dumped in the cargo bed like garbage. Inside, the mall was quiet in a way malls physically cannot be. 40 people were looting it, and not one of them was making a sound. Everybody had worked something out, and about 30 meters ahead of me, walking between the aisles, was a woman. The shelving in there was 2 meters 20. She was taller than the shelves by half a head, white dress, hair down over the whole face. She moved like something being walked by somebody else, one limb at a time, and in both hands she was holding a pair of scissors as long as my leg. Click, click. "Where are you? Come out, let's play together." So that was the game. 40 adults playing hide-and-seek with the thing that had already won, filling their bags as fast as their hands could move. I picked up a bucket of instant noodles. 6 people immediately picked up buckets of instant noodles. I have never felt more like a leader. Then something touched the back of my leg and I looked down, and it was the child. It had followed me the whole way up the street, and somewhere on the other side of the store, somebody screamed. The tall woman turned around and the hair moved, and underneath it, she was smiling. Heh heh, so that's where you are? Shall we play? She came through the shelving, not around it, through it. 2 men went down in one motion of those scissors and did not get up. A third one, office shirt, gold-rimmed glasses, was standing, and then he was on the floor, and he stayed there, and that's when the fat man roared. Damn it, let's go for it, he inflated. That is the only word. 2 meters of man swelled up into 3 meters of muscle stacked on muscle like poured iron, shirt gone, the SUV keys still hanging off one finger. That was a sequence, my first one. The real thing. He threw a punch that would have gone through a wall. She caught it in one hand, and then she squeezed, and the fist came apart in her fingers like she was working dough. I put a bolt into her face from 20 meters, and it stuck in the hair and stopped, and she turned her head toward me, and I felt my legs try to leave without me. Then the giant hit her again, which drove my bolt in deeper, which I want credit for. You have attacked the eerie white-clothed scissor woman. Kill points plus 200. There it was. My first honest money. She then removed a 3-meter muscle giant from her personal space with a flick of one arm, the way you'd get a moth off a curtain, and put him through 4 shelving units. I ran. The child grabbed my ankle. I want candy. There was a shelf on the floor 12 feet away that had been knocked over, and there were candies all over it, and I grabbed a handful and shoved it at that thing. And here is the part I still think about. It had to take it. Some rule made it take it. It let go of my ankle to hold the candy with both hands. I got about 8 steps and looked back, and it was sitting in the dark unwrapping a sweet. I grabbed 2 of the big sacks off the fallen shelf on the way past because I have priorities. Outside, in the sun, my tricycle. And standing next to my tricycle, with 2 shopping bags each, Mina and Kunzi. Wang Ming, she said, get out of our vehicle. I didn't say anything. I put my foot in the crossbow stirrup and drew it. Kunzi went the color of a fish belly. Brother Ming, let's talk about this. And Mina laughed at him. You coward, he isn't going to do anything to us. I shot Kunzi through the throat. She got most of it on her yoga pants and some of it on her face, and she stood there with her mouth open and a puddle spreading under her. You have shot and killed your enemy, plus 1,000 kill points. 1,000. For one man. 200 for hitting a monster that could fold a sequence in half, and 1,000 for a personal trainer with a shopping bag. I have thought about that number a great deal since. She ran back toward the mall. My second bolt went past her ear. She got about 15 meters to the side entrance, and something in the dark took a fistful of her hair and pulled. Wang Ming, save me. I was wrong. I'm still useful. I have kids at home. I stepped backward into the sunlight, and I watched. It took maybe 4 seconds. Afterward, there were drag marks in the dust, and that was all. I took both their shopping bags. At the town entrance, there was a crowd of women waiting for husbands and brothers who were still inside. And there was a barefoot man in a hoodie and joggers standing by an SUV, and while I watched, he crouched down and picked up a handful of dirt and put it in his mouth. He rolled it around, tasted it, honestly, like a chef checking a sauce. Then his whole face changed. Move. Now. Or it's too late. The convoy came apart like a startled flock. People grabbed at door handles. My husband isn't out yet. And a window went up, and a voice behind it said, then wait for him and die here. And the SUV pulled away. An old woman got both hands on my handlebars. Young man, you have to take us. We're old. Roll. Where is your respect for your Elda? I put my foot in her chest and knocked her into the ditch, and I stood on the pedals. A bus came out of that town doing 60 and hit a man who was still running for it and did not slow down. I pedaled until my lungs were bleeding, and the convoy was a thin line of red taillights on a black road, and it took me a little over half an hour to catch them, and when I got there they were carrying the giant out of the bus. His left arm was gone, not broken, gone, at the shoulder. There was a girl standing next to him with a sword, and the barefoot man was crouched by the wheel with his head in his hands. I fell off the tricycle onto the dirt and lay on my back and lit a cigarette and looked at my balance. 1,200 kill points. System, I said, can I design the upgrade myself? And it said yes. A wireframe of my tricycle opened up in the air in front of me, and I could turn it with my hand, and every part of it lit up when I touched it. I want to tell you that I thought hard about survival strategy. I sat in a field and played with a car configurator for 40 minutes, solid off-road tires that can't be punctured, enclosed front so the rain stops going in my face, headlights, reinforced frame. Actually, no, a real ladder chassis, the kind hardcore off-roaders use, drive on all 3 wheels instead of just the back one. Total, 3,500 kill points. I said a word out loud in an empty field, so I started deleting. Tires, gone. Chassis, gone. And then, with genuine grief, the headlights. 1,200 points, 15 hours, and then I looked across the ditch and saw a motorcycle lying in the weeds with moss growing on the engine block. System, if I bring you parts, is there a discount? There was a pause, and then a list, and I will remember that list on my deathbed. Disassemble and pre-fit the components, -100. Source a third tire, -100. I understood the whole machine in about 4 seconds. It wasn't magic, it was a contractor. The more of the job I did myself, the less it charged me. I dragged that motorcycle 300 meters through a ditch in the dark. 900 points. 6 hours instead of 15. There was one catch, and it was a big one, and I signed off on it anyway. The new drivetrain took petrol. Muscle or engine, my choice, both available. Which meant that as of that night, gasoline had me by the throat, and it never once let go for the rest of this story. Somebody 2 campfires over was grilling meat. I could smell it from where I sat. I killed the hunger with a cigarette and went to sleep in a cargo bed. In the morning, I went through what I'd stolen. A sack of rice, which I had not seen in 11 days. A sack of snacks and drinks. Mina's bag turned out to contain clothes, shoes, and skincare, and I called her several names out loud into an empty bag. Kunzi's bag had dried meat, noodles, clothes, boots, and 2 jars of chili oil. I put on a clean shirt for the first time in 3 weeks, and I want you to understand that it was better than the meat. Around then, the walkers from Xinhua caught up. Of the 200 people who had been in this convoy the day before, fewer than 100 were still standing in it. System. How do you awaken a sequence? 2 paths, natural awakening, or sequence injection. How much for natural awakening? 3,000 kill points. I had 300, so I spent all 300 on something else. Give me a way to fight the strange things. And the system thought about it. It actually thought about it. There was a little spinning circle in my head for 10 full minutes, like an app deciding whether it wants to exist, and I sat there smoking and watching it spin. Black dog blood is effective against the strange. I want to be clear. 300 points, my entire fortune, for black dog blood. I was so angry I laughed. It turned out to be the best 300 points I ever spent, and it made me a rich man inside of 4 hours, but I didn't know that yet, so I just sat there in a field being furious at a folk remedy. The next morning, my tricycle had a motorcycle's face, handlebars, a saddle, a round fuel tank, all off that dead bike in the ditch, reinforced cargo bed with raised sides, and the tailgate folded down flat into a bed. The compromises showed if you knew what to look for. Motorcycle tire at the front, bicycle tires at the back, no chassis, rear-wheel drive only. Nobody in that camp knew what to look for. I heard the word ghost twice before breakfast. One man said out loud, "One person, in one night, turned a tricycle into that. That isn't possible." And he wasn't wrong. And the way people looked at me changed permanently that morning. Fear, mostly. Some hate. A little bit of something worse than either, which was calculation. Then the girl with the sword walked up. High ponytail, shorts, sneakers, a t-shirt with a cartoon on it, and a meter of steel on her hip. This was Coco. She had been the one jumping across rooftops in Xinhua while I was crawling out of a liquor store. She looked at my bike. She looked at me. She looked at my bike. "That's your motorcycle? Yesterday it was a tricycle, and today it's a motorcycle?" I said nothing because I had absolutely nothing. "You awakened a sequence, huh?" She squinted at me with enormous satisfaction, like a kid finishing a puzzle. "Mechanic sequence?" And I said, That's it. That's the biggest lie I have ever told, and it was 1 syllable long, and I have never corrected it, and I never will." She dragged me off to the cars by the sleeve. The captain's tent had a folding table in it, an actual T, Gao Jun, Pathfinder sequence, the barefoot man who ate dirt. Up close, he looked like a mid-level manager who had been told there would be a fire drill, and it had gone on for 6 months. Coco, Sword Immortal sequence. And later, the giant came in, ducking under the flap, arms still not grown back all the way, and dropped onto a crate that complained about it. "Mechanic sequence," I said. "Auxiliary," Gaojun said, and nodded like that settled me. "Instinct for machines. Useful. Rare enough." And then he gave me the shape of the world, and I'm going to give it to you the way he gave it to me, because I have not found a single thing wrong with it since. There are more than 100 sequences. Combat, auxiliary, supernatural. Different countries get different ones, and nobody knows why. We get Sword Immortals and Celestial Masters. The island country gets Ninja and Shikigami. The first outbreak of strange events was in 2025, and for 5 years the governments handled it, and everybody went to work, and nobody put it together. Then he said the thing that I have never been able to get back out of my head. "You cannot kill a strange thing. A sequence can only oppose it. For a low-ranked sequence, killing one is essentially impossible." I said, "The woman with the scissors was not a strong one." Coco was looking at the floor. The giant had lost an arm to a monster that was not a strong one. "They are getting stronger," Gaojun said. "Continuously. The future of the human race is very dark. Then he poured more tea, which I thought was a hell of a chaser. His ability was simple, and it was the only reason any of us were breathing. He could taste the ground and feel the strange things through it, out to some distance he never told me, and pick the route that went between them, and the strange things came toward people. The more people you had in one place, the harder they pulled, which is why the convoy never stopped and never arrived anywhere. There was no destination. The destination was Tuesday. I need gasoline, I said. Gao Jun smiled for the first time. In this convoy, everything is earned or traded. Let's hold a market. The fairness convoy had exactly one law, and the law was fairness. You want something, you produce something of equal value, and it applies to the captain the same as it applies to the man sleeping under a car. 2 hours, tailgates up, 4 vehicles, Gao Jun's SUV, Coco's SUV, Steel Bear's bus, and a sedan belonging to an actress. Her name was Xu Jing, 22 or so, jeans and a white shirt, and she was one of those people who is better looking without makeup than most people are with a team. Xu Jing, she said. Pleased to meet you. Gao Jun was selling expired biscuits and cola by the half-trunk, a folding solar panel, survival clothing, 2 drums of gasoline, some very strange animal hides, and 1 hide that was blood red and which he could not identify. Grabbed it running out of Zhangcheng, selling at a discount, 1 sack of rice, no questions. His price on the gasoline was a case of noodles, 10 chocolate bars, and 5 kilos of rice. Coco was selling clothes, snacks, dried meat, handheld game consoles, and knives, and she wanted 20 caddies of rice for gasoline. You aren't trading, I told her. You're mugging me. The bus was the real store. Canned goods, baseball bats, laptops and phones from the fruit company, a 2 kilowatt-hour portable power station, rice cookers, microwaves, and in the corner, in a plastic case, a full set of tools, screwdrivers, sockets, wrenches. The half-bald man in glasses running the bus said 10 pounds of rice or 2 cases of noodles. I said 5 pounds of rice. Or nothing at all, and in exchange, I fixed the bus for free, twice. He took the second one, because he was a bus driver, and he knew exactly how expensive the second breakdown always is. Gasoline was the problem. Nobody was under 20 caddies of rice, and then Xu Jing came over carrying a jerry can. Her little brother came with her, hanging off her arm and hissing at her. Sister, are you insane? That's gasoline. She told him she wasn't giving it away and then walked straight over and gave it away. 10 caddies of rice, she said. Or 8, if that's difficult for Mr. Chen. Half the market rate, and she was honest about why, which I respected, and which did not help her at all. I hope that when I'm in trouble, you'll help me. Here is what I saw standing there holding a bag of rice. A famous face in the dark is a firefly. Every man who wandered past her tailgate wandered slower. This convoy was holding together by 1 bolt, and that bolt was a barefoot man with a teacup, and her being an actress was not armor, it was a magnet. She wasn't inside Gao Jun's circle or Coco's circle. She was shopping for a patron, and I was the newest, ugliest, most obviously dangerous option available. Not enough, I said. She blinked. Give me the can, I said, and I'll agree to your request. I'll help you when you're in trouble. Give me the gasoline for free, is what that sentence means, and everybody standing near us understood it in about a second and a half. She went red from the collarbones up. Her eyes got wet, which I noted and did not care about, and then I finished the job. If the world hadn't ended, I wouldn't have been qualified to know your name, but the world ended. I'm a sequence. You're an ordinary person. It's your call. 30 seconds. She stared at the ground for 30 seconds. Fine, she said through her teeth. Deal. I put the can on my cargo bed and I lit a cigarette, and I felt exactly nothing, and that is not something I'm bragging about, it's just the report. 20 minutes later, her brother came at me in front of everyone. He's a mechanic. He isn't even a combat sequence. Why is everyone scared of him? With Captain Gao here, he can't do a thing. I blew smoke in his face. I lifted my chin, and I said absolutely nothing, which is the single most effective thing I know how to do to a teenager. He grabbed the jerry can off my cargo bed and carried it away, and the crowd watched, and half of them were delighted, and the other half had already started counting the days those 2 sisters had left. So I walked over to Gao Jun. I want to trade information for gasoline. A useless piece of news isn't worth a barrel. A method for fighting the strange, I said. Black dog blood. It doesn't kill them, but it works. His pupils went wide, and he said out loud to himself, of course, how did I not think of that? I got a barrel of gasoline and the folding solar panel. Then I went to Coco with the same information, and her first question was not about monsters. What are you planning to do with Sister Xu Jing? Nothing. She isn't the only person here with gasoline. I don't believe you. Men are all the same. And then she traded me a machete for it, and her face while she did it looked like a woman signing away a kidney. Island brand, blade and handle over 40 centimeters, black steel, thick spine, leather sheath for the belt. $3,000 before the world ended, 5,000 secondhand, and there was a waiting list. I did not haggle her on the information, and I want to be clear that this wasn't kindness. The human race had lost more than 90% of itself in a few months. Every single scrap of knowledge that works is worth more spread out than hoarded, and a dead genius has a market value of zero. Gao Jun went and bought 2 black dogs off their owners with chocolate and sausages before the market even closed, and by evening I had 2 bags of black dog blood and a very unhappy dog looking at me from under a car. Shujing and her brother watched all of this happen. 2 sentences, and I had a barrel of gasoline, a solar panel, and a machete the boy had been drooling over for a month, because Coco had priced it at a number that made grown men walk away. The next few days settled into a rhythm. Gao Jun would stop the convoy, get out, crouch down, put dirt in his mouth, and point. We went east. We went west. Twice we came back to the exact patch of grass we'd left that morning. He explained it to me once, at night, without being asked, which was his way of telling me he'd decided I was staying. Several strange things were tracking the convoy. At the worst moment, the gap had been under 3 kilometers. Anyone who didn't like the route was free to leave. Nobody ever left. I spent those evenings sitting on my tailgate with the machete, cutting bamboo and branches into bolts and dipping the heads in black dog blood. I had over 100 of them by the time the captain stood up on a car hood and announced that supplies were finished, and tomorrow we were going into a place called Longevity Village, and then somebody at the far end of the camp started screaming. That was the first time, and I want to say for the record that it was not the last time, that I heard a person scream, and my first thought was about the price of gasoline. It was not a strange thing. It was people. Dozens of them coming out of the tree line under a red moon in rags, and one of them was wearing exactly 1 shoe. Refugees out of Lucheng. Gao Jun hadn't sensed them because his gift finds monsters, and people are not monsters, which is the funniest sentence in this whole story if you think about it long enough. Lucheng was the 2nd biggest city in the province, famous for the food. I had actually planned to take a girl there once, and had gotten as far as looking at hotels. Lucheng was gone. The whole camp went quiet in that specific way where everyone privately decides the species is finished. These people had been hiding in an underground parking garage. There had been about 200 of them going in. I got Gao Jun by the elbow and said quietly, "Old Gao, are you sure they didn't bring a tail with them?" He looked at me for a second, mostly because nobody had ever called him Old Chew, and then he crouched down and put a handful of dirt in his mouth and rolled it around for 10 seconds and nodded at Coco. "One rule," he told the refugees. "Fairness. I'll feed you free for 1 day. After that, you earn it." By morning, we were back over 100 people, which meant we pulled harder, which meant we had to move faster, which is a machine that only runs one direction. He put a few of the women on cooking, thin rice porridge and pickles, and then a voice went up over the whole camp. "This is unfair. Why is it only women working? Why aren't the men cooking? This is discrimination." Round face, sharp chin, absolute conviction. Fan Chao Kiao. I found out later she'd had a following before the world ended. Gao Jun turned around with the warmest smile I've ever seen on a human being. "And what would you say is fair?" Then, immediately, before she could answer, "You're right. Sister Wang, go and rest. Uncle A Ping, find me some men who can cook." Men came running. One of them shouted, "Take me, I was a chef." 6 of them fought over a pot. The women who had just been relieved of their jobs stood there and looked at Fan Chao Kiao with the expressions of people memorizing a face. And after dinner, every man who had helped cook got a slice of bread from the captain. The slap was loud enough that I heard it from my cargo bed. "Because of you, that bread would have been mine. I haven't eaten all day." A second woman got a fistful of her hair. I lay on my back and looked at the stars and listened to it, and I want to be honest, I enjoyed it enormously. Because here's what actually happened. Gao Jun had known for 2 days that the refugees were out of food, and he had invented jobs so he could feed them without breaking his own one law. And then an activist showed up to fix his camp, and he did not argue with her for 1 second. He simply moved slightly to the left and let 100 hungry people run her over. That captain, I thought, is not a simple man. The next morning, I made rice with dried meat and some wild greens I'd cut with the machete, and half the camp turned toward the smell like sunflowers because they were eating water with rice in it. An old woman came over with a small boy. "Young man, share some with my grandson. He hasn't had meat in a long time." And the kid did not wait for an answer. He put both hands on my bowl and pulled. I put my palm on his chest and pushed him onto his backside. "He's a child," she screamed instantly with tears already loaded. "He's just a child." The boy got up behind her and looked at me around her hip with an expression I have seen on adult men holding knives. So I stood up and I took my bowl and I walked away from both of them, and then I turned around and knocked the pot of porridge she'd been carrying out of her hands into the dirt. There was a silence. "Some children are children," I said. "Some children are just small animals, and you're the one who trained it." That line had worked on her before. I could see it. She had a whole system built on that one sentence, and it had run beautifully for months, and it had just stopped running. Because here's the thing, nobody in that camp had said out loud. That boy had been stealing out of other people's bags since Xinhua. He spat in a woman's cooking pot. He'd taken a bottle of water out of a 9-year-old's hands. And every single time, the grandmother stood in front of him and said he's a child, and everybody backed off because we were all still pretending to be the kind of people who back off. Nobody helped her pick up the porridge. Shu Min called me an animal loudly enough for me to hear and started being afraid of me quietly enough that I noticed. Coco said, "Now that's a man," and then delivered a 4-minute speech about pensions and public squares that I did not follow. Steel Bear shuffled his feet and said, "But he's a kid though," and got no support from anyone, including himself. Gao Jun laughed into his teacup. I walked back over before I left. "Are you planning to settle accounts when your son comes back?" She stopped crying. "It's the end of the world," I said. "The people who aren't here right now may never be here again. Kid." Did you understand what I just said? Her face went the color of the inside of a fish. November came in cold. My upgrade list was getting embarrassing. A cover for the cargo bed, a windshield, all-wheel drive. All of it needed points and I had none. And I had over 100 bolts soaking in dog blood and nothing to shoot them at. Then one evening, Gao Jun called the 4 of us into his tent, and I saw Steel Bear's left arm, whole, with the skin still slightly the wrong color, like a repainted fender. First item, Fan Xiaoqiao had a dozen people around her now, and they were planning something. "Clowns," I said. "Without a sequence in this camp, they'd have lasted one night." Second item, Gao Jun put a radio on the table. An actual radio, the little silver kind that cost nothing, and he was turning the dials with the body language of a man diffusing something. Coco leaned over and explained it to me like I was slow, which was correct. "It's an oddity. Eavesdropping radio. Number 01257. An oddity is the apocalypse's version of a magic weapon, and every one of them has a number, and the number is the ranking. The top 100 can apparently do things that break the shape of your head." Gao Jun's radio was outside the top 1,000 and was still worth more than every vehicle in that convoy put together. 2 things went into my notebook that night, and I never got a good answer to either of them. Who ranked them? Who sat down in the middle of the collapse of civilization and produced a global ranking of magic items with 4-digit precision? And how did a girl who looked 17 know all of this off the top of her head? The radio cleared its throat. "Welcome to the Fairness Convoy channel. It is 2035 on November 5th, 2030. I want you to understand that it did this in the voice of a professional broadcaster, warm, confident, faintly amused. Longevity Village lies 10 kilometers ahead. There are 17 villages of that name in this country, which is why you have never heard of this one. It takes its name from a man who lived there to the age of 127. Population 357, 112 households, approximately 2,000 mu of farmland. Nobody was breathing. 3 months ago there was an incident. There were no survivors." There are no survivors. Then it gave us the shopping list, and this is where I fell a little bit in love with that radio. A small supermarket stands beneath the large willow tree at the center of the village. Grain is stored in the cellar of the village chief's house. Each household maintains its own reserves. The well at the village entrance is clean, static. There are more than 100 strange entities in Longevity Village. For the current strength of this convoy, the danger rating is SSS. And then I found out why Gao Jun had been sweating, because the radio kept going. It played back, in that same warm professional voice, things that Gao Jun had said out loud when he was alone. "Coco is pretty enough, but she behaves like a monkey and can't decide if she's a girl or a boy. Before the apocalypse, nobody would have married her." Coco's hand went onto the sword. "They say the price of the Colossus sequence is intelligence, but Steel Bear is so stupid that at this point the stupidity is itself a strange phenomenon." Steel Bear said, "Huh?" with real hurt in it. "The new one is bad-tempered and he broods. And he was definitely not a good person before this. I watched him beat up an old woman and a child. What kind of freaks am I collecting?" I raised my eyebrows at him. He got a jacket over the radio. It did not help. Also, the actress, Xu Jing, is prettier on television than she is in real life. We rode out at dawn with the captain wearing 2 black eyes. The order was Gao Jun, Coco, me, Steel Bear's bus, and everybody else. I spent the drive thinking about prices. Every sequence charges you something. Colossus takes your intelligence. Something in me had already noticed that I had not been asked for anything yet, and I did not like what that implied. What was Coco paying? What was the captain paying? And why did a man that careful have a hobby that had already given him 2 black eyes? And every oddity has a side effect. That radio broadcast his private thoughts to a room. That was not a bug, that was the invoice. My fuel gauge was on the pin. Village. Everybody floored it at once. The bus overtook me with Steelbear's face grinning in a window, and I came in dead last with an empty tank, which is a good summary of my entire experience of Longevity Village. It was 11 in the morning, and that village looked like 3 o'clock in the morning, like somebody had thrown a black veil over the sun and left the edges hanging. Xinhua had scared me. This was worse, and I couldn't work out why until later. Gao Jun stood on the roof of his SUV in sunglasses with a megaphone. It is now 1100 hours. You must be out of the village by 1600 hours. Do not be late. You could see it from the entrance. Right in the middle of the village, an enormous willow, and the branches hung down like a woman's hair does when she's leaning over you. And then a hunchbacked old man walked out of the shadows at the village gate with a stick and looked us over, one at a time, and started laughing. Coco's face did something I hadn't seen it do. There aren't supposed to be any living people in there, she said. The hunchback turned around and walked back into the village, one step at a time, without hurrying, like he delivered a message. Mingzi, stay close to me, Steelbear said, which I appreciated. We went in as three, me with the crossbow, a quiver of dog blood bolts, the machete, and a big pack. Coco with a backpack taller than she was. Steelbear carrying a mountain of empty sacks and nothing else, which tells you everything about how that man saw his role in life. The lanes were too narrow for vehicles. Everybody walked. A crowd came after us. The lecherous old man who'd been first into Xinhua and had somehow survived it. The Shu sisters, who had worked out that the safest place in the world was 3 meters behind me, and Xu Jing was visibly regretting the jerry can. And the grandmother, with the boy, she crouched down at the entrance, and I heard every word, because I have very good ears now. Grandson, wait here. If grandmother doesn't come back, remember this. They are all murderers. You avenge grandmother. Especially remember that one. Remember Wang Ming's face. Gao Jun heard it too, through the radio, from 400 meters away, and I watched him throw a jacket over it and mutter, "Evil does not escape punishment," in the tone of a man who intends to bill someone. More than half the camp stayed at the gate, mostly women. They had made a different trade, and it cost them something other than blood. And then I stepped over the village line, and the world turned off. Broad daylight behind me. Behind me, a sunny road with cars on it. In front of me, night, and the temperature dropped about 8 degrees in one step, and every hair on my arm stood up at once. Careful, Coco said. This is a ghost realm. It's a domain. Inside one, the strange things are active in daylight. Xinhua hadn't had one. Xinhua had rules you could work with. This place had thrown the rules away. 2 men with steel pipes went into the first mud brick house on the left. The door swung open when they touched it. The dark took both of them without one single sound. Not a shout. Not a scuffle. We never saw them again, and I never learned either of their names. A man in glasses turned around and ran back toward the entrance, and everybody watched him go, and nobody followed him, and everybody wanted to. The hunchback was waiting for us in the middle of the road. Up close, he was not an old man. He was the shape of an old man being operated. The movements were a half beat wrong. The face did expressions in the wrong order, surprise arriving after the eyebrows. You came, I know, you came for supplies. Under the big willow, there's a little supermarket. There's a lot of good things to eat there. A lot. And then he turned and walked off, having finished executing, and underneath his voice, from inside his body, very quietly, "Save me, save me." Steelbear heard it too, so did Coco. "That's coming from inside him," Steelbear said, and the big man's voice had gone strange. I put a bolt directly between his eyes at 15 meters. Green smoke came out of the wound, and the face contorted with something that looked a great deal like pain. Plus 100 kill points, and then he reached up and pulled my bolt out of his own skull and dropped it in the dirt and kept smiling. So, dog blood works. Dog blood works, about as well as an insult works on a man who is much bigger than you. Coco went past me so fast I felt the air move and cut him in half at the waist. Not one drop of blood came out, and both halves landed on their hands and went up the wall of the nearest house like monkeys and over the roof and away, and from up there, getting smaller. Save me, save me. 2 men in our group wet themselves. 3 ran. Further in, a girl came out of a side lane with her hair everywhere, sobbing. Ozzy's gone. Ozzy was right here. I can't do this without Ozzy. And then she ran off into the dark, and we stood there, and after a while I said quietly, "Did anyone see that girl in the convoy?" Nobody could name her. Nobody could remember her face. Nobody could remember her ever being with us at all. I had already worked out that Xu Minmin was a girl, from the shoulders and the way she held her elbows in. I said nothing. My honest private reason at the time was that in an emergency, she would be useful as something to look at while I left. I am telling you the truth about this the whole way through, or there is no point in telling it. We came around the corner and got our first proper look at the willow. You could have put 3 men around that trunk and they would not have touched fingers. Steel Bear came out into the square first and stopped dead, and Coco came out and started shaking, physically shaking, and I came out last. Every branch had a body hanging from it. Men, women, old people, children. They hung the way fruit hangs, evenly spaced, at the ends of the trailing green branches. 100 of them. 200. There was no wind, and nothing moved. Underneath all of that, there was a little building with a wooden sign. Big Willow Tree Mini Supermarket. The door was open. You could see the glass counter inside. Don't stare, I said. Supplies are the priority. I have replayed that sentence 100 times, and I still don't know if it was courage or the worst thing I've ever said. Inside, torches on, cigarette and liquor case at the front, 4 aisles, dust an inch thick on the top shelf, and none on the floor. I went cigarettes first, then rice, then flour. I walked straight past the chips, because chips are 90% air, and I was not carrying air out of that village. 2 packs, one on my back, one on my chest. I reached for the dried meat and fish, and an old hand came over the top of mine and closed on it. Her. I didn't say anything. I pulled the machete and brought it down. She got her hand back. She got a lot of her out of that aisle very quickly. Coco watched the whole thing over a shelf and gave me a small, approving nod, and I want to be honest, that meant something to me. Steel Bear was a walking warehouse. His sack could have held 3 of me. He picked a 50-kilo bag of rice off the floor the way you pick up a bag of crisps. We stripped that shop in about 4 minutes, and it wasn't enough. Steel Bear's sack was half full. Coco's was at 70%. The old woman had filled 2 backpacks and then physically could not stand up and sat there on the floor next to them like a toppled statue. The chief's house, Coco said. The radio said the cellar's full. Half the group didn't want to go. We've got enough. This place is horrible. Let's go back. Coco cut them off. Have you forgotten what's outside? Anyone who wants to go back, alone. Anyone coming with us does what we say, or we're not responsible for you. Nobody went back alone. We came out under the willow, and all those bodies hung there like an audience in a very quiet theater. 13:46, 2 hours and 14 minutes. I looked up on the way past, and something in my chest went cold, and it took me 4 steps to work out why. They were facing a different way than when we went in. Somewhere off to the left, one short scream cut off. Shumin Min said, "That's," and I said, "Shut up, walk." And then I did the thing you should never do, which is I counted. There had been a man walking behind me. There was no man walking behind me. Shumin Min's finger came up, and she couldn't get a word out. On the willow, there was a new body. It had a full backpack on. We had been out of that supermarket for less than 60 seconds, and nobody had heard a sound. 2 more people turned around and left with their bags half empty, and I want to state clearly that they were the smartest people in that village, and I have no idea if it saved them. The village chief's house was 3 stories with floor-to-ceiling windows and a black sedan in the courtyard, and even in that gray murk, the windows looked like somebody was standing just inside each one of them. Inside, leather sofa, marble coffee table, a 20-square-meter kitchen with flour, rice, and 2 catering packs of instant noodles. 2nd floor, nothing. 3rd floor, nothing. Wardrobes full of designer handbags that were now worth measurably less than a loaf of bread, which is the single most satisfying detail of the apocalypse, and I refuse to be talked out of it. I took a digital watch off a nightstand, a souvenir of human civilization, and also, it would run off the solar panel. 14:30. The student in glasses, the one with the steel pipe, found the cellar hatch under a rug. His name turned out to be Xiao Hao, and he never stopped being the only decent person in any room he was in. Nobody wanted to go down first. Coco jumped in without a word. "Potatoes!" came up out of the floor. "There are so many potatoes! Potatoes, sweet potatoes, canned goods, rice, flour." Steel Bear and I stood at the hatch and took the sacks as they came up, and he was catching 40-kilo bags one-handed while lying on his side, which I mention because I want you to understand what that man was. And while I was standing there, I looked at the doorway, and the hunchback was in it. I shot him. Plus 100 kill points, which meant he was real, and he was 5 meters away, and he had been watching us load. "Nothing there, Mingzi," Steel Bear said, looking straight at the doorway. "People scare themselves to death." We had to hurry the old woman. 2 backpacks, a bundle under each arm, and a knotted sheet slung around her neck. She was carrying more than anybody there, including the Colossus, proportionally. Xiao Hao was helping her, because of course he was. Steel Bear couldn't lift his own sack through the door, so he took the door off the house. 15, 20, 40 minutes, and then Coco stopped walking. We've been down this lane already, and ahead of us, at the end of the lane, was the big willow. It was supposed to be behind us, so we turned around and walked the other way for 6 minutes, and came out at the big willow. We picked a third direction, one that made no sense at all, straight through somebody's vegetable garden and over a wall. Big willow. That was when a man from Lucheng started screaming, "I survived, Lucheng! I survived, Lucheng, and I'm going to die in a village?" He came at me with his eyes gone red at the edges. "You're the sequences! Why aren't you getting us out? What use are you? You're useless!" I got my hand on the machete. I did not need it because Steel Bear kicked him. He went more than 10 meters and left a furrow in the dirt where he landed, and then he lay there making a noise, and the big man rolled his neck. Anybody else want to die? I can help. Nobody else wanted to die. And then Steel Bear licked his teeth and said, in a voice that was not the same voice, finally. It was getting boring. I looked at Coco, and Coco was not looking at me, and I filed that away. The hunchback stepped out of a doorway. Hey, don't go to the big willow. It's dangerous there. Who are you? You took all of that out of my house and you're asking me who I am. I said, you're the village chief. It's me, but it isn't me. Hey. And then with the arms coming up like a man welcoming guests. Since you can't leave, stay and keep me company. Coco's blade came up with light crawling along it, and she cut, and he went up the side of a wall like something that had been a monkey before it was ever a man. But the cut took his coat off his hump, and underneath the coat the hump was a woman's head, face up, hair down over it, growing out of his back at the shoulder blades. The eyes opened. Help. Me. We all knew her. She had walked in with us. She was one of the quiet ones who had drifted off from the group somewhere around the second lane. I put a bolt into her because I could not think of anything better to do, and the hunchback ignored it completely and ran into a house, and then Coco cut her own finger. She ran it down the flat of the blade, and the sword drank it, and it made a sound like a wine glass being flicked. Crimson mark as the bond, sword and soul as one. Drink my essence and blood, let the three souls roar. Break through the void and slay the delusions. 10,000 blades return to their true form. She said, break. 1 meter of steel became 10 meters of light. The house came apart at the waist and slid off itself like a block of tofu, dust everywhere, and in the rubble, nothing. No hunchback, no woman's head. Coco's face was the color of paper and she was breathing like she'd run up a hill. Then we walked around a corner and came out at the big willow, and I looked up and I said the thing that ended the argument. There are more of them than there were. Coco looked up and I watched her work it out, and it aged her. No, she said. There aren't more of them. Nobody has left this village since we came in. Everyone who turned around and went back, they're all up there. I did the arithmetic on the branches, the two with the steel pipes, the man in glasses who ran, the pair with the half-empty bags, the one who had been walking behind me. All of them, hanging in a neat spaced row, with their backpacks still on, and Steel Bear dropped his mountain of sacks in the dirt and started walking at the tree. He got bigger as he went. His jeans became shorts. His boots came apart into sandals. By the time he was under the branches, he was 3 meters tall and steaming. I looked up at the nearest body. It turned its head to look back. Outside the village, at 15:30, Gao Jun was standing in the sun in front of 100 people, and not one person had come out. He told me afterward that this had never happened before, not once, and that his hands were shaking. And Fan Xiaoqiao stood at the back of that crowd doing her own arithmetic because she had decided the captain wasn't a combat sequence, and if the other 3 didn't come back out, then the vehicles were going to need a new owner at 4 o'clock. Inside, the tree woke up. Every one of those hundreds of bodies came alive at once. Milky eyes. And they looked at us with something I have never been able to describe better than this. The way you look at a roast chicken. And then the branches picked them up and started throwing them, the way a bored child throws paper planes. Steel Bear's punch, which takes a grown man apart, did nothing to them. One got onto his back and rode him. I put a bolt in it and white smoke came off it and it fell away. Plus 100 kill points. Corpse puppet. Corpse puppet. Fine. Names help. Coco cut one in half and both halves kept coming, dragging themselves with their hands, which is when I stopped feeling clever about the black dog blood. Somebody got taken up into the canopy. He didn't scream, which was worse. I saw the grandmother put both hands on a man's back and shove him into the path of 2 puppets. 4 people watched her do it. The only person who didn't see it was Xiao Hao, because Xiao Hao was busy hitting a corpse with a steel pipe to keep it off a woman he didn't know. The Zhu sisters were in trouble at the edge of the square. Coco was covering me and Steel Bear and had made a decision about everybody else without saying it out loud. Let me tell you about Xu Minmin properly, because she matters later. She was the younger sister. She was the one who was supposed to debut. The whole industry was waiting on her. They'd been shooting a big film together, the 2 of them, and the entire crew died in a few hours. Xu Minmin came out of that building, cut her own hair off with a prop knife, and put dirt on her face. She became a boy, because a girl alone in a collapse is a resource, and a boy alone is a problem. Those 2 had survived without anybody's help. They went into places nobody else would go, which is exactly why they had gasoline to give away in the first place, and it is also exactly why she took it back off me, and she had been regretting that for about 9 hours. She knocked a puppet off her sister with a backpack. Actual courage, from a 19-year-old. Sister, get to Wang Ming. I don't believe he'd let us die. Meanwhile, 3 meters behind me, the grandmother had found the safest place in Longevity Village, which was directly behind my back. She was quick. I'll give her that. She moved like a woman at a supermarket on discount day. A puppet came around my left side, grinning, and I put my palm on her shoulder and pushed her into it. She went. It took her, and there was a sound, and then there wasn't. Everybody saw it. I want to be accurate about what I felt, because this is the part where people usually lie. I felt my heartbeat go up by about 4 beats from the exertion, and I reloaded. That guy, somebody said behind me, is not human. Because of the half second that cost her, Shu Minmin was slow turning, and a puppet came in from the side and put Shu Jing on the ground. Chen Ye, save my sister, now. Here's the thing about how that crowd saw the 4 of us. Coco was a superhero. Light came off her sword. Steel Bear was a mountain that shouted. Gao Jun was a mystery that tasted dirt. And I looked like a man, just a man, in a jacket, with a crossbow. Except that in that entire square, the only weapon that actually worked on those things was mine. Steel pipes did nothing. Baseball bats did nothing. Nobody had a gun. I had 112 sticks dipped in dog's blood and a hand that had gotten very good. I shot the puppet off Shu Jing. Then I shot the one behind it. And Shu Minmin stood there in the middle of a massacre and understood in real time that I was not helping her. I was clearing a lane. She simply happened to be standing in it. The sisters ended up back to back with sharpened pipes with 4 or 5 of those things closing in, and Shu Jing said, very calmly for a woman about to die, go to Wang Ming, even if he doesn't save you, next to him is safer. I'd rather die, Shu Minmin said, than beg Wang Ming. 12 meters away, a man went down, a senior executive who had, in a previous life, sent Shu Jing flowers to a set, and her sister broke. Chen Ye, please, save us. First time in her life she'd ever asked anyone for anything, and she used it on me, which is the sort of luck that girl had all the way through. Then the ground jumped. Under the canopy, 3 meters of Steel Bear had put his fist through the trunk of the willow like a ram. Splinters came off it, and the willow bled. Bright arterial red, running down the bark in sheets. Coco went past me with her hair moving in no wind and sword energy standing off her in a spiral, and for about 2 seconds she genuinely looked like something on a temple wall, except her face was getting whiter with every word. Disease. A wound opened in that trunk you could have parked a motorcycle in, and the blood came out of it, and from under the ground, from the roots, from directly beneath our feet, hundreds of voices started crying. Run, I shouted. Everybody run, now. Because I had just understood the situation, and it was worse than losing. We hadn't heard it. We had broken a rule. Something in that village had been keeping the arrangement, and we had just cut the arrangement open, and the village was now going to do whatever it did when it was not being polite. Steel Bear couldn't hear me. That's the Colossus price nobody mentions. Once he's in it, you cannot get him back out of it with words. And Coco was finished. She had nothing left. She looked at me across 10 meters of dirt and said my name, and it was a request. I want to be honest about how long the decision took, because it was not long. If it had been Shu Jing lying there, or Shu Minmin, I would have kept running and never thought about it again. But those two were sequences. Sequences are worth saving. So I shot Steel Bear in the back. The bolt went in and stuck in the muscle. He turned around with a sound I still hear sometimes, and came for me instead of the tree, and I ran, cursing steadily under my breath, and that is exactly how you tow a berserk colossus out of a fight. Coco got up onto his shoulder as he passed. Then she threw a rope over the mountain of sacks and lashed it to his arm, because that woman was not leaving the food behind, and I have respected her ever since. The whole village came awake behind us. Branches came out of side lanes and off rooftops. 2 more people went up into the dark without making any sound at all. Something got my ankle, and I went up into the air upside down. And this is where 300 wasted points saved my life. Because I had also soaked the machete in dog's blood. Not for any tactical reason. I did it because I had the bowl out and there was blood left in it, and I am a person who does not like waste. I cut the branch. It screamed. It actually screamed, and it let go, and I came down on my shoulder and rolled and ran. Ming Zi, get on. And an arm the size of my body scooped me onto the top of the sack pile. The whole way out, I could hear the village talking to me. Don't leave me. Hey, hey. Stay and play? I'm cold. It's so cold in the village. A young man near the gate turned around calmly, like he'd remembered something at home, and walked back into the dark. I put a bolt into the shadow beside him, and something shrieked, and he stopped and looked around like a man waking up on a bus. Coco cut a line of sword energy into the darkness on the other side, and something else shrieked, and she nearly came off Steel Bear's shoulder. Her face by then looked like a body that had been in a river for 3 days. Steel Bear let out a cloud of red mist and got bigger again and stopped being a man at all. And then the hunchback was running next to us, not chasing. Running alongside, matching pace, smiling, with the woman's head on his back turned toward me. Why didn't you save me? Why? All of you will die. I am the next you. I am you. I put a bolt through the eye socket at 4 meters, and he did not so much as blink. And then the light hit me, and it was warm, and the noise stopped. We were out. The hunchback stood on the far side of the line, in the dark, still smiling at me, with my bolt in his eye. 1628. Gaojun had been due to leave at 1621, and he had given us 9 minutes he did not have, and I only found out why much later. Outside the village, we came out of the barrier like something being born. Steelbear hit the ground already shrinking, 2 people fell out of the dark behind him, and 100 people who had been standing in silence for 5 hours started screaming names. Some of them got answers. A woman got her husband back and put her whole face into his chest. A man about my age walked away from the crowd and sat down against his bicycle and lit a cigarette with both hands shaking, and did not look up again, because he had come out with everybody, and every single person he had ever known was already 3 months dead in a different city. Roughly 50 people went into Longevity Village. 12 came out. And in the confusion, Shu Minmin's shirt had been torn open along the shoulder, and her hair had come loose, and every man in that crowd found out at the same moment that the boy was a girl. I watched about 6 pairs of eyes change, and so did she, and so did her sister. Uncle A Ping came over with a jerry can. From the captain, on credit. In the Fairness Convoy, nothing is free. 15 liters, my tank held 7. We rolled out into a sunset the color of the inside of a peach, and behind us, at the village gate, a few people were still standing there waiting for somebody who was never walking out of that place. That night it rained. I did not have a cover for my cargo bed. Gaojun had something 8 kilometers behind us, and he ran the convoy at speed all night, and my motor tricycle was the weakest vehicle in it, and at full throttle I still fell behind the actual motorcycles. So I spent about 6 hours alone in the dark, in a rainstorm, on a machine held together with a system's imagination, watching a line of red taillights get further away, with water in my boots and my cigarettes going soft in my pocket. There is a specific kind of loneliness there. Not sad, just very simple. There is the rain, and there is me. And there is nothing else on earth. And I did my planning, because that's what I do instead of feeling things. A cabin, real power, 4 wheels, and 3,000 points to awaken a sequence. Gaojun didn't sleep that night either, and he wasn't planning. He was doing sums about people. He'd known for months why the convoy kept surviving, and it wasn't his nose. When a gecko is in trouble, it drops its tail. The people on foot, the ones who fall behind on a bad night, they are the tail. The strange things find them first and stop to eat, and by the time they remember what they were following, we're 40 kilometers gone. That is why he always let the walkers come. That is why he never turned anyone away at the gate. Not one person in that convoy knew it except him. I think Coco suspected and had made a decision not to ask. I found out eventually. I did not stop riding with him. Dawn came up on a road sign that said Yan Province, and there was a rainbow in it at the end of November, and it was hot. Gaojun stood in the middle of the road and said, "It is winter. Why is it hot? This is not normal." And I liked him a little more for how personally offended he was. I came into that camp soaked through with water sloshing in my boots, shaking, half an hour from a fever. And the camp was a desert. Actual dunes. 36 degrees. I took everything off and laid it on the hot metal of my bike and sat in my shorts, and I laid out a pack of ruined cigarettes one by one to dry, because I was not throwing them away. I am not a rich man. Then I checked my balance. 7,000 kill points. Longevity Village had taken 50 people and paid me 7,000 points, and I want you to sit with that number for a second, because I did. I spent 3,000 of them immediately. Give me a way to awaken a sequence. 1. Natural awakening. 2. Sequence injection. 3,000 points. For 2 facts that Steelbear had told me for free while eating a sandwich. I stood in a desert and swore at the sky for about a minute, and then my hand got heavy and cold. There was a glass syringe in it. Blue liquid. Sequence injection. Coco had told me what those cost, once, casually. The way you mentioned the price of a yacht. Hundreds of millions before the collapse, and not actually for sale at any price, because the people who made them were not selling them to people like me. I walked behind a dune to relieve myself, which is the least dignified setting for the most important moment of my life, and I put it in my arm. Cold went up the vein and across my chest and out to my fingers. Everything that had been wrong with me since the rain stopped being wrong. The fever, the shaking, the ache in my back, gone in 4 seconds. And then nothing. No powers, no light, no voice from the heavens. Awakening in progress, please wait. And while I was standing there with an empty syringe, I asked the question that ate the next year of my life. System, can I just buy things directly? And it opened a menu, and about a third of the way down that menu was a mobile fortress, a doomsday base on wheels, the kind of thing that shows up in the last 10 minutes of a movie. And next to it was a price, and the price was a row of zeros long enough that I had to move my eyes along it, and that is the exact moment I stopped being a man who wanted to survive and became a man who wanted something. Then I spent 200 points on a canopy for my cargo bed. The system wanted 700. I said no. I opened the design and started swapping materials until I hit the cheapest fabric available anywhere in a 100-kilometer radius, which was the entire contents of Mina's backpack. 200 and change. 5 hours. The clothes vanished out of my cargo bed one item at a time, and I sat there and watched it happen and thought about a designer I once read about who made a sofa out of old jeans, and I thought, buddy, you have no idea. The desert had rules, and the first one was that water was worth more than gold. I went and sat in Steelbear's bus for the shade. Bald old Wang drove it. Turned out Steelbear had been an actual bus driver before this, which explains the bus, and the bus had scrapes down both sides and marks on the paint that were not scrapes. Steelbear himself was asleep and stayed asleep for a day and a half. Titans sleep after a fight. That's how they pay for the arm. Around noon, an old man arrived on a mobility scooter. The same one. The one who had raced 200 people into Xinhua, shouting about how weak we all were. He came over a dune caked in dust with the wind behind him and got off in a vest, shorts, and sandals. I nearly died out there, and not one of you young people came out to help an old man. Old Wang had now gone into 2 forbidden zones and come out of both. Everyone who went in with him had not. Then he opened the back of that scooter and took out a full canopy tent and 4 solar panels. I had spent an entire market day negotiating for 1 folding panel. 2 hours after that, 2 more bicycles came in and fell over. Xiao Hao, the student with the pipe, and a friend, they were the last. Uncle A Ping did the count that evening. 124 people had gone into Longevity Village country. 44 came out the other side. 16 men, 28 women. The division of the loot happened the next morning, and Gao Jun chewed a mouthful of sand while we did it. Sand is the best conductor, he said. The Pathfinder ability travels through the ground. Sand is clean. What does sand taste like? Like sand, he said. I'm a person too. Then we talked about the hunchback, and it got cold in the tent, because the hunchback had not attacked us. Not once. It followed, it warned, it invited, it ran alongside me smiling with a bolt in its eye, and at no point did it try to kill anybody. They attack, Coco said. That's what they do. They don't negotiate. And I said the thing that made Gao Jun put his cup down. So they're getting stronger. And I think some of them are starting to think. Nobody had anything to say to that. The split was 30, 30, 20, 20, and my 30 was almost entirely cigarettes and liquor. Xu Minmin actually laughed at me. What is this garbage? Gao Jun didn't even look up. Tobacco and alcohol are hard currency. Light, compact, universally wanted, and they don't spoil. When we meet another convoy, that is what we will trade with. Xu Jing put a hand on her sister's arm and said very quietly, be quiet. Look at people's eyes. Coco's haul was a 90-liter pack of absolutely everything, including chips, cosmetics, and shampoo, plus a second pack that turned out to be entirely beer. The whole tent stopped. What? She said. She also kept 1 jar of hair dye for herself, out of the entire village, and refused to explain it. Steelbear's pile had to be looked at from several angles. Noodles of every brand. Cases of bottled water, which in a desert is not a supply, it is a bank. Canned goods, potatoes, corn, rice, flour. Gao Jun smiled properly for the first time since I'd met him. Every sequence in that tent had one weakness, and I could have named all 4 by then. The captain had tea, Coco had beer, Steelbear had food, I had cigarettes. That evening I hid behind a screen made of my own laundry and waited out the upgrade timer. When it finished, my cargo bed had a canopy on it made of 40 different fabrics, mostly denim and t-shirts, and I am fairly sure there was a piece of Mina's underwear in one of the seams. It looked like a delivery vehicle from the end of the world, but it was enclosed, which meant I could upgrade things without an audience, and sleep under a roof, and get out of that sun. Wow. Wang Ming, is that your new car? Coco, standing behind me with a can of beer. My entire body went cold, and she looked at my face and started laughing so hard she had to sit down. You thought I saw your secret, so now you have to kill me? You're hilarious. She wiped her eyes. The human race is nearly extinct. Every sequence in this camp has a secret. The captain has one. Steelbear has one. Though I doubt he knows what it is. I have one. Yours is nothing. Then she went quiet for exactly 1 second. If anybody's going to live through this, she said, it's you, Wang Ming. And then she sold me 4 cans of beer for an entire carton of cigarettes and then another carton, and I still don't know how she got there from a compliment. I noticed 2 things that night. I could see the color of her hair in full dark. She dyed it pink. Nobody could see it in full dark. And I could smell the dye from 12 meters away. Side effect of awakening, the system said. The 5 senses are being enhanced, which is a lovely thing to be told right up until the wind changed. Then I could hear what was happening in the old man's car, where he had traded a bucket of instant noodles to a young widow for a favor. Her husband had stayed in Xinhua. The young man she had been sitting with since then had stayed in longevity. I have very good hearing now. I'd like to give some of it back. Xiao Hao came by that evening and traded me 2 bicycles for solid fuel tablets. He and his friend were moving into the bus. 2 bicycles is not transport. 2 bicycles is raw material. And then 2 nights later, sitting on my tailgate, I blew a smoke ring. And then another one. And then another. 9 in a row. Perfectly round. One after another, out of a mouth that had never managed to in 14 years of practice. Awakening complete. I want to tell you what it felt like, and I have never gotten it right. The closest I can get is being pulled backward into a galaxy. Energy came through me in waves, from the inside, washing the same route over and over, and information came up out of my own genes like something remembering itself. Supernatural path, apostle of smoke. Sequence 1. Ability 1. Smoke. I breathe out and the smoke keeps coming, thick, and it wraps around me, and at higher ranks it goes out for kilometers. Ability 2. Smoke sculpting. I can shape it. And the better I know the thing, the better the shape holds. I tried a rabbit. The rabbit fell apart because I have never in my life looked closely at a rabbit. I tried a cat. And a gray cat walked out of the smoke, sat down on my tailgate, yawned, and looked at me. I had a cat for 6 years. His name was not important, and I am not going to talk about it. Ability 3. Passive. Nicotine resistance. My lungs were clean. First time since I was 19. The cough I'd had every morning for a decade simply stopped existing. That is my favorite ability, and I will not be taking questions. And on top of all that, my body came up, not Colossus strong, but faster and harder than any ordinary man in that camp. Then the bill arrived. My left eye went dim. Over about 10 minutes, everything on that side went soft and gray, and when I looked in a wing mirror, the pupil had gone white. I gave it 15 minutes. Then I got up and made dinner, because grieving properly takes weeks, and weeks is a luxury item, and I could not afford it. Somewhere in the same hour, Gao Jun was sitting in his tent, mixing red paint and listening to his radio tell him what everybody in the camp had said that day. My deal with Coco, Steel Bear's sleep, and Fan Qiao, still trying to organize a revolution, whose credibility had died in Longevity Village along with everyone who'd believed her. Here is the captain's secret, since I've already told you everyone else's. Since the day he picked up that radio, he had needed it. Not wanted, needed. The best minutes of his week were the ones where he knew something nobody else knew, and he had gotten to the point where a day without listening made his hands restless. That is the side effect. That's the invoice on oddity number 01257. He came out that night and painted 2 crooked characters on the door of his SUV Fairness. Meanwhile, I stripped both bicycles down to components and traded the pile into the system for a canopy frame and a roof rack rated to 40 kilos, 360 points, 1 hour. And while I was clearing out the cargo bed, my hand closed on something in the corner, a willow branch, the one that had been around my ankle when it lifted me off the ground. It had been in a hot metal box in a desert for over a day, and it was green, and it was soft, and it had new leaves on it. My crossbow string, meanwhile, had frayed down to about 3 fibers and was going to snap the next time I drew it. So I put them next to each other on the tailgate and said the sentence that set the price on the next 4 months of my life. System. Can you merge these 2 into an oddity? There was a pause. Yes. How much? 5,000 kill points. I had 4,000 and change. Please continue accumulating, host. I sat in a desert at 3 in the morning with a living branch in one hand and a broken crossbow in the other, 1,000 points short of the only thing I wanted. The night got cold enough to wake me up twice, even with the new body, and I ended up sleeping under every piece of clothing I owned. By 10 the next morning, it was 34 degrees again. The desert was showing off. Xu Minmin had stopped being a boy, hair to the ears, women's clothes, and a face the whole industry had been waiting on. The 2 of them brushed their teeth out of half a cup of water between them and got into an argument about it, and it was the least glamorous thing I have ever watched 2 beautiful people do. Steel Bear woke up after 26 hours with his arm finished. The first thing he saw was my eye. Mingzi, your eyes. It's fine, I said. I awakened a second sequence. I watched that land on all 3 of them. Gao Jun went very still. Coco looked at me for a long moment and then said, seriously, with none of the usual noise in it, 2 sequences means 2 prices. Can you actually carry that? Ask me later, I said. I have things to do this week. And she gave me a thumbs up, and I went and sat in my cargo bed and looked at a number that said 4,000 and change and started planning where to get the rest. That was also the morning a man froze to death in a tent. 36 degrees at noon and cold enough at 4 a.m. to kill a healthy adult. And he'd had a motorcycle, and he'd come out of longevity alive, and he had refused to move into the bus because the bus meant putting all your supplies into the common pot. His wife was on her knees in the sand screaming, I told you to go to the bus. And I stood there in the crowd, and I want to be honest with you about where my eyes were. They were on the motorcycle. Owner's dead. Motorcycle isn't. And then I thought, no, today would look bad. I'll wait until this evening. That is who I was at that point. I'm not going to pretend I was somebody else and then reveal a heart of gold in Act 3. There isn't one. Something did happen to me over the next few months, but it happened slowly and against my will, and I fought it the entire way. They buried him in sand, and we rolled out at 9. The captain had painted fairness on his SUV in red, then he'd done the bus, then the Shoe Sisters sedan, then the refugees minivan. He had tried Coco's and she had physically blocked the door. With the canopy on, my tricycle was now about 40 kilos heavier with the aerodynamics of a wardrobe, which made me the slowest vehicle in the convoy, and I wanted on the record that I was overtaken by old Wang on a mobility scooter, and he waved. The frame was also flexing over the bumps in a way that frames should not. Then the loudspeaker. Attention, danger ahead. There were a dozen vehicles on the road in front of us, and my crossbow string snapped in my hands. Just went, with a noise like a snare drum, and I dropped it in the footwell and put my hand on the machete instead, and that was the last time I ever touched that crossbow. Up close, it wasn't a convoy, it was a pileup, an SUV on its roof half buried in sand. A dozen cars concertinaed into each other, 3 of them burned down to the frames, 41 degrees on the dash, and no people, not a single person, alive or dead, and Gao Jun leaned on the horn for 10 straight seconds, and nothing in that heap so much as shifted. He got out and chewed sand. There's nothing strange here. Steelbear sent the student ahead to look, and here is a detail I noticed and filed away, because I noticed these things. Xiao Hao went out on the dead man's motorcycle. He came back in 4 minutes. Nothing in the cars, not even bodies. And everybody rolled forward, and I want to describe my actual emotional state on approaching a mass grave with no bodies in it, which was excitement. 12 vehicles, 12 chassis. I had been riding a bicycle with delusions for 3 weeks. On the way in, a man on a motorcycle came past the whole line, raised his eyebrows at me in a way I would describe as editorial, and then hit a soft patch and laid the bike down in the sand at 40. Old Wang steered around him without slowing. Serves you right, you show off. Ha ha ha. The first car I opened was a tiny 2-door electric thing that the internet had spent an entire summer calling the chopped chili fish head because of the shape of the front end. Enormously popular with people who drive 4 kilometers a day, range about 100 kilometers on a good day with a tailwind and no hills and no air conditioning and no passengers. It was locked, so I pulled the door off with my hands, which I want to note was the first genuinely enjoyable moment I had had since October. There was a pair of sunglasses on the dash. My smoke cat walked over the seat and brought them to me in its mouth, and I put them on, and I have worn sunglasses ever since, because of the eye. Condition 89%, battery depleted, 89. The Jeep next to it was 69% and a full restoration was 7 days, 12 hours, and 13,728 points. I said no out loud to nobody. But there were 2 30-liter jerry cans in the back of it, and one of them was full, and I spent the next half hour siphoning every other tank in that pileup into the second one, on my knees, in 41 degrees, and I have never been happier. There was a Toyota further in at 76%, which was the best vehicle on that road, and even the absolute minimum work to make it drive was half a day. We did not have half a day. I looked at that Toyota the way you look at a house you can't afford. Steel Bear went up to 3 meters and pulled a yellow school bus out of a sand drift and traded up on the spot. And then I had the idea that ran the next 2 months of my life. If I can't change the car, I'll take the car apart and put it into mine. That was around when the sand started moving. Heads came up out of the dunes. Lizards. Big ones. The length of your forearm. And they were rotting. And their eyes were green and lit from inside. And they were not blinking. One of them turned around and left. Not fled. Left. In a straight line. At speed. Like it had just finished a phone call. Gao Jun went the color of a dead man. They're strange. Their aura is so weak I'd never have found them if I hadn't been looking directly at them. He crouched. He put sand in his mouth. The thing that was 20 kilometers out is at 18. And then his radio, sitting on the passenger seat with nobody touching it, said in that lovely warm broadcaster's voice, "Dead. They are all dead. Not one of them will leave." We left 30 minutes early. Gao Jun's SUV went into the pileup nose first and shoved cars sideways to open a lane, and Coco rammed his rear bumper with her own vehicle to add weight, and the two of them punched a corridor through 12 dead cars in about 90 seconds. I grabbed Steel Bear's arm. One favor. Once. That man reached into the Jeep's engine bay with one 3-meter hand and pulled the engine straight out of it. mounts, hoses, everything, like taking a heart out of a chest. Then he threw me 4 wheels off the Toyota, one at a time, and each one landed hard enough to rock my tricycle on its suspension. And as we were about to run, I looked back at the little electric car with the sunglasses in it, which is how I ended up crossing a desert towing 4 enormous tires and a chopped chili fish head. Top speed, roughly that of a bicycle. The soles of my boots had partly melted onto the pedals. Shumin Min leaned out of a window as she passed and said, "Greedy pig, something's going to eat him," which was her way of trying to apologize, because after longevity she had decided she needed my protection, and she had absolutely no idea how to be nice to anybody. So I lit a cigarette, and I let the smoke build up until it was a cloud around the whole front of the machine, and then I pulled a horse out of it. Not a great horse, a slightly wooden horse. I had seen horses in real life exactly twice, but it was a horse, and 2 ropes of smoke came off its shoulders and hooked onto my frame, and my tricycle stopped crawling and started moving, and the gap to the convoy started closing. Coco hung out of her window with her mouth open. "That's amazing. That is such a good use of the apostle of smoke." Gao Jun thought it was a scandalous waste. In his opinion, a sequence is for combat and nothing else, and using one to tow a shopping trolley was practically blasphemy. 10 minutes later, my head was swimming so badly I nearly went off the road, because it turns out that pulling half a ton with your lungs has a price too. That evening, a woman came over to my machine. She was, I was told, the convoy's socialite. She had made a run at Gao Jun, been looked straight through, and had now updated her target list. And then Steel Bear came over with a full carton of cigarettes and asked me to fix his new school bus. Wouldn't start, wouldn't move. "My own vehicle first," I said, and he said, sure, and sat down to wait, and stayed there for 4 hours because he had nothing else to do. Here's what I put into the system that night. Chopped chili fish head, plus 1 2.0 turbo engine, plus 4 off-road tires. The system drew me a hybrid post-apocalyptic pickup truck 6.5 meters long with 8 wheels, and I looked at it for a while the way a man looks at a woman across a bar, and then I looked at the price. Over 20,000 points. I had 4,000, and that's when I asked the only genuinely intelligent question of my entire life. "System, how much can I borrow?" There was a pause. Credit history clean. Available credit, 10,000 kill points. 14,000. What followed was 40 minutes of the ugliest negotiation in human history, conducted between a man and his own head. 8 wheels became 4. The performance dampers became the cheap dampers. The air conditioning at 500 points in a desert at 41 degrees was deleted, and I want you to understand that I have thought about that decision on approximately 300 separate occasions since. The radio, gone. The two-way, gone. Power seats, gone. Manual seats. Power windows, gone. Hand cranks. Automatic switching between petrol and electric, gone. Which meant that if my fuel ran out at speed, I would have to stop the vehicle, get out, and change it over by hand in whatever was happening outside at the time. I put the wheels on myself, I set the engine myself, and the headlight was one single headlight off a dead motorcycle. 6,000 points. 10 hours. It had gone from looking like something a billionaire's son takes to a festival to looking like an actual apocalypse truck, which is to say, it looked like it hated everybody. 8,000 left, and 5,000 of that was already spoken for. In the morning, half the camp came to watch a sequence repair a bus because they thought there would be a light show. I put my hand on the panel. Condition 87%, and then a list of 8 faults in order with locations. How much to repair it? 150 kill points. I actually flinched. How much for the repair manual? 10 kill points. 10. I bought the manual. I put a cigarette in my mouth, borrowed the toolbox I'd earned off bald old Wang, and fixed a school bus with my hands like a man who had been doing it for 30 years. Because for about 11 minutes, I had the memory of a man who had been doing it for 30 years. The bus started, and the crowd was crushingly, visibly disappointed. That's it? I thought there'd be, powers. And then from the back, loud enough to carry, "This mechanic's a fake. I could have done that." And I said, You could have done that. He did not finish the sentence, but the sentence had already done its work because Fan Xiaoqiao was standing 4 meters away, and I watched her eyes come on like a vending machine. 4 sequences in the convoy. One of them had just spent 20 minutes on his back under a bus with a socket wrench. She had found the weak one. That afternoon, I walked into the captain's tent without being invited and found him drinking his private pour, which he had started doing alone ever since Coco got hold of a brick of it and ate some. "Captain, this is unfair. You're drinking alone." He sighed and got a second cup. "I want to make sure you understand the environment here. I had not brushed my teeth in months. My last actual wash had been standing in the rain after longevity. In that desert, water was more valuable than gold, and we drank his tea like it was communion. I opened with the solar panel. He wanted 10 kilos of rice and 10 of flour. You're insane. Then go to old Wang. He has 4. He'll charge you double. I hate that man. Also, he said, you owe me 15 liters of gasoline. And then he opened a case to put the teapot away, and I saw the blood-red hide again, and I watched him move it very carefully to one side with 2 fingers. I paid 100 points to have the system identify it, which was 100 points more than identification had ever cost me before, and that alone should have told me something. Skinner's scalp. The scalp of a Skinner demon. Type, oddity material. Origin, taken from the head of a Skinner demon by a Buddha sequence 3 transcendent, who fell in the engagement, recovered by survivors, came into the possession of the captain of the Fairness Convoy. Assessment, rare material. A weapon made from it may achieve a number within 2,000. Side effects possible. Within 2,000. The captain's radio, the thing that had kept 100 people alive for 2 months, was number 1257. I sat there holding a teacup and looked at a man who had been using that thing as packing material. That night, 2 women had a conversation in the dark that I did not hear about until much later, and it decided a lot of things. Fan Qiao pulled Ma Shuya off the bus and out into the dunes. Ma Shuya was the most beautiful woman in that convoy, and I say that as a man who was not remotely interested. There is a kind of beauty that makes the Shu sisters look like a magazine cover, which is to say flat. She had that. Old Wang had once offered her an entire sack of food and been turned down. Fan Qiao's pitch was this. The sequences are a bluff. Wang Ming is the weakest of them. He's a mechanic. Today he fixed a bus with a wrench like a normal man. We take him first, we take the convoy, and then you'll be my second and I'll be captain, and we build something new and fair. And Ma Shuya said, if you think it's unfair, go out and get supplies yourself. The Shu sisters did. They ate very well, and then she said the other thing. You said Wang Ming is the weakest? I don't agree with the way you're describing the man I've chosen. And she slapped her. Here is Ma Shuya, briefly, because she matters. Girl from a mountain village in Sichuan, cried for an entire day over her university acceptance letter. Campus goddess. And then, after graduation, she became a powerful man's mistress and used his connections to build a business of her own, and she has never once apologized for either half of that sentence. In the convoy, she was doing fine. She cleaned vehicles, she cooked, she made herself useful, and the one law of the Fairness Convoy meant that no man in that camp could take anything from her by force. She had aimed at Gao Jun first and gotten a look from him that she'd never had from a man in her life, which was the look you give a chair. Steel Bear, no. Old Wang, not yet that desperate, which left me. Young, not ugly, and now confirmed as carrying 2 sequences. She had said that sentence out loud, in the open desert, specifically so that it would get back to me. She had given herself 3 days. The next morning, Gao Jun put on a glove to hand me the scalp, having spent the previous week using it as a floor mat, and I said, you absolute crook, out loud. Up close it was red the way something is red after soaking in blood for 100 years, and I knew what it was inside of 2 seconds because the grain of it was the same as the back of my own hand. I don't know where it came from, he said, and for once I believed him completely. I know it isn't ordinary. We lost a man because of it. We found him in his tent in the morning with nothing left on him but what was underneath. He'd kept it anyway. Of course he had. The price was 20 kilos of rice, 10 of flour, a case of noodles, a case of water, 2 jars of chili oil, 10 sausages, 10 trays of eggs, and 5 kilos of dried meat. For that, I got the scalp and a broken solar panel, and the panel was effectively free, which was his way of saying he knew exactly what he was selling. I feed a whole convoy, Mingzi, don't hold it against me. On the way out, I passed Uncle A Ping walking the 2 black dogs. They were skin and ribs. Their owner had stayed in longevity. And Coco came the other way, weaving slightly, holding a can. Mingzi, want one? And standing by my truck, freezing, in a desert night, was Ma Shuya. Someone wants to hurt you, she said. Be careful. I can't tell you who or they'll come for me. I just don't want good people to get hurt. Good people. Me. I gave her a chocolate bar. She looked at it the way a starving person looks at a chocolate bar, said something dignified about not being able to accept it, took it, and left at speed. I went back to my truck and identified the willow branch. 10 points. 10. After 100 for the scalp. Willow branch of the binding grievance willow, oddity material, origin, cut from the tree by an unidentified individual. The tree has many such branches. Category, rare material, cut by an unidentified individual. I cut it. It watched me cut it. That system has a sense of humor, and it is not a kind one. Binding grievance. So that's what those hundreds of hanging bodies were. Not victims. Storage. The upgrade rules also clarified themselves that night. 1 upgrade at a time, no exceptions. But questions and identifications are instant and don't occupy the slot, which is the single most useful piece of information in this story, and I got it by accident. Meanwhile, on the bus, Ma Shuya finished what she'd started. She had deliberately stood and talked to me in full view of 40 people, which meant that by morning the entire convoy believed she was mine, which meant that every man in it now had an excellent reason to keep his hands to himself. Fan Xiaoqiao came at her. Ma Shuya hit her first, second time in 2 days, and 6 men stood up, including Xiao Hao, who had given away most of his own supplies to strangers over the past month and was therefore the most beloved man in that vehicle. And Fan Xiaoqiao lost her temper and told the truth, which is always fatal. You idiots, you're only defending her because you want to sleep with her. Then Ma Shuya, without defending herself even once, laid out the whole plan to the entire bus, Kupiai's captaincy, her as deputy, and finished with, they risk their lives for supplies. It is fair that they get more. If you want to eat better, go out and get supplies, like the Shu sisters did. Even the women who had been on her side turned around and looked out of the windows. Gao Jun listened to the whole thing through the radio and laughed so hard he had to put the cup down. I cannot wait, he said to nobody, to see what happens when that woman actually meets Wang Ming. Around then, I did an inventory of the people I had ended up with, and I'd like to share it. A captain who looks like an aristocrat and is in fact a miser who drinks tea in secret, and a pervert with a listening habit that his own magic radio keeps reporting to the room. A pink-haired honors graduate who can cut a house in half and cannot finish 1 can of beer. A giant who is at minimum 2 people and gets along with both of them. A schemer in a nice coat who has decided she wants something from me and has not yet said what. One genuinely good man, the student, who I estimated had about 6 weeks left. 2 sisters, 1 famous, 1 arrogant, and me. 1 eye going, 30,000 points of debt, a bag of dog blood, and a cigarette habit. I looked at my white pupil in the mirror and thought, well, I have an upgrade system. Surely at some point this is fixable. I have been telling myself that for a long time now. In the morning there was a post-apocalyptic pickup truck sitting in the sand with no wheels on it, 6.5 meters long, 4 meters of nose, 2.5 of bed, 2.5 wide, longer than any vehicle in that convoy, including the captain's. The paint had been sanded back to bare metal in places because paint costs points. Inside there was a steering wheel and the instrument cluster off a chopped chili fish head, and that was the entire interior. Manual gearbox, window cranks, seat adjustment by hand, 1 headlight. I put the 4 wheels on myself with a bottle jack, and Ma Shuya came over and knelt down in the sand and helped, and by the second wheel she had stopped asking which tool I wanted and simply started handing me the right one. At one point the wind got up and she cupped her coat around my hands so I could light a cigarette. Gao Jun watched all of this from his tent flap and raised his teacup to me, and in the tent, the radio was saying, nothing unusual detected, nothing unusual, strange. Strange. Which is when the captain figured out that whatever I was doing was completely silent. His radio picked up every private word said within a kilometer of him, and it could not hear a truck being built out of nothing 30 meters away. I found out later what he thought at that exact moment, and it is my favorite thing about him. There's a secret in my convoy that even my radio can't hear. Mechanic, sure. He thinks I'm a fool. But then who in this convoy doesn't have a secret? Nobody just has as many as I do. The engine caught on the second turn, and I grinned like an idiot for a solid minute. Coco got in to try it and made a face like she'd sat in something. It's so poor in here, and it's a manual? Then she nearly killed old Wang, stopped 2 meters short of him, got out and said brightly, I haven't driven a stick in ages, I think the skill has died. Old Wang sat down in the sand. He did not say anything, which for that man was a first. Ma Shuya made me breakfast. I want to be very precise about this, because it is the moment the woman actually got me, and neither of us admitted it. She brought me a bowl of noodles with a fried egg on top and 2 green leaves. An egg. In a desert. In the apocalypse. I stared at that bowl for probably 10 seconds. She'd gotten it out of old Wang, and I don't know what she said to him, and I have never asked, but he did not complain about it once, and old Wang complained about everything. She had not made anything for herself. She went and ate thin porridge on the bus. Men are simple. She knew that. I knew that she knew it. I ate the egg. Then I laid everything I owned out on the tailgate, the machete, the dead crossbow, the willow branch, the Skinner's scalp. Scalp plus machete, 30,000 points, 86 hours. Scalp plus crossbow, identical. I had 8,000 and a 10,000 point debt. So the scalp went into a bag and into a locked box, and it sat there, and it was the loudest object I have ever owned. Branch plus machete, 5,000. Then I had an idea and asked the system to identify the black dog blood. Ordinary, partially dried blood from an ordinary black dog, ordinary oddity material, may have an effect on ordinary strange entities. Killing one with it is a pipe dream. The word ordinary appears 4 times in that report. I checked. Branch plus machete plus dog blood. 5,512.5 hours. Done. 2,500 left. I washed the bowl by pouring water into it, swilling it around and drinking it, dirt and all, because that is what you do. The next day I drove for the first time. Order was captain, then Coco, then me, then the bus. Coco was in the passenger seat of her own vehicle, unconscious, at 11 in the morning, and the car was being driven by a girl called Little Fish who was under 1.5 meters tall, wore glasses, called Coco older female cousin, and had to physically shove her into the car every morning. Driving is boring. I want a radio. I want air conditioning. I want the good dampers because with the cheap ones, every single pebble arrives in my spine like a personal message. I collected empty bottles, dozens of them, water containers for a day that was coming. We passed 2 cars burned down to the shell with people still in them, and there was nothing worth stopping for. Then the loudspeaker. Route change. We are leaving the highway. Gao Jun when I got up alongside him. There's something ahead. If we continue, nobody survives. 4 sequences is not enough for a strong one. We let the pressure down in the tires and went into open sand. The Shoe Sisters' sedan bogged immediately and Coco dragged it out. We drove into the dark. I chain smoked with the windows up until the cab was a solid gray box because I had figured out something about my own ability that nobody had told me. The smoke is my eye. Anything inside the smoke I can feel. Half blind on the left, and I had just built myself a second set of eyes out of a bad habit. At 9:30 that night, the upgrade finished. The machete, the branch, and the blood all vanished off the tailgate at once, and there was a knife in my hand. 40 centimeters of blade with a thick spine. The steel had a red in it that did not come from the light. The grip was 20 centimeters, and it was not wrapped in cord. It was wrapped in a living willow branch. While I was holding it, a green shoot came out of the pommel, grew about 30 centimeters in 4 seconds, and wound itself twice around my wrist, joining my hand to the knife. Oddity. Blood Vengeance Woodcutter's Knife. Number 04879. 1. The blade suppresses strange entities. That's the dog blood. 300 points, still paying dividends. 2. When thrown, the branch functions as a tether. The blade may be steered in flight. Range approximately 20 meters. The effect is amplified under a blood moon. 3. The blade absorbs grievance. With sufficient accumulation, it may undergo rebirth. Cost. The blade must be fed fresh blood from its owner daily. Taboo. Never draw this blade in the presence of a blood relative. If drawn, it will turn upon your kin. I laughed at that. Out loud, alone, in a truck, in a desert. It's the end of the world, I said. Where am I going to find a relative? Please remember that I said that. And then one more line came up. Note. Had the grip been formed entirely from the branch of the binding grievance willow, this weapon would rank considerably higher. I sat there and read that 4 times. Entirely. And somewhere behind us, 90 kilometers back, there was a tree with 100 branches on it and about 200 people hanging in them. One day I thought, when I am strong enough, I am going back to Longevity Village. I cut my finger and let the blade drink, and it drank like something that had been waiting, and the branch on the grip stretched and shivered, and I have never been able to describe that feeling as anything except a dog being pleased with you. Then I noticed I had let my dinner burn down to charcoal. I ate it anyway. 2 days later, somebody screamed the word that I had learned to hate more than any monster's name. Sandstorm. The whole horizon, from the ground to the top of the sky, was a wall the color of old brass, and the sun went into it and did not come out the other side. The wind arrived first, and it had teeth. You could hear the glass in the vehicles singing. Half the camp stood there with their mouths open. 2 men wet themselves. And Coco was standing on the roof of her SUV with her arms out and her pink hair straight back off her face like a flag, drunk, at 8 in the morning, while a girl under 1.5 meters tall screamed, "Older female cousin, get down," at her from below. I was the first person in that camp to say the word, run, and I threw a hot breakfast into the sand to say it. A man 20 meters from me could not make himself abandon a pot he had just finished cooking. He did not make it into a vehicle. Somebody shouted at the captain, "You're a pathfinder," and Gao Jun shouted back, with real anger in it, "I am a pathfinder, not a weatherman. I feel monsters, not weather." And then he said quietly to himself, in a way I only understood months later, "Unless the sequence goes up." Now, because of my secret, I always parked further out than everybody else. That habit cost me about 11 seconds, plus a manual gearbox I had learned to use the previous afternoon. And into those 11 seconds ran Shu Jing. She had gone off behind a dune, and she had chosen a dune near my truck on purpose, on the theory that if anything happened, she could shout and I would help. She came at my door, at a dead sprint, with her hand out. If I had lifted my foot for 1 second, she would have made it. I did not lift my foot. I want to give you the actual thought because it was a complete sentence and it took about a quarter of a second. However beautiful a woman is, nothing is more important than my own life. First gear. Second. 3 more people ran at the truck. One of them stood in front of it with his arms spread wide across my path, which is a bet on my character, and it was a bad bet. I went from 4th to 5th, and he jumped, and I heard what he called me through the missing window, and about 40 seconds into running, I worked out the thing that saved all of us. You cannot outrun a sandstorm. Visibility drops to nothing. You burn fuel you can't replace. You lose the convoy. You put a wheel in a hole at 80, and you die in a completely different way. You have to stop and hold and let it come. I had no radio, and there was no way to tell anyone. And then, through the murk, red hazards. Gao Jun had stopped. He'd done the same arithmetic about 10 minutes before I had. We pulled into a ring around the school bus. The glass went frosted, all of it, in under a minute. Then it started leaving. My left window went first, then the right, and a piece of it opened my cheek. Steel Bear got out into that, went to 3 meters, and ran around the outside of the ring with a coil of rope, lashing the vehicles to each other. Then he stood between 2 of them and drove himself into the sand up to the waist and became an anchor because he weighed half a ton. Yeezy! Help! Coco came through that storm with her hair straight out behind her like a blade, took a rope and put her glowing sword through it into the ground up to the crossguard. And I sent the willow branch out around a rope and threw the knife and steered it down into the sand, and it went in humming. The first combat use of my brand new oddity was flying a kite. Coco leaned out of the murk and winked at me. Look at you, cheeky. Somewhere out in the brown, a motorcycle went up into the air with a man still on it, and we all watched it happen, and there was absolutely nothing to be done. While we sat inside that noise, Gao Jun was working on something, and it was not the storm. He could feel a strange thing approaching, in daylight. Everyone alive on that continent was surviving on one rule, and the rule was that the strange do not move in sunlight. Every route he had ever plotted, every schedule, every deadline he had ever shouted through a megaphone was built on that one line. And it was the 3rd time in 2 weeks that he had felt one moving during the day. His conclusion, which he did not share with anybody for another 2 months, was this: the strange are growing, just like us, and one day they will stop being afraid of the sun, and on that day, it finishes. The storm blew out around noon. I came out of that truck as a sand-colored man, coughing sand, blowing sand out of my nose, digging it out of my ears with a finger. Steel Bear was buried to the neck, so what you could see was an enormous head and 2 shovel-sized hands sticking out of a dune. Coco was buried entirely. The only thing visible was about 9 inches of pink hair. I laughed until I nearly threw up, and then I dug her out. The damage was ugly. Canopies gone, roof racks gone, supplies gone with them. My canopy had been removed down to the bolts, and every window in my truck was out, including the windshield. But the food had been on the back seat, and the food was fine. Ma Shuya got to me first, running, and said, I was so frightened, and I felt something. Not much, about as much as you feel when a stranger holds a door. But something, and I noted it, and I also noted that if there had been trouble, I would still have put her in front of me. Then Shu Minmin came at me with a fruit knife. Chen Ye, I will kill you. She had watched the storm take her sister. I breathed out, and the smoke came out of my mouth and became a dragon, and it wrapped her arms and legs and held her about a foot off the ground. The camp went absolutely silent because I had just immobilized a human being with one drag of a cigarette. You killed my sister. Are you insane? When did I kill your sister? If you'd stopped, she'd be alive. If I'd stopped, I'd be dead. Shu Minmin, are you stupid? Why on earth would I save her? She gave you gasoline. When you needed it most, she gave it to you. And you took it back, I said. Or have you forgotten that part? And she came apart. She stopped fighting the smoke and just hung there, and the tears cut 2 clean lines through the dust on her face, and everybody watched. I felt nothing at all, and I want you to hold on to that, because it changes later, and it takes about 4 months, and I would not have believed it if you'd told me. Then Gao Jun fell out of his car, gray. Move. Strange. And an enormous human face came up out of the sand beside me, not a mask. A face, the height of a grown man, with eyebrows and creases at the eyes, and it opened its mouth, and the mouth was too close and too fast, and there was nothing to dodge into. So I took Shu Minmin by the back of the neck and put her in front of me, the girl the whole industry had been waiting on, used as a shield. And in the mouth of that thing there were no fangs. There were human molars, in rows, layer behind layer, all the way down. Steel Bear's fist arrived before the mouth closed, and Xiao Hao dragged her out from under the collapse, and Ma Shuya got an arm around her and pulled. Then the sand came off it, and we saw the whole thing. A scorpion the size of a delivery truck. Segmented black plate, 2 claws that could have taken a car door, a tail up over the back with a spike on it the color of a wet stone, and where the head should have been, a human face the size of a wall, with expressions on it. Steel Bear hit that shell and then stood there shaking his hand out. You're a pathfinder, somebody screamed at Gao Jun, which was becoming the convoy's catchphrase. I don't know, he said. Maybe they're growing too. It's daytime. Its power is suppressed. Finish it before the blood moon rises, or all of us die. 2 men wet themselves for the second time that day, and about 8 people got down on their knees in the sand and started bowing to it and praying. I want to be honest. I had awakened 4 days earlier, and something the size of a truck had shown up to be my second fight, and underneath the fear, there was a thing that felt almost exactly like appetite. The knife in my hand was already trembling. Here's what that thing did, and it is the cruelest trick I have ever seen a monster pull. It read your memory, and it put on the face of whoever you could not swing at. For me, it wore Xu Jing. Wang Ming, why didn't you save me? If you'd just stopped, I wouldn't have died. How could you be so cruel? Xu Minmin, 40 meters back, went the color of chalk and said, why does it have my sister's face? For Coco, it wore an older girl with the same jawline. Huan, do you still remember me? You ate me. I don't blame you. We're one thing now. You're me, and I'm you. Coco stopped with the sword over her head and shook. For Steel Bear, it wore an old woman with white hair. Boss, you've had such a hard few years. And a colossus the size of a shed stood in the open with his eyes going red. I cut the face off it. Xu Jing's face, in one stroke, without slowing down, and then I turned around and cut the old woman's face too, and I felt that scorpion actually hesitate because I don't think anything had ever done that to it before. I would have swung at the real Xu Jing. That's the whole secret. There is nothing in my head worth putting a monster's face on. Then I did the only thing I actually know how to do. I filled the battlefield with smoke, 100 cigarettes worth, out of my mouth and my nose, until nobody could see anything, including it, and the claws started punching holes in a cloud and coming out with nothing on them. And inside the cloud, where I could feel every single thing that moved, I built dogs. I have known a lot of dogs. Those came out perfect. They went for the face, and the face did not like that at all. Gao Jun came out of the smoke on his hands and knees with a bag in his teeth, and I put a giant smoke hand down and took it off him. Black dog blood. 300 points, worst purchase of my life, right up until I emptied a bag of it over a truck-sized monster's face from 12 meters up. Black smoke came off it. It made a noise I have never heard anything else make. Then I went and got my teammates back. I slapped Coco across the face as hard as I could, and I punched Steel Bear because a slap on that man is a compliment. 10 minutes later, Coco fed her own blade off a cut finger and took half that face off, and I threw the knife and steered it in and finished it. You have slain the human-faced scorpion. Plus 20,000 kill points. 20,000. I sat down on the sand and could not stop grinning. Steel Bear was full of holes and delighted about it and fell asleep on a dune mid-sentence. I was out of cigarettes because I had smoked half a pack in 9 minutes for the ammunition, and Coco walked over and slapped me so hard my ear rang for 2 days. That's for the slap. Were you using full strength? Her left cheek had come up so much that the eye on that side was a slot. Then she threw me a pack of cigarettes. You hit me, I hit you. You saved me, so that's for that. I'm fair. That is the entire personality of that woman in 11 words. Gao Jun let us enjoy it for about 90 seconds before he took it away from us. You cannot kill a strange thing only means an ordinary person cannot. I have heard of a Sequence 2 Transcendent who killed one alone. Coco came off the sand. Alone? The 3 of us barely managed it in daylight. You know very little about this world, he said. You are using a fraction of what your sequences can do. And then he named a thing, and the naming of it cost me the next several months. Magic potion capsule. It unlocks a sequence's potential. It is worth more than a sequence injection. Where do you get one? You don't. Don't even dream about it. I said nothing at all and thought, I bought a sequence injection out of a menu in my own head, old man. The scorpion left 2 things behind. A section of carapace, oddity material, extremely strong defense, 60 points to identify, and a face, an entire human face, soft, with holes for the eyes and mouth, lying on the sand like something taken off a mannequin. Human-faced scorpion's face skin, oddity material, transformation and regeneration of the highest order. If not for daylight, this entity would not have fallen. Exceptionally rare material, 90 points. Coco looked at it once, turned around and walked away, because that thing had worn her sister. Gao Jun picked it up with both hands and stroked it and said out loud, I'm rich, I'm rich. Then he straightened up and gave me the speech. The scalp I sold you, because it came to me by accident and you paid for it. This we took together. Without her sword, without his back, without your smoke, and without my dog blood, that thing walks away. So the shell and the face are common property. Any objection? No. Then if you want to share, trade for it. Fairness above all. And he put both of them in his own case. That night, Aunt Sun cooked for us because Gao Jun had decided the 4 of us would eat from one pot to save fuel. Aunt Sun was about 50 and looked like she had been assembled hurriedly, and she had built a restaurant chain from one noodle stall into a company worth billions and had been on national television twice as an inspirational figure. She was now our cook. All of that was before, she said when I asked. I'm just glad to be alive. Around us, 30 people were drinking potato water and swallowing, and Ma Shuya looked at the meat in my bowl and said, to nobody in particular, if Wang Ming gave me one piece of meat, I would move into that pickup tonight. I checked my balance that night. Over 30,000. And the knife had changed. When the scorpion died, gray mist had come off it and gone into the blade, and now there was a fine pattern in the steel that had not been there. Number 04879 had become number 04880. It grows, on its own, by eating grievance, which meant I had badly underestimated a willow tree 90 kilometers behind us. Then Coco got drunk and grabbed my trouser leg and would not let go. Gao Jun was gone in about a second and a half. I understand completely, nobody will disturb you, and he was in his vehicle with the radio on and the good tea out before I could say anything. Wang Ming, she said, you know my name isn't Coco. All right. My name is Huan Huan. Coco was my older sister, Zhao Na. 7 people in that family. Grandmother, grandfather, mother, father, older sister who was doing a master's, little brother. 3-story house with a garden. She had gotten her acceptance letter from a top university the day before. In the morning they all came down and stood at the front door, because overnight the little ornamental tree her grandfather had planted in the garden had become enormous, and it had grown over the whole house. Her father went out a window to get help. The tree opened and took him in front of all of them. The branches came through the walls like pythons after that, and it took the grandfather and the grandmother and her mother and her little brother one at a time, and by the end there were 2 girls left in one corner of a bedroom. And her sister worked out the rule, which was that while it was eating, it was safe. So when a branch came for her, Zhao Na pushed her little sister out of the way and let it take her instead, and then the tree stopped, and it held out a red fruit. I don't know why I took it, she said. I don't know why I ate it like that. I couldn't stop. She looked at the fire for a while. Wang Ming, do you know why the rest of you are sequence 1 and I'm sequence 2? Heh heh, it's the fruit. I ate my family. In the car, Gao Jun went very cold because he had just understood where her jump came from and there was no way to ununderstand it. I said, it isn't your fault. Everybody lost somebody. That did nothing. I could hear it doing nothing while it was leaving my mouth. So I tried again. What good is crying? Your job is revenge. Get strong enough and go back and turn that tree into firewood. I found out later there was a vein standing out on Gao Jun's forehead at that exact moment, and that he was mouthing the words, who comforts people like that, into an empty car. But her head came up. Because in 8 months, nobody had ever offered her that word. Everybody had offered her survival. Nobody had offered her revenge. Her eyes came on like something switching on in a dark house. Then the blood moon went behind a cloud, and little fish came out of the SUV backwards, complaining loudly that she was going to get a sty, and Gao Jun turned the radio off in a hurry, saying, my ears are filthy, shameless, shameless, and Ma Shuya's face across the camp went the color of a thundercloud. In the morning, Coco behaved as though the conversation had never occurred. I was thrown by that for about 4 minutes, and then decided it suited me perfectly. Much later, I found out she had been dreading that I would be old-fashioned about it and demand to be responsible for her, and that my complete lack of reaction had been an enormous relief with a small splinter in it. What she did do was come to my truck and ask for my share of the scorpion's face. And her reasoning was better than mine, which annoyed me. Any oddity material that makes you feel wrong when you hold it is almost certainly valuable. The shell does nothing to me. The face does. That's the test. I thought about the scalp in my locked box and how I hadn't liked touching it, and I shut up. Then she took the top of my head off. Do you think I'm stupid? Your vehicle changes every single day. We worked out weeks ago that you're not a mechanic sequence, but everybody has secrets. Did you think you were special? Then she asked me to upgrade her sword, her grandfather's blade, a shade over 3000, which apparently every sword immortal has, a natural weapon that grows with them. And I looked at her and said, what do I get? There was a pause of about 4 seconds. Chen Ye. Get out. I got out. The door opened again behind me. And remember this, you animal, I was using you. Slam. I revised my shopping list that night, standing in the dark, feeling extremely rich and discovering I was not. Scalp plus machete, 30,000, everything I had. Magic potion capsule, 50,000. Electrical system for the pickup, 15,000 and 48 hours. Which I bought immediately, because gasoline runs out and sunlight does not. And it gave me 70 kilometers on a full charge and 20 hours of sun to fill it. 30,000 became 10,000 in one evening. It felt exactly like payday. Then I asked the question that made all of it possible. Everybody's training in that camp was garbage. I smoked and made animals. Gaojun sensed things around the clock. Steel Bear did push-ups on a dune. Live long enough, get stronger. That's not a method, that's an accident. System. Those old martial arts novels. The internal energy cultivation methods. Could you build me one of those? The circle spun for a long time. Theoretically, both sequence power and internal energy are applications of energy, theoretically feasible. Simulation required. Cost, 10,000 kill points and 36 hours. I paid it and I waited, and that decision is the reason I am alive. The other thing I learned that week is that simple questions are instant, and building something new takes time and money, which is exactly how it works everywhere else. Steel Bear woke up, his holes had closed, but the scorpion's venom was still in him, and full recovery was a week minimum, which was a problem, because in 2 days we were meeting another convoy, and our best fighter was going to be at half strength. Water was down to 4 bottles for me, 10 for Coco. Ration it, Gaojun said. We'll trade for water. Here is what we knew about the outside world at that point, which is nothing. Phones were bricks. The radio had said nothing since Shanghai. We did not know if there was a government. We did not know if there was a country. We had 4 vehicles and a rumor. Another convoy is a threat. It is also water, and it is also news, and news had become the second most valuable substance on Earth. Gaojun borrowed nothing and lent me 30 more liters of gasoline, and I took it because a man with a lot of debts sleeps very well. And bring the can back. Coco stopped drinking. Every night she was out on the dunes with the sword until she couldn't lift her arm, and in the daytime she sat in the car with her eyes shut. The drunk graduate had turned into a motivational poster, and nobody said a word about it in case she went back. On the morning of the meeting, Gaojun put on new clothes. Coco tidied herself. Steel Bear combed his hair, which on a 2-meter man is genuinely upsetting to watch. They cannot look down on us, Gaojun said. I spent half a cup of water wiping my face. I owned 1 set of clothes and a pair of sandals. My electrical system finished that morning. A panel on the cab roof and a little charge gauge on the dash. And when that gauge lit up green, I sat there in a desert and felt something I hadn't felt in months, which was that human beings used to be able to do things. Xiao Chao stood on top of the dune all morning under a broken umbrella in 40-degree heat. They're coming. And out of the haze came camels. More than 30 of them, strung out over a couple of 100 meters with bells on. If you took away the clothes, you could have put that image 400 years into the past and nobody would have blinked. They had more supplies on those animals than the Fairness convoy had in total. At the front walked a barefoot old man with a pipe and a parasol strapped to his back. Song Genjin, Pathfinder, Captain, thick northwestern accent. Call me Captain Song, or Old Mo, whatever you like. And behind him came a line of people with their hands and feet roped, and a big man holding the other end of the ropes. Hollow cheeks, gray skin. Eyes with the lights out. There's one word, and I'm not going to dance around it. They were slaves. They were treated distinctly worse than the camels, because the camels were harder to replace. Their sequences were 3. Wu Bo, who did not speak, and who walked with 5 wolves the size of grown men, and who would put a palm on a camel's forehead and murmur to it in a language with no vowels I recognized. Jing Jing, a plain-looking woman of about 35 with her hands wrapped in boxing tape to the knuckles, who stood apart from her own people and did not talk to any of them. And Chen Wen, a teenager, hooded and cloaked from crown to boot in 40-degree sun with not 1 centimeter of skin showing. The slaves were more frightened of him than of the man holding their ropes, and his own side gave him a 2-meter berth, and when he saw me looking, he drew a finger across his throat and smiled under the hood. Gaojun introduced us by name only, no sequences. I went and stood behind Steel Bear because there are 2 techniques I learned from a man I used to admire, and they are step back into the crowd and always leave first. The feast was a cauldron a meter across, a cassette player, and village liquor. Song Genjin called our captain Little Gao all evening, and Gaojun smiled through it with his jaw locked, because information is expensive. Mo had been a village cadre. He'd fed refugees. Then the refugees started stealing. Then the strange came, and everybody ran. Then he called forward a man who had clearly been fat once and was now a coat hanger, a former official from Shanghai. It changed in one night, that man said. At night the city went completely silent, and the more people were in a place, the more incidents. It was hell on earth. The army went in. Conventional weapons did nothing. It was over in days. Afterward, they sent in teams. Nobody came back out. Mo topped it. Down south, there was a survivor base. Hundreds of thousands of people. The strange broke through. It's gone. And not just that one. Several bases, some of hundreds of thousands, some of a few hundred. All of them gone. Then he threw a piece of meat on the ground, and a man in ropes caught it out of the air on his knees and swallowed it without chewing, and Mo laughed until he coughed. Let me show you my little wife. She came out, and I want to describe this properly. 1 meter 75, moved like water going downhill, sat on that old man's knee and said, "Husband, why did you call me?" And I sat there for a full minute trying to work out what was wrong with the picture, because something was, and the answer was the hands, and then the feet, and then the frame of the shoulders, and then the throat. He winked at me. I moved my seat backward about 10 centimeters without meaning to. Steel Bear's face was doing something I have never seen it do since. Gao Jun had gone perfectly blank. Jing Jing drank her cup in one motion, got up, and walked out. Then Mo gave us the thing we had come for. I've met 2.5 convoys since this started. One was all motorcycles going south. They think there's salvation in the sea. The half was one I saw from a distance and did not approach. There was an elephant, and on the elephant's back there was a castle, and in the castle there were several hundred people. Nobody at that fire said anything. And they say there are convoys that are cities in the sky. And then, into his cup. There's a theory the strange started because 2 spaces got laid on top of each other. You didn't think this was normal weather, did you? Boiling in the day and freezing at night. They say some people have run into worlds that never existed. After dinner, the men in ropes went at that cauldron and cracked the bones with their teeth, and Mo watched them and said, "The apocalypse is beautiful. Mr. Zhang, don't rush. There are bones for everybody." In the tent afterward, I said, "Captain, when do we hit them?" All 3 of them said no at the same time, and then looked at me like I had brought a dog into a restaurant. "Oh, come on," I said. As if none of you thought about it. Then Steel Bear said something that changed the shape of the evening. The kid didn't eat, not one bite, the whole dinner. He went out, so I followed him. And he was doing something to one of his own people. Behind the camels, the man had a gag in. He stopped there and then said, "His face, I can't describe his face." Gao Jun put his cup down. "Demon sequence." And then he explained, and it is the single most apocalypse-shaped thing I have ever heard. A demon sequence cannot eat human food. Food is poison to him. He feeds on the negative emotions of other people. Fear, grief, despair, pain. And those emotions are not just his dinner. They are his fuel for growth. The more suffering there is around him, the faster he gets stronger. The world ended, Gao Jun said, and 1 sequence in 100 won the lottery. Also, he added, look at the cloak again. Those aren't folds, that's wings, folded. He's sequence 2. Coco licked her teeth. She had a sequence 2 of her own, and she wanted to know. I said, did none of you notice they're not a happy family? The plain woman with the taped hands. She's a stranger in her own camp. Mingzi, Gao Jun said, don't start. Then he turned the radio on, and out of it came a voice from the other camp. Captain, I think the pretty one is the most cunning and the most dangerous. We should watch him. 3 faces turned to me. Captain Gao is the same age as me and paler, I said. That is obviously about him. I did not speak once all evening. And the radio, with the timing of a professional, said, yes, the one who didn't speak all evening and kept looking at our supplies. That night, the 4 of us split. I wanted to hit first because Steel Bear was poisoned and surprise was the only advantage we had. Gao Jun wanted to trade because attacking without cause breaks the one law he has. Coco leaned my way, purely because she wanted a fight. Steel Bear would do whatever he was told. And then the radio told us that old Mo had no intention of attacking us either, and I sat there in that tent genuinely disoriented. So I'm the only bad person here? Is that what's happening? Gao Jun stayed up alone with the radio, which is how he heard the sentence that stopped him sleeping. You're from Little Gao's convoy. How did you get into my tent? And then nothing. Not a word. Not even breathing. Somebody from our camp was in Mo's tent, and that person knew about the radio and was therefore talking with their hands. He sat there in the dark and went through the list. Sun Huan, Steel Bear, Wang Ming. He did not sleep at all. The market in the morning had a desk fan, which I coveted openly because I had deleted the air conditioning from my own truck and dozens of cassette tapes at 1 cigarette each and canned food and enough water to float a boat. And a skeleton, something shaped like a cow and 3 times the size, laid out on a tarp, 70 points to identify. Bones of the man-eating 2-headed bull. Barely rare oddity material. Origin, slain by 5 transcendents. The bull took one of them with it. Assessment, contains a unique energy, would produce an excellent large format oddity. Large format. And I looked over my shoulder at a pickup truck with a bent chassis that had started making a noise on rough ground like a person clearing their throat, and the whole rest of my life arranged itself into a single sentence. Put the bones in the truck. Make the truck an oddity. The system gave me 2 options, into the body for rigidity and impact resistance, or into the frame and chassis for both plus terrain. Mo caught me looking. You want it? 50 sacks of rice and we'll talk. I did not have 50 sacks of anything. Meanwhile, elsewhere in that market, a man in ropes was selling a pair of red and white collaboration sneakers that had cost 3,000 yuan 8 months earlier. He asked for 2 kilos of rice. I gave him 1 packet of instant noodles, pickled cabbage flavor, and that boy nearly cried and said, "Please, can it be the beef one? I don't like cabbage." And while he was saying it, his overseer came over and took the packet off him. Gao Jun traded the scorpion's shell and the scorpion's face, 2 oddity materials, for 10 cases of water. I looked at him. Before the apocalypse, those 2 items would have sold for hundreds of millions, he said. We have 1 day of water left. That is not a trade of water. That is a trade of lives. Then Song Zhenjun ruined the morning. Little Chu, give me the one called Shu, and I'll give you 10 bottles of water. And the Zhou girl, 2 cases for the pair. Water in a desert is worth more than gold. Shu Minmin went white. Ma Shuya's hand closed on my sleeve without her looking, and Gao Jun stopped being amiable for the first time since I'd met him. Captain Mo, Ma Shuya and Shu Minmin are people. They are not goods. They are not for sale. Mo laughed for a long time, and then he called him Captain Gao with the respect on it for the first time all week. All right, then I'll be straight with you. Last night Fan Xiaoqiao came to my tent. She sold you. She told me exactly which of you has which sequence. He knocked out his pipe. Captain, you can't be this soft. Remember what year it is. And something went across Gao Jun's eyes that I had not seen before and did not see again for a long time. And then I said, looking at the camels and the water and the food, Captain Song, our captain won't trade. I'll trade. Ma Shuya is mine. Give me the bull bones and take the woman. And I took her by the hand and walked her toward the old man. 2 things happened that nobody in that market noticed. The knife behind my back began, very slightly, to shake, and 100 meters away, Jing Jing bent down and said 4 words to a boy in a hood. Coco was on the other side of the camp, organizing the loading with her back to us and her right hand already resting on the sword. Ma Shuya's legs went. She got about 8 steps and then she was walking because I was pulling her. He's a monster, she said to herself in a whisper. Gao Jun was staring at me with an expression of pure disgust, and I found out later exactly what he was thinking, which was, I believe that man had a floor. Shu Minmin had both hands over her mouth, and then Xiao Hao, the student, came out of the crowd and stood in the way. Brother Wang, you can't do this. 2 men pulled him back by the arms, and one of them hissed, "He's a sequence. He can do whatever he likes. Who are you?" Mo was delighted with all of us. Little Chu, you're a good man, but you're old-fashioned. We're the privileged class now. Then he drew it out. 1 woman for the bones is a little thin. And he looked over at Shu Minmin, and then he stopped because he had just noticed that the girl's eyes were not frightened. They were excited. Wrong. He turned around, and I was already smiling, and the knife was already moving. Song Zhenjun felt himself falling very slowly, and on the way down he got a good clear look at his own back, and the last thought that man ever had was recorded for me later by nobody, but I know what it was because I have seen that face a lot since. What a merciless boy. I didn't even feel it. At the same instant, Jing Jing hit Chen Wen. The sand under her feet blew outward in a ring, and the hood came off, and the cloak came alive and rippled and ate most of it, and the boy still went backward 12 meters and did not get up quickly, and while he was still in the air, a sword point came out through his chest from the front. Coco was 90 meters away with her hands folded into a sword sign. Where, I said, did you learn to fly a sword? Just now, she said. And then somebody screamed, and it was about Steel Bear. 5 wolves had him. He was poisoned, he was slow, and he was still going to win, and he needed maybe 30 more seconds. The lead wolf took his throat out, and Wu Bo took his head off and got on the lead wolf's back and went into the dunes. Coco knocked him off it at 200 meters with a flying sword, 10 seconds, 4 sequences dead. Every one of them because of me. Coco got to Steel Bear first. She picked up that enormous head with both arms and put it back against the neck and held it there. Big guy, you're a titan, you're unkillable. Get up. I told you you were fine. Get up. She let go and it rolled off, the way a head rolls, and she hit his chest with both fists and started howling, and in that moment she was 14 months old, standing in a corner of a bedroom. I need you to understand why that landed on every single person in that camp. Steel Bear was the only one of us who treated ordinary people like people. They were terrified of me. Gao Jun was kind to whoever was useful. Coco didn't talk to anybody below sequence. Steel Bear smiled at everyone, stupidly, every day, and lifted their vehicles out of sand, and remembered their names. Half the bus was crying, and I stood there, the only person in that camp not crying, and I felt something come up out of the floor of me that I did not recognize and did not enjoy. If Taishir hadn't died, I thought I might have called him brother. For a man like me, that is practically a marriage proposal. They wrote his name on a board with a marker, and that was the first time I learned it. Wu Haifeng's grave. Gao Jun came and stood beside me. You shouldn't have. You could at least have told me. You'd have said no. Yes. And if I could run it again, I said, I'd do exactly the same thing, except I'd have told Steel Bear to keep his head down. He didn't answer that, and I knew why, because I had already worked out what he did with the people on foot. You are too cruel, he said eventually. You might be the only one of us who lives to the end of this. He crouched down and poured a cup of pu'er into the sand, which for that man was the largest sacrifice available. If I die first, burn tea for me once a year. And then he stood up and said, now everybody wait. For what? For that. The body moved. The chest came up like something was pushing it from the inside, which it was, and Gao Jun talked the whole time because he is incapable of not lecturing. At sequence 2, the Colossus branches. One branch is the peeping skull. A third eye grows in. Even after death, it can be made into an oddity. The chest opened along the collarbone. The other branch is the two-headed giant. Do you remember how Steelbear had two personalities? The ordinary one, and the one that came out in a fight? A second head came out of that body beside the stump of the first, and the roar it made when it cleared put 6 people on their backs at 4 meters. Yeezy, little girl, Chu-Chi, why are you all standing around like idiots? Pick me up. I nearly died. Deeper voice, meaner grin. Name's Mad Lion. Steelbear isn't dead. He just needs a few days to come back out. Then he looked at me, and his eyes went narrow with real enjoyment. So, Mingzi, Titans, huh? Cut the head off and it doesn't stop. Remember this. As long as a Colossus is still breathing, a Colossus is not finished. And then, delighted. And you felt guilty. Tsk, tsk. I didn't expect that from something as heartless as you. You've ruined my image, I said. I also made a note, and I have never once forgotten it. If I ever fight a Colossus, finish the job all the way down. Chen Wen's body had already been worked over by the men who used to be in ropes by the time I got to it. I wrapped that corpse in smoke until it was a coffin, and then I closed my fist, and the smoke inside became a few thousand needles. Something screamed inside there, and a black skull came out of the top of the cloud, and it looked at me for about 2 seconds with an expression I would call personal, and then it came apart in the wind. He would have come back. I have no doubt about that at all. The convoy's opinion, delivered at a volume I was meant to hear. Killing him wasn't enough. He had to desecrate the corpse as well. That man is not right. For about a day, nobody came within 10 meters of me. Jing Jing walked over with her hands still taped. Fistmaster Sequence 1, she said. I'd like to join. Put me on the bus. The bus? If I ride with the sequences, I'll have authority over the people who used to be in ropes. I don't want that. And then she handed Gao Jun a folded map with a few lines on it and one circle. A water source. It was what Mo's whole caravan had been walking toward. Uncle A Ping took Fan Xiaoqiao out behind a dune that evening. Nobody spoke up for her. Xiao Hao tried, and a woman turned around and told him, if Wang Ming and the captain had died today, you'd be wearing a rope right now. And he stopped. She got on her knees and begged for a long time. And Uncle A Ping, who had assumed this part was easy because he had watched me do it, discovered that it was not easy at all, and neither of the 2 men he had brought with him could do it either. It got quiet behind that dune eventually. I did not go and look, and that is the only thing in this entire story I would describe as tact. Then a person walked up to my truck holding a necklace of teeth in one hand and a skull in the other. Shui Nan. They were Mo's teeth and Mo's skull. The look on that face went from murder to gratitude in about a third of a second, which is a range I have only ever seen in one other person, and then he went down on both knees and put his forehead into the sand 3 times. Mr. Chen, from today, Xuenan is your dog. The entire camp turned around. I have never been looked at like that before or since. What, Sun Huan Huan? Why are you looking at me like that? The truth came out later, and it is the reason I ended up caring about that man. Xuenan had walked with Song Zhenjun for one reason. He had a younger sister. Mo had promised information about her and had spent a year and a half spending that promise, a little at a time, in exchange for everything Xuenan had. And that morning, going through the dead man's belongings, Xuenan had found proof that Mo had never known anything at all. I don't need a dog, I said. The convoy's leaving. Get out. He went red, got up, and climbed onto a camel without a word. We rolled out enormous. 30 camels, vehicles with 2 meters of cargo lashed on the roofs, a bus packed to the glass. Furious Bear had come out of sequence 2 20 centimeters taller than Steel Bear went in, 2 meters 20 of him, and he pushed the bus out of soft sand one-handed while eating. My truck was overloaded because bull bones are extremely heavy, and the chassis was already bent, and I had no windows at all, so I was eating sand at 60 kilometers an hour with my eyes half shut. Gao Jun came on the loudspeaker and he was not calm. Something is on our track. It will reach us in minutes. Speed up. Everything with an engine went. The camels, which had been bred by a breeder sequence and were therefore fast for camels, could not keep up. Somebody is always the gecko's tail, and in the middle of that, in my head, simulation complete. I did not get to read one word of it, because that is when I hit the rock. The truck came off the ground, came down sideways, took old Wang's mobility scooter out from under him, and went over onto its side with the wheels turning in the air. I got out through the missing windshield, and old Wang came up out of the sand, and for the first time since I had met him, he was not smiling. Every ounce of that cheerful old man act was gone off his face, and what was left underneath was flat and cold, and hated me specifically. That was the moment I should have understood everything. I filed it under later, because behind him the desert stood up. A headless sand serpent as tall as a 10-story building, and most of it was still underground. It had a mouth. It did not have a head. Where the head should have been, there was a carpet of tiny eyes, thousands of them, all the way down the body, all of them open. And it said, "Moo," in a register I felt in my sternum, and you could see the sound moving through the air like heat. "Help me flip it," I screamed. He hated me, and he came anyway, and the two of us put a loaded 6.5-meter pickup back on its wheels, and I want to note that this is not something two people do. It bogged in the soft sand immediately. "Get out and push." "Why me? Who's driving then?" And he got out, and he pushed a bogged truck out of soft sand by himself somehow, and jumped back in, and I heard him mutter, "The boy waited for an old man. He's not so bad." 40 seconds later, the shadow of that thing came over the cab, and a hand made of smoke came out of the window, took old Wang by the collar, and threw him into its mouth. "Chen Ye, your great-grandmother." And then, in the mirror, I watched his back split open. His clothes came apart, and something pale came out between the shoulder blades and turned itself around. A woman's head, upside down, with the hair hanging. And under it, coming out of an old man's spine like something being born, the hunchbacked village chief of Longevity Village. He had been in this convoy for weeks. He had ridden a mobility scooter across a desert in a vest and sandals. He had complained about the young people not helping him. He had been the only man to walk into Xinhua town and come out. He had been the only man to walk into Longevity Village and come out. He had 4 solar panels and a canopy tent, and everybody thought he was lucky. He was never lucky. He was shopping. And the two questions I have never answered are these. Was he following the convoy, or was he following me? The serpent ate him. Then it went under the sand, and I got about 4 seconds of clean road out of it, and then the dune behind me detonated. 200 meters of sand went straight up, and inside that serpent, you could see a bulge moving, fast, in the wrong direction. He was tearing his way back out. It screamed, and this time the sound was not decorative. The shockwave came off it flat across the sand and stripped what was left of my paint down to bare metal, blew out both wing mirrors, and hit me in the chest hard enough that my lungs rang like a struck bell, and I tasted blood. I did not lift off the accelerator, and coming the other way, straight into all of that, was a man on a camel. Shuinan had turned around and ridden back toward the noise, not to help. He had made a decision about who was going to be alive at the end of this, and he was going to be standing near that person when it happened. I went past him at 90 without slowing down. He turned the camel and followed me. I came back into camp as a gray man in a gray truck with no windshield and no doors because the second door had given up somewhere around kilometer 11. Gao Jun looked at the truck, then at me. Who else could it possibly be? You all just drove away. If you hadn't come back, he said, society would be one problem lighter. We had to put the camels down. And here is why, and it is my favorite piece of trivia from that entire desert. Wu Bo had been feeding them breeder sequence pills, 1 a day, and on those pills a camel goes days without food or water. Wu Bo was dead, and the pills went into the sand with him. An actual camel needs 4 to 8 kilos of forage and 8 to 10 liters of water every single day. We had 30 of them. The arithmetic did itself. Then came dinner, and the best silent conversation of my life. They laid the meat out, and everybody fell on it, and I stood back with my hands in my pockets because I have a rule about being the first to eat anything. And across the fire, Gao Jun was also standing back with his hands in his pockets. We looked at each other for about 1.5 seconds. Neither of us said a word, and both of us understood the other perfectly, and we both waited half an hour to see whether anybody died. Furious Bear had eaten his own body weight by the time we sat down. It was sweet, actually. No gaminess at all. Breeder sequence camels taste better. That man was a professional. Afterward, Gao Jun asked me about old Wang, and I told him. And here is what came out of that conversation, and it made me want to burn the whole convoy down. Everybody had suspected old Wang, all of them, for weeks. Only an idiot wouldn't have, Coco said with her mouth full. 200 people died, and he came out both times. So why did nobody check? And 4 sequences looked at each other, and the answer was on all 4 faces, and the answer was, I assumed one of you would. You're all wonderful, I said. Truly, every one of you. Gao Jun gave it a name. That wasn't a strange thing. That was a symbiotic sequence. And then the lecture, which I did not resent this time. A sequence injection does not always take. Some people die. Some people turn into something you have to put down. And some people survive it without awakening, with a body that has been rebuilt by the process and nothing to put in the driver's seat. Those people go and find a strange thing, or sometimes an oddity, and they make an arrangement, and after that they have two states, a perfectly ordinary man, and the other one. That, he said, is why I never sensed him. Half the time there was nothing there to sense. Then all four of us turned around and asked the obvious question at once. Captain, how do you know all of this? And he hid behind an empty teacup and said, Don't fill your head with it, you'll find out when it's time. I have never found out. We split the caravan's oddities that night, and one of them changed the tone of this entire story. Love Brain Lighter, number 05172, function, control of fire. Side effect, the user must tell this lighter I love you 100 times per day. Failure to comply will render it inoperative. There was an engraving on the base. For you, I would give everything, even my life. Nobody said anything for a while. Then Xuenan explained how to work it, because Mo had never gotten to use it. Coco flipped the top, struck it, got a completely ordinary little flame, and then blew on it. 7 meters of fire came out of that lighter and turned a strip of desert orange, and the sand under it went red, and about 20 people ran screaming. Gao Jun looked at that lighter with an expression I have only otherwise seen on a man looking at food. Also, a rule of oddities I learned that night. An unclaimed one will give its information to any transcendent who touches it. A claimed one only talks to its owner. They're like cats and dogs, Gao Jun said. It isn't blood that binds them. It's habit. A guard dog will die for you. A golden retriever will follow anybody with a sandwich, and a husky will simply leave the moment you let go of the lead. I made 20,000 points off Mo and the demon boy. Furious Bear wanted 2 camels for his share of the bull bones. We settled at 1.5. Gaojun said, Give me your share of the lighter and I won't compete for the bones, which was such a blatant piece of theft that I said, You absolute crook out loud, having said the identical sentence to Steel Bear 9 minutes earlier and been told it was an honest trade. Coco wanted a promise of a future oddity, and I refused flatly and paid her in food. Jingjing wanted another camel and a half. The scorpion's face went to Coco. Nobody wanted the shell, so it stayed with the captain, and the lighter went to Gaojun, who paid insanely for it. He wrote off my entire gasoline debt and then gave me 30 more liters and a pile of supplies on top. Where does that man keep his gasoline? I have looked in that vehicle. There is no room. I have theories and none of them are comfortable. And then he unfolded the last thing on the table, which was Jingjing's map, a few lines and a circle. Our job, he said, is to find water before we run out of water. If we don't, none of this matters. That was the first night in a long time that the camp made a noise like happiness, and then my simulation finished. Breathing Technique of Observing the Blood Moon. I read that title and my skin went tight because looking at the blood moon is the one universal taboo. It is on the emergency broadcast. 3 seconds is the limit. People who look longer walk into the dark and do not come back, and it has killed more survivors than half the monsters have. There is exactly 1 level to the technique. There is no level 2. It is not a ladder, it is a door. The idea is simple and it is insane. The blood moon is energy. It is simply energy that is not shaped for people, and you do not breathe it with your lungs. You breathe it with the frequency of your own supernatural power, and when the 2 frequencies match, you stop being poisoned by it and start eating it. I sat on my tailgate at 2 in the morning and found the frequency inside myself, which took about 40 minutes and felt like tuning an old radio by hand, and then I looked up. Anxiety came up my spine immediately, and there was a whisper in the back of my head, and the whisper was not words, it was a certainty. That there is something very important that must be done right now, immediately, and it does not matter whether it is a good thing or a bad thing. That is what kills people. It is not madness, it is urgency. 3 seconds. I closed my eyes, and the alien energy hit my own frequency, and it went in, and the closest I can get to describing it is the first snow of the year, landing on warm ground. 1 hour of that was worth every day of practice I had done since awakening. 2 hours in, I was as wrung out as if I had done a day of manual labor, and I was grinning at nothing in the dark. My road had finally found a fast lane. I put in the big order that same night. Bones of the 2-headed bull, plus the pickup. 20,000 kill points, 96 hours. 3 days later, somebody screamed in the night, and Zuenan had torn the throat out of a man twice his size with his teeth. Somebody from the old caravan, and everybody knew exactly what for. Gao Jun and I looked at each other, yawned, and went back to bed. Uncle A Ping can handle it. In the morning, I did not recognize him. His hair had been burned off in patches. And there were 7 or 8 cuts across his face, deep ones, from the hairline down past the jaw, and the edges were turned out, and he was not treating them. He was letting the air at them on purpose. He had done it himself, with his own knife, and he had done a thorough job. The face was the reason Mo had kept him, so he had removed the reason. From the morning Song Zhenjin died, the person who used to be Shui Nan was gone. What walked around afterward wearing his clothes was something he had built specifically to look for one girl. 2 days after that, at breakfast, a voice behind us said, "Morning, everyone. Long time no see." Aunt's son dropped a bowl and screamed the word, "Ghost." There was a mountain standing there with 2 heads on it. One of them had its eyes closed and was quietly asleep. The other one had that idiotic, delighted, completely genuine smile on it. Steel Bear was back. Coco punched him in the arm and could not get her voice above a whisper. He was early, and the reason he was early is that he had eaten most of a camel, and Titans recover on calories. After breakfast, I came back to my truck and found it clean. Somebody had washed a vehicle in a water crisis. Every panel, the bare metal, had been wiped down. Shui Nan was standing next to it with a filthy rag and a face full of cuts, looking at his own feet like a dog that isn't sure yet. I threw him a full bottle of water. He cried without making any noise at all, which is a thing I did not know a person could do until that morning. I never gave him water again. After that, it was dried meat. The date on my scavenged watch said the 29th of December. The brothers ran out of gasoline. 4 of them, all 4 out of the same prison, and the bald one came over. "Brother Wang, lend us some. We'll pay back double." "Get out." Gao Jun said the same thing in nicer words. So I turned my truck around and drove back to their vehicle and started taking the windshield out of it. That is not robbery. Without fuel, that car is a pile of metal in a desert, and the captain's law was about property, not scrap. The 3rd brother came up behind me with a steel pipe. He had killed a man in a street fight before the world ended and served 3 years for it because of who his family knew. I did not turn around. "Get out," I said, and breathed out. The smoke came out of my mouth and turned into a hand the size of a door and backhanded him. He went about 12 meters and landed on his shoulder. The other 3 wet themselves and ran, and I want to be fair to them because I was also slightly startled by how hard that hit. I did not let it show on my face. From behind, in a car, Gao Jun was watching, and I found out later what he said to Uncle A Ping. "That boy, is he a genius as well?" Then I cut the door hinges off their car with an oddity machete and took the doors too. For the next several days, the desert simply ground us down. Gao Jun muttered over that map every hour, and every hour 100 people looked at him with hope, and then went back to not looking at him. If I rubbed my forearm, the dirt came off in black rolls. Ma Shuya stopped trying. That is how you knew it was bad. She stopped fixing her hair, and she stopped smiling at anybody, and she just sat with her back against a wheel and conserved. Coco came back every night, unable to lift her arm. Somebody invented a way to dry camel meat by burying it in sand that had been in the sun all day and laying it along the vehicle sills in the morning, and that one idea probably kept 20 people alive. My smoke screen was up to 7 or 8 meters from a single exhale. When I awakened, it had been 3. On the 1st of January, 2031, with 10 hours left on the truck upgrade, it went dark in the middle of the afternoon, and a whale came out of the clouds. I want to give this to you properly. It was so large that its shadow covered the entire camp and about a kilometer in every direction. It was moving the way a whale moves, unhurried, with its tail going through the cloud layer like the cloud was water. And my very first thought, before fear arrived, was that this is obviously where whales are supposed to live and everybody has been wrong about it. Then it came down toward us. I got behind the captain. I have told myself 1,000 times to be a better person, and my body simply files its own paperwork. Both of Steel Bear's heads started growling. Coco's sword came out of the sheath by itself. Jing Jing set her feet. Half the camp wet themselves, and a good third of the rest got on their knees and started worshipping it. And then it came low enough that we could see its back. There was a town on it, rows of small buildings, stacked and terraced, and there were heads in the windows, old people, children, a woman with a basin, and a line of them standing along the edge of that whale's spine, looking down at us. Neither side waved. It moved its fins twice and went back up into the cloud and was gone. Gao Jun had gone the color of milk. Empty whale, number 9. Number 9 of what? Of everything. Top 10. Oddity on the planet, floating over a desert with a village on it. Is it alive? Who told you it was alive? So it's not alive? Heh heh. And who told you it wasn't? Captain, that's not funny anymore. He gave me 3 facts that night, and I have carried all 3 since. An oddity is anything at all with a function and a power. Anything. The higher the rank, the more terrible the price. He said that one through his teeth, and I understood much later exactly why. And the ranking is not fixed. The lower positions change constantly because new oddities appear all the time, and nobody, including him, has any idea who is keeping the list. Then he added, and with all of that, an oddity ranked 9th in the world will still die if the wrong strange thing finds it. That night, Uncle A Ping threw a New Year party and everybody got camel meat and Ma Shuya danced. I found out afterward she had paid for her own lessons as an adult, in secret, because her family thought dancing was for people with money, and her teacher had told her she could have gone professional, and Shu Minmin sang. Somebody behind me said, quietly, how is it that every beautiful woman in this convoy is somehow connected to Wang Ming? And I chose not to correct him, and at midnight my upgrade finished. From the outside it was still a wreck, same stripped paint, same one headlight, but there was a black bull bar across the whole front now, running all the way down to the underside, and the body sat high enough that I was now looking down into the captain's SUV. Item Doomsday Pickup, ID 2899, 2899, higher than Coco's sword. Second in the convoy, behind only the radio. Ability 1, comprehensive increase in rigidity, impact resistance, responsiveness, and fuel efficiency. Fuel efficiency, from Bones. As an engineering statement that is gibberish and it is not engineering anymore, it is an oddity, and I have learned to stop asking. Ability 2, Ram. This vehicle is the last thing in the world that should fear a collision. When in danger, accelerate into it. Ability 3, Shadow Drag. A chain of shadow extends from beneath the chassis, binds a living target, draws it under the vehicle, and renders it down into fuel. I read that one 3 times. My gasoline problem had just been solved permanently and horribly. Cost. 1 living creature must be fed to the vehicle each month. Human is preferred. Taboo 1. Do not eat or drink inside the cabin. Taboo 2. No blood or open wounds inside the cabin. The vehicle will consume the occupant. Taboo 3. In a sufficiently violent engagement, the vehicle may turn on its owner. And then, on the next line, if you are Chen Ye, you may disregard all costs and all taboos, you have full control. And under that, note. This oddity was grown from a 2-wheeled bicycle and contains countless hours of Wang Ming's labor. The vehicle regards him as its father. And then, in small print, on the back of the steering wheel, where you only find it by touch, thank you for bringing me into this world, father. I sat in that cab for a while. That, I said out loud, is too much. There was one more line, and it is the one that saved my life about 9 separate times. Activation trait. With Wang Ming at the wheel, the vehicle awakens the driver's skill within him. Trait is exclusive to Wang Ming, which is a system's way of saying, you can now drive like a stunt team, and only you. I spent 500 points and 5 hours fitting the doors, mirrors, and windshield I'd stolen off the brothers, and then I went looking for the captain because I had noticed something. Every oddity in that convoy charged rent. The radio made him need to listen. And I had also noticed, and so had half the camp, that Gao Jun had 0 interest in women. A woman had gotten into his tent one night, and he had put her out of it like a cat, and there were rumors. The knife wanted blood, every day. The truck wanted nothing at all, because I am Wang Ming. So what was the lighter charging? I found out at about 1 in the morning when I saw the captain of the Fairness convoy sneaking around the back of his own tent. I followed him, because obviously I followed him. He stopped. He checked, very carefully, that the radio in his pocket was switched off, having learned that lesson in front of an audience. He cleared his throat, and then, in a voice I had never heard him use, he said, "Baby, I love you." The lighter vibrated in his hand. Happily. "Baby, I really do love you. I can't get through a day without you. Every day without you is a lifetime." The metal warmed up and went slightly red. "We'll be together forever. In this life you're only mine, and I'm only yours." And I said, "Ahem, Captain Gao. I had no idea you had a hobby." And Coco, from the other side of him, said, "Ugh, Captain, you are disgusting." He had been phoning it in for 2 days, saying his 100 as fast as he could, and the lighter had gotten offended and started producing a flame you could barely light a cigarette with. That was the price. Sincerity. Every day, out loud, 100 times. I have thought about that a lot. Of every oddity in this story, that is the only one whose price I would not pay. Then the water ran out. 2 more people froze in the night and were buried before breakfast without anybody crying, including their friends. A man got down on his knees in front of me and put his forehead into sand that was hot enough to blister. "Mr. Chen, water. I'm dying." I walked past him. He lay down and stopped moving much. Here is my reasoning, and it is correct. And I will not pretend otherwise. Give 1 man water, and there are 40 men in a circle around this truck in 90 seconds, and by tonight somebody has tried to open a door. Then Ma Shuya came, cracked lips, hair like straw, still, somehow, the most beautiful woman in that desert. "Wang Ming, give me a little water." And she was certain. You could see it. Not hopeful. Certain. Because she was Ma Shuya, and she was different, and she had put in the work, and the world had always paid out. No. Coco heard about it within the hour. "Mingzi, you animal, that woman likes you. Did you seriously not know? Do you think I'm an idiot? She wants my resources." I'm not that vain. And I thought about Xu Jing being kind to me the same week I awakened, and I thought, love is nothing next to living, and it turns out you can be entirely right about something and still be wrong about a person. No wonder you don't have a girlfriend, Coco said. Girlfriend? I wouldn't date a dog. She went red and reached for the sword, and I left, because at that point I could not have taken her. Ma Shuya lost for the first time in her life, and she took it apart honestly afterward, which is why I ended up respecting her. I was right. She was not in love with me. She wanted resources. It was a trade. The trade had been refused, and there was no broken heart involved, only a broken plan. Then Xiao Hao gave her his day's water. It was a swallow in the bottom of a bottle. He had been saving it for an emergency for 4 days. She drank all of it, handed the bottle back and said, Xiao Hao, thank you. You're a good person. And Wang Yan, who used to be one of the people in ropes, and to whom Xiao Hao had given his water twice before, watched the whole thing from 6 meters away. I didn't expect that from you, she said. You've really disappointed me. And she walked off, having already drunk hers. She went to beg from Shuinan next. I'm a fan. I used to send you gifts on your streams. He turned around and looked at her with his face, and she did not stop running until she reached the bus. In 4 days, more than 10 people fell behind for the last time. The camels started dying in numbers. That was also the week my truck ate its first man. 3 brothers left. The second one had a plan, and it was not a bad plan. He's alone. Every other vehicle has people in it. He's alone, not head-on, quietly. The water's on the back seat. They came at 2 in the morning. The eldest kept watch. The second one went to the door with a length of wire. And out of the blind spot underneath the truck, a shadow came, and it was cold, and it went around his waist and took him under the chassis. There was a sound, and the fuel needle on my dashboard climbed steadily, all the way around to full, 60 liters. The eldest lost the use of his voice and crawled away backward. In the morning, Uncle Aping asked where the second brother was, and the eldest said he had gone mad in the night and run off into the desert, and everybody nodded, because that happens. People look at the moon too long. I had heard both of them coming from about 40 meters out. I let the eldest live on purpose, and my reason is the most honest thing in this story. If all the ordinary survivors die, who is going to be the gecko's tail? I priced a 160-liter tank at 3,000 points, winced, and put it on the list. We had started with 200 people. We were down to about 70, and that afternoon, in wind that had been coming off a griddle for 6 weeks, I felt something cool on my face, and the captain's SUV was already accelerating. 10 minutes later, there was green in front of us. I took off my sunglasses to look at it, because I did not want anything between me and it, and I want to tell you that a strip of ordinary scrubgrass was the most beautiful thing I have ever seen in my life. And then we came over a dune, and there was a lake. A piece of green jade dropped out of the sky and pressed into a desert. Xu Minmin drove the last 400 meters one-handed, sobbing so hard that she was dripping onto the steering wheel. People jumped out of a moving bus, actually jumped at speed and rolled and got up and kept running. They went into that water face first and drank from it lying down. I did not go in, because the sky has things in it, and the ground has things in it, and I had no reason at all to believe water was different. And when I looked around for a place to stand, Gao Jun was already standing there. 2 old foxes, thinking exactly the same thought, watching 90 desperate people test a lake with their own bodies. Neither of us has ever mentioned it. And while we were standing there, the captain of the Fairness Convoy went up to Sequence 2. He walked out onto the shore, pushed a stick into the ground, and a dome came down out of the sky over the entire camp. Transparent, more than 100 meters across. You could see the light bend at the edge of it. Pathfinder Sequence 2, Hermit. Ability 1, Concealment Barrier. Suppresses the presence of the living. Then he sat down in the dirt, soaked through, and said, 3 days, that's the limit. Don't ask me for a fourth. The other 3 abilities came out over the next week. Weather, 24 hours ahead, and more accurate than any forecast, and it covered flood and earthquake and landslide as well as rain. Marking. He could leave writing on a place or an object that glowed and that only the people he chose could see. He showed us. Coco could read hers. I stood right next to it and saw a blank wall. And mystic contact. 2 pathfinders can feel each other, and at range, they can simply talk. Remember the third one. It comes back. We had 3 days at that lake, and every single person in that convoy washed for the first time in half a year. I scraped a layer off myself. Clean. Xu Minmin turned out to be so beautiful that I actually stopped walking, and she saw me stop and went pale, and I felt slightly worse about that than I expected to. Clean, Coco said. Wang Ming, look at me like that again, and I'll take those thieving eyes out. And Ma Shuya walked past me through the crowd with her hair down and wet, and did not say anything, and her face said, well, am I good enough now? I filled 100 bottles. 4 days after that, we hit the wall. The desert simply stopped. On one side of a line you could have drawn with chalk there was burning sand and a white sun. On the other side there was snow, ankle deep and deeper, on hills, in trees, going all the way to the horizon. The heat did not cross. Not one snowflake fell on our side. 2 worlds with a seam between them and nobody to ask about it. There are 7 behind us, Gao Jun said. The only road is forward. My entire wardrobe at that moment was sandals, shorts, a vest, and a thin sun shirt, 1 set of underwear that had been in service for 6 months, a blanket, and a truck with no heater because I had deleted the climate control to save 500 points in a desert, feeling extremely clever. We crossed the line, and the water on my passenger seat began to freeze while I watched. The bottles cracked. Coco had a heater. Steel Bear was wearing a t-shirt and steaming. Jing Jing didn't appear to notice. The only 2 people in that convoy actually suffering were me and Gao Jun, which is the funniest possible outcome. Air conditioning as a retrofit was 5,000 points. I had 4. One of the camel drivers turned his animals around and started back toward the desert. Go, I told him. Leave the camels. He stopped. Wang Ming, Gao Jun said, and then didn't finish it because he wasn't actually going to argue. There's a supply point, he said instead. It is extremely dangerous. 20 kilometers in the snow, there was a city called Wrong City. Before the world ended, Wrong City was where you went to get over somebody, a resort town, famous for it, full of people who had come to walk in the snow and be sad in a photogenic way and possibly meet somebody new. With visitors, the population was over 1 million, and we had one iron rule about the strange, which is that the denser the population used to be, the worse it is now. Xinghua town had 300 people in it, and it had eaten 50 of us. Chanwang district, Gao Jun said, residential, 3 large supermarkets. Every village between here and there has already been stripped. There is no alternative. Then he said the reassuring part. The radio says there are no more than 3 strange entities in that district. And I said, Captain, that's the worst thing you've told me all year. Everybody looked at me. 1 million people lived in that city. 3 in the whole district means the other ones won't go in, which means those 3 are worse than everything else in Wrong City put together. Nobody said anything for a bit, and then I said with an entirely straight face, Captain, what if you were the bait? What? Put up the barrier, we hide inside it. You take the ordinary survivors out the far side of the district on foot and pull the 3 of them after you. If they catch up, drop a couple of people off the back. There was a silence of a quality I have rarely achieved. Uncle A Ping was looking at me the way you look at a wound. He told me afterward what he was thinking, and I have never been prouder of a sentence. I want to open that boy's chest and see whether it's actually black in there. Gao Jun's face went through red into purple, and he had steam coming out of both nostrils like a bull in a cartoon. Chen Ye, shut up. And behind him, Coco and Steel Bear were nodding. What he actually said, once he'd stopped being purple, was the most honest thing I ever heard him say. I am not trying to make sure nobody dies. I am trying to make sure too many don't. That night, I went out with the oddity knife and took trees down one swing at a time. Shuinan came out to help, shaking so hard he could barely carry a branch, and said through his teeth, "There's a kid in the bus whose lips have gone blue." Then Steel Bear came out, in a green t-shirt, snow melting off his shoulders in steam. He carried whole trunks over one arm, and then he drove them a meter into frozen ground with the flat of his hand like fence posts, and by midnight we did not have a campfire, we had a shelter. The wood was wet and would not catch. "I'll do it," said Gao Jun, and came out with the lighter, giving me and Coco a look of pure hatred for our expressions, and blew. The whole woodpile went up at once, and the camp cheered like it was a wedding. In the morning the fire was out, and there were people sitting around it who had become part of the scenery. 6 dead, dozens sick. More than 70% of everybody still standing had something wrong with them, and Gao Jun panicked properly for the first and only time. "I know you don't care about them, I know. But if all of them die, do the 5 of us survive on our own? No more deaths. Bring back medicine." I did not want to go. I did not need medicine. It was pure downside. Then I looked at his face, and I said, "Fine. 20 kilometers took us 90 minutes. Wrong City was completely silent, silent enough that you could hear snow landing, cars under white humps, evergreens, and plum trees in blossom, pink and white, in the middle of all that snow, absolutely gorgeous, and birds sitting on the branches with their heads tipped over, watching us come in. Not one of them made a sound, and from a window about 14 floors up, a pair of narrow eyes watched us the whole way down the avenue, and I did not know that until much later. Yenan screamed, "Clothes!" and we went into a brand-name down jacket store like wolves through a fence. I took a full-length black goose down coat that had been 10,000 yuan and tore the tag off with my teeth. 2 men were fighting over the snow boots, so I put both of them on the floor with my feet and took a pair that had been 3,000. Coco took a white one and wore it with bare legs because sequences can do that, and I hate her. Little Fish went straight into the children's section without a word to anybody. Jing Jing had brought He Lao-san, the fourth brother, the one who had gone to prison for theft. He was the man who had started that car in Longevity Village with no key. And here is a thing about the apocalypse that nobody puts in the films. Breaking a window is easy. Starting a modern car without a key is essentially impossible. The two wires trick works on vehicles from before most of us were born, and more than half of everything on those roads was electric. A professional car thief at the end of the world is a rock star. He got a delivery van running in 10 minutes using things he had made himself for the cold, and the Fairness convoy had a cargo truck. 30 minutes gone. Pharmacy, Gao Jun said, and every hair on my body stood up. I breathed out and put down 10 meters of smoke in a single exhale, which 2 weeks earlier would have been 3, and out of the snow above us something came down, an octopus the height of a 3-story building, tentacles as thick as a man's body, and around the top of it, facing every direction, 8 human faces. An old man and an old woman, both of them cheerful and benevolent, the kind of retired couple who tell you about their pension. A young man, exhausted and aggrieved, like somebody who had worked 100 hours that week and been denied the bonus. A teenager sagging under invisible weight. 2 more I could not read. And a boy, maybe 9, with an expression of complete fearless insolence. Any one of those faces on a person is a person. All 8 of them on an octopus is something else, and my body understood before my head did. The boy grinned at me, and a tentacle came down. So I gave it the whale. I had watched Empty Whale for 4 minutes over a desert and then practiced it every night for a week, and out of my smoke came 10 meters of it and took that tentacle on the flank. Here is how the mimicry works, and I only worked it out that afternoon. How well you know the thing sets the floor. How strong you are sets the ceiling. My cat is the most accurate thing I can make, and my cat is militarily useless. I knew the scorpion better than the whale, but the whale flies. Steel Bear, who was now nearly 4 meters, folded both arms into each other, and the arms became a cannon of meat. Flesh and blood armament, said Gao Jun from behind a car, taking notes because of course he was. The barrel inhaled smoke and snow, swelled like a pufferfish, and fired something transparent that took a tentacle off at the root. It grew back while we were watching it. Coco's flying sword took 2 more off. Jing Jing ran up a tentacle like a flea going up a trouser leg. She came off the top of it into a downward kick and landed square in the boy's face. The snow along the arc of her leg turned to vapor. That face went in like a dented can and stayed dented with the tread of her boot printed between the eyebrows, and the boy screamed. Brothers, sisters, mama, papa, grandpa, grandma, they're picking on me. And the other 7 answered him, all at once, over each other, like a family at a wedding. Who dared touch my baby? Sweetheart, tell grandma who it was. Grandma will make you your favorite. 7 voices saying different versions of the same sentence at the same time, at volume, and the effect on the human ear is not fear, it is a kind of numbness, and I lost about 2 seconds to it. Then it started chanting, Life Siphon Field, and everyone in that street began to deflate. I mean that. A man 40 meters from me lost 10 kilos in about 4 seconds. His coat went slack. His face went in at the temples. Coco went down on one knee. Jing Jing's arms dropped, and I stood there and felt it pulling at me, and nothing came out. Because it was energy, and I had spent 2 weeks learning to eat energy that was not shaped for me, and my frequency simply took hold of it and swallowed it. I want to be honest about the emotion. It was not heroism. It was a shopkeeper watching a thief walk out with an armful of goods he had personally already stolen. So I built the whale again, and this time I built 45 meters of it. It went through that octopus like a bus through a fence and carried it 400 meters up the avenue and put it and itself into a 10-story residential block, and the block came down, which is when it played its actual weapon, and this is the part I want to tell properly, because it is the only fight in my life I have ever won with my personality. Out of the rubble came voices, begging, weeping, and with them, an amplification. Big brother, how could you do that to me? And pity came up in my chest like water in a basin. I stamped on it. Pity? I threw pity away 8 months ago so I could keep breathing. The kid who grabbed my dinner has grass growing on him by now. Young man, I'm an old man. Did nobody teach you respect for your elders? Guilt, right up the middle. Your pension was larger than my salary. Try again. That is the whole mechanism. It does not put a feeling into you. It finds the smallest one you already have and turns the volume to maximum, which meant it worked perfectly on everybody who had anything in there. Coco went scarlet and started arguing with the air. Steel Bear's 2 heads began to fight each other out loud. Furious Bear, how can you say that? They're just poor people. Will you shut up? Jing Jing walked 2 steps forward and 2 steps back and 2 steps forward, and I stood in the middle of a street with an empty basin and nothing to fill it, and I have never been so grateful to be who I am. Then the octopus stood up out of the rubble with every wound already closed, and I made the decision. We're leaving. Fighting something you cannot beat is not brave, it is arithmetic done badly. I had a man I used to admire, and he ran from stronger men his whole life and died old, and then the snow came apart. A procession came up that avenue through the storm. 20-30 people in black hooded robes, hands pressed together at the forehead, chanting, "Blood and tears of mercy, bones to pave the road of God. Our Lord on high, look upon the end of days." And 2 of them were carrying a sedan chair, the tourist kind, 2 bamboo poles and a seat, the kind they photograph you in on the mountain. In it was a woman. Everything about her was red, the hair, the mouth, the dress. Her eyes were closed. Sitting down, her feet nearly touched the ground, which put her at 3 meters standing. And walking beside the chair, a man was carrying a scythe the color of arterial blood, taller than he was, and the octopus, the thing that 5 sequences could not put down, panicked. "You! Why are you here?" And a robed man said, without any particular emotion, "Mr. Chan, God says you have crossed the line. I'm sorry. We were hungry for so long, we couldn't help it. We're leaving right now. We're going. It is too late. God says, you are a sinner." The woman stood up out of that chair barefoot into the snow. She took the scythe, and she swung it the way you swing at a fly you have already decided is not important. The red blade left the handle and went down the avenue and cut an 8-limbed horror in half at the waist, and the 2 halves lay in the road trying to reach each other and not managing it. Then she lay back down in the chair and somebody took the scythe out of her hand and she never opened her eyes once. 1 wolf leaves, 1 tiger arrives. The lead robe called for us to come out. I pushed Coco. "You're the strongest, you go." "I'm a girl. I'm barely 18. I pushed Steel Bear, and Furious Bear's eyes came open on the second head. "I knew you were a snake. I haven't even fallen asleep yet, and you're already selling me." I looked at Jing Jing, and Jing Jing looked at a wall. Children grow up, and then they have opinions, and a father can no longer manage them. We went out together. The man at the front of the procession was about 1.90 meters and could not have weighed 55 kilos. 40 years old, starved down to the frame, with a black robe with gold at the hem. Wu Jianshan, God-worshipping Sequence 3. Sequence 3, alive, in front of us. Gao Jun had never met one. I introduced everybody by name and sequence, everybody except me. All 3 of them promised silently to remember that, and then it started. Coco said, "Cousin, cousin, is that you?" and burst into tears. Steel Bear said, "Second uncle." Jing Jing said, "Uncle He, you lived in our building. I ate at your table." And the man turned to me and said, "What, you don't recognize me either?" And a door opened in the back of my head, and a memory walked out with its coat on. Primary school, middle school, same university, same dormitory, 4 years. We had shared trousers when neither of us had a clean pair. We had been in love with the same girl, and he had stepped back. He was the best friend I had ever had in my life. Here is what was actually happening, and I only understood it much later, and by then, it had already cost people everything. Intimate relationship, a God worshipper ability. It makes the target believe he is the person closest to them. He does not choose the role. The target chooses it, out of their own memory, without knowing they are choosing. He simply steps into whatever door is already open and does not push, because pushing is what a sequence would notice, which is why not one of us saw the obvious. A 40-year-old man cannot be my classmate and Steel Bear's uncle and Jing Jing's neighbor and Coco's cousin at the same time. We looked straight at it every day for a week. And here is the irony that ended him, and I would like it on my headstone. He picked the worst possible role, because I will absolutely cut down my best friend, if the price is right. It has happened to me from the other side. A man I trusted like that put me in a hole before the world ended, and in a certain light the apocalypse was the best thing that ever happened to me, because it was the first place I ever fit. The first thing my best friend did on meeting me was cuff me around the back of the head. The second thing I did was start collecting. Right, so if you're this girl's cousin, that makes her my niece. Call me uncle. Wang Ming. And Steel Bear, from today, I'm Uncle Chen. And Steel Bear, who is the finest person in this story, said, "Uncle Wang." Furious Bear said, "Are you out of your mind?" Coco put her hand on her sword. Jing Jing went a color. I went and searched the severed tentacles for materials and found nothing, because not every strange thing drops something, which is one of the great disappointments of my life. 6,000 points for the fight though, 10,000 in the bank. Guo Longfei explained why he lived in a dead city. He was a god worshipper, and he had a god, and his god was the woman with her eyes closed, and he called her Death. He had founded a church of death, 70-odd members. Under her protection, the strange did not come to them, and his people, in nothing but those robes, were not cold, in that weather. I checked, twice. Then he offered us the medicine. Death's blood tears. 1 drop in a bucket of water. They put a drop on the tongue of a woman who had been unconscious for 6 hours, and the color came back into her face while I was looking at it, and inside a minute she sat up. Shu Min Min had started convulsing from the life siphon on the way back. 2 drops and she was arguing with somebody, and then Guo Longfei got into my truck, and my truck bogged in the snow. "Well," he said, "what now?" Get out and push. You're talking to me? Old Guo, you've really gone soft these last few years. Who else, me? The primate of the Church of Death, in a black robe with gold at the hem, put his shoulder into the back of a pickup truck in a blizzard. He did it twice more before we reached camp. And the entire time, he was thinking, and I know this because he told me at the end, I have made a terrible mistake. I should not have made myself his classmate. I should have made myself his father, but he could not change it. Change the role and the target notices, and I would have noticed. Back at camp, 5 more had frozen in the night. The man on watch had let the fire go out. They were sitting up. Gao Jun had put even Uncle A Ping into a vehicle under a blanket by then. 3 vehicles had gone out and 5 came back. Jingjing opened the van and it was packed to the roof with down jackets. I have seen people cry over food. That was the first time I watched 100 people cry over clothing. This is a real one. These were thousands of yuan. I could never justify it. I had parents to keep. And then Gao Jun looked at Guo Longfei and I watched it happen to him too. Captain Wu? You're alive? And the most composed man in that convoy stood in the snow with his face coming apart, because whoever Guo Longfei had just become for him was the person who had brought him into the world of sequences in the first place. I noticed the crack right then. Old Guo had ridden with me for 90 minutes and never once mentioned knowing my captain. And then I got distracted because I had just had an idea, and the idea was this. He's my best friend, so he'll let me look at death up close, and if I can copy her with smoke at even half strength, I am the richest man alive. You cannot normally copy a strange thing. To copy something you have to observe it, and strange things do not sit still to be observed, they eat you. But she was sitting in a chair with her eyes closed. Gao Jun meanwhile put a hook in the water without meaning to. Captain, I remember the research center fell. How did you get out? And Guo Longfei's face went absolutely still for 1/4 of a second. What research center? That is all I ever learned about my captain's past, and I learned it by watching a liar not know something. I identified the medicine in secret. 15 points. Diluted death's blood tears, the blood and tears of the strange entity known as the Reaper, on ordinary humans cures nearly anything. Undiluted, it amplifies the power of a transcendent. I read that last sentence 4 times. Guo Longfei invited the whole convoy to move into Wrong City. Empty apartments, supplies everywhere. Nobody sleeps in a tent in this weather and wakes up. Coco said, but she's a strange thing, isn't she? And that was the only time I saw his real face. She is death. I forgive you because you did not know. Never call her a strange thing again. It is blasphemy. From the day I became a god worshipper, she has been a goddess and nothing else. Here is his engine, and it explains every single thing he did. A god worshipper grows with the number of believers. More believers, stronger god. Stronger god, stronger him. Stronger him, more believers. It only goes one direction, and it never stops. And we had just walked 150 new people up to his front door, with a pathfinder included. Gao Jun had to say yes. If he had said no, the ordinary survivors would have mutinied, and he knew it, and so did I, and so did Guo Longfei. The camp packed in 10 minutes. I have never seen human beings move like that. Church headquarters was the No. 2 primary school of Chanwang district. There were 40 people in black hoods standing in the snow at the gates, absolutely still, as we drove in. The woman in red was nowhere, and Gao Jun, sitting in his passenger seat, went cold from the feet up. Because Wrong City was full, not 3. The district had 3, the city had a number he did not want to say out loud, and the worst thing in the district was inside that school. 5th floor, bar left classroom. He told me later he had never felt anything like it, and he has since put his tongue on the ground 400 meters from something that ate a town. And then, on the gatepost, he saw writing. Glowing. Neon bright. 3 words. Run. With 3 exclamation marks after it, and he said the marks looked like faces. He turned around, carefully. Uncle A Ping, standing next to him, could not see it. Xiaojiao could not see it. Guo Longfei, 4 meters away, with an expression of enormous satisfaction, could not see it. Marking. Pathfinder Sequence 2. Written for the eyes of people the writer chooses. There had been another Pathfinder in that school. There was no other Pathfinder in that school now. I did my own test at the gate, in public. I got Guo Longfei around the neck and shook him about like a dog with a towel. Old Guo, look at this. The world ends and you build yourself a palace. And he removed my arm from his neck, coldly, correctly, exactly the way an archbishop removes an arm, and my eyes went half shut. Huh, old Guo, got rich and forgot your brother? Pause. You're not a fake, are you? Everything he had built stood on one leg for about 2 seconds. Mingzi, he said, and his voice had a crack right down the middle of it. I'm an archbishop. Give me some face in front of my people. 40 people in black hoods wrote a line in their heads that night, that one is close to the archbishop, do not touch him. Which is how I got the run of that building. I want to be clear that I was not testing whether he was really my friend. I have never had a moment's doubt about who that man was. I was testing whether he had changed. And across the courtyard, Gao Jun was watching me do it, and I looked up, and our eyes met, and we both saw the identical suspicion sitting in the other one. He told me afterward, he nearly cried with relief. The only person in this convoy I can trust is Wang Ming. That is either the funniest sentence in this story or the saddest one. Guo Longfei preached at the gate. There are two great strange entities in Qianwang. You have met one. The second is worse, and you do not want to meet it. Outside this district is hell, meaning, stay here and do not walk around. And while he was saying it, Gao Jun read the second piece of writing on the wall of the gatehouse. Do not believe one word he says. Xu Nan stood at the back of the crowd and did not like it either, and looked over at me for reassurance, and looked away again, because what he saw on my face was greed. Xu Minmin recognized one of the hooded faces and nearly fell over. Kim Ha-eun, nationally famous singer from the country next door, platinum debut. Xu Minmin had a photograph with her from a concert. The woman dropped her eyes immediately and kept walking. They housed us in classrooms with real beds in them. I watched grown men sit down on a mattress and put their faces in their hands, because it had been 6 months, and I watched at least 4 separate people decide, on the spot and without saying it, that they were staying here until they died. Me, Gao Jun and Steel Bear got room 4-3 on the 4th floor. Gao Jun walked in, stopped dead for a fraction of a second, and then relaxed so smoothly you'd have missed it, because Guo Longfei was behind him in the doorway, and in that black robe you could see the shape of the man's skull through his face. Do as you like, the Archbishop said. But do not go to the 5th floor. Remember that. And on the blackboard of classroom 4-3, glowing, invisible to everyone in that room except one man, was the 3rd message. They eat people. Gao Jun checked later in 11 other classrooms. It was on every blackboard in the school. That evening they held a service in the assembly hall. Death sat in an enormous chair at the front, red dress, skin whiter than the snow outside, barefoot, ankles crossed, eyes closed, about 3 meters of her. Guo Longfei stood closest and did not raise his eyes once. Half an hour of prayer. O holder of the reins of the ending, reaper of the harvest. Then, Mistress, these people are friends of the church. We beg you to remember them and grant them your protection. And she lifted her chin about 2 centimeters. Something came off her and went through that hall, and I made a noise because it felt exactly like a mountain putting its shoulder into mine as it walked past. Gao Jun's shirt went through in 1 second flat. He said afterward it was like being looked at by a tiger, and every ordinary person in that room felt a warm breeze that took the ache out of their shoulders. That detail cost me a lot of sleep, and I did not understand it for weeks. Then they brought in a small table with 1 place setting and a piece of meat on a plate, and Guo Longfei cut it himself and fed her off the knife. And halfway through the meal, out of her closed eyes, blood began to run. They caught it in a glass tube. 2 drops. 3. That is where the medicine comes from. That is the entire supply. And I stood at the back of that hall with my hands in my pockets doing sums. Copy her. Copy her at 30%. All right. 10. Fine. 5%. I'll take 5. The feast afterward filled 2 classrooms. Expired canned food, flatbread, a fire built in the middle of a classroom floor, a blizzard on the far side of the glass, and inside it was like spring. People sat and stared at the table and could not eat. One woman just cried at it. Kim Ha-eun sat down next to Xu Minmin. I came to work here, she said. And then the world ended. Xiaoxiao, please, when you leave, take me with you. I'm nobody, Xu Minmin said. I don't decide anything. And then she pointed with her chin across the room at me. I caught the Archbishop in the doorway and put my arm around his neck again. Old Guo, you see me and run? Hand over the blood tears. Have you forgotten who fed you in your 2nd year when you had nothing? That is the beautiful thing about a lie you did not write. It comes with a full set of receipts, and the liar has to honor everyone. Who gave up Huang Ting for you? Who pulled those 3 off you outside the East Gate? Who took a formal warning that stayed on his record for you? I got thrown out of university because of that man. It says so in my memory. I can see the room. He gave me 2 drops. His reasoning was solid. The tears come every day. He has long since gone tolerant to them. Arguing would cost him more than it saved. And I quote him exactly here, this one will be dead in a couple of days anyway. I priced them. Improved death's blood tears, 5,000 points, 6 hours. Purchase finished product from the system, 20,000 points. Anything that makes you stronger, the system prices like a war. Anything that makes you comfortable, it practically gives away. I paid the 5,000. That night, Steel Bear told me about himself for the first time. His father was a miner, his mother ran a shop out of the front room, 5 children, and they paid a fine for everyone after the first, and the fines took the whole year's wages every year. His father died of the lung, black dust, years of it. The mine paid out, and then one afternoon at the market, his mother was thinking about something and stepped into the road, and the relatives arrived from 4 provinces to divide 5 children and 1 payout between them. His second uncle took all 5, took none of the money, and said it was for the little one's school fees. His wife left him over it. He never remarried. I was going to look after him when he got old, Steel Bear said. I was going to see him out. That is why that giant heard the words second uncle and stopped being able to think. And I sat there and thought, hold on, he's from Zhangcheng. That town he's describing is 400 kilometers from Zhangcheng, so how did I never? And a headache came down behind my eyes like a shutter, and the thought slid off the edge of my mind and was gone. I noticed the headache. I did not notice what it was for. I went out to smoke, which was really so that Gao Jun could not watch me work the system. Steel Bear didn't matter. He could have watched me open a control panel, and he would have asked what game I was playing. And in the corridor, something low and black and headless came gliding toward me through the dark. Every hair I owned stood straight up. Old Guo said this place was safe. Chen Ye. What are you? How do you know my name? Wang Ming, you animal, you're smoking again. That's going to kill you one day. Little fish, in a down coat that reached the floor with the hood up and her entire head inside it. She kicked a classroom door open, snorted at me, and slammed it hard enough to bring snow off the lintel. The 5th floor was forbidden. Nobody had said anything about the roof, so I built a staircase out of smoke up the outside of the building and sat on the roof of that school in a blizzard. Purified Death's Blood Tears. Effect. Excellent amplification for low-ranked transcendence. Exceedingly rare auxiliary substance. No side effects. No risk of contamination. Warning. Prolonged use produces dependency. I drank 2 drops. Heat went through me from the middle out, my face went hot, and steam came off the top of my head, and it was exactly like the first time I chewed betel nut at 19 and thought I was dying. Then I ran the blood moon breathing, because the technique is about frequency, and if it is about frequency, then it does not care what the energy is. It worked. I sat up there until 3:30. By the end, my single exhale only made 3 meters of smoke, because I was empty. But when I made wolves, 7 of them came out instead of 5. Copies of Wu Bo's wolves, weaker than his were, and infinite. Somewhere below me, Gao Jun had slipped out to his vehicle and was sitting in the dark listening to the radio, and he did that every night we were in that school, and he never told me what he heard until the very end. At dawn, somebody screamed. I noticed 2 things before I got to the door. Gao Jun had the lighter in his right hand, and his left hand was in his pocket and it was holding something. Neither of us went out for 5 full minutes. You do not arrive first at a scream. There was a young man lying at the gate with the snow gone red around him. He was alive. He was not going to enjoy it. Where his eyes had been, there was nothing left to describe, and I am not going to try. Kim Ha-eun spoke very quietly, standing behind me, not moving her mouth much. Abyssal blood eye. It's the second one. It takes people's eyes. And then, in the same breath and the same tone, my name is Kim Ha-eun. If you ever get out, take me with you. I went for Guolongfei and was told the archbishop reads scripture for 2 hours every morning and cannot be disturbed, and that people have died for disturbing it. I grabbed the acolyte by the collar and he tore himself loose and ran. The boy's name was Xiaojin. He had gone out before dawn to steal a car because he was going to drive back to Yan province and find his girlfriend, who had been lost in the sandstorm, and he had told 2 people that, and both of them had told him it was suicide, and neither of them had stopped him. And here is the sentence I said out loud that nobody in that courtyard wanted to hear. He left after first light. He can't have gone far, which means this happened next to the school, which means the school is not safe anymore. There was an eye floating at the gate. An actual human eye, trailing what an eye trails, with the pupil moving, and when it registered that I had seen it, it tried to leave. Gao Jun caught it in a small white bag with markings sewn into it. Shielding, blocks the aura. It's a basic item. It is not an oddity. Don't get ideas. And then he gave me the theory he had been building for 2 months, and it is the most frightening thing in this entire account. 1. The strange are getting stronger, faster than sequences are. 2. Since we crossed into the snow, has anybody seen the sun? Not sunlight, the sun. Nobody had. 3. The reason the strange were nocturnal was never night. It was the blood moon. The moon does not disappear in the daytime. It is simply not visible. Its energy has now grown strong enough that it does not need to be visible. 4. If this apocalypse is 2 worlds being laid over each other, then the overlap is deepening. He put the bag in his pocket. The rule that they could not come out in daylight was the last gift we were given. It is being taken back. And then he told me why the school had stopped being safe on the exact day we arrived. Guo Longfei wasn't lying. Before we came, this was the safest place in the province. There were 70 of them. Now there are 220. The pull scales with the number of people. 70, death covers. 220 is worth overcoming your fear for. He actually quoted the line about capital and 300% profit, and I laughed, in a courtyard, next to a blind boy. Guo Longfei came out at last and crushed the eye between two fingers and wiped his hand on a cloth with real distaste. A daughter eye of the abyssal blood eye. It sees through them. Consider it a surveillance camera. Then he looked at the boy. And that is Xiao Jin's. Which meant the thing that takes eyes had been standing at our gate, looking at our doors with the eyes of a boy we had eaten dinner with. Life in that school, meanwhile, had layers, and everybody learned them inside 2 days. The sequences had their own kitchen, and a cook who had run the kitchen at a 5-star hotel, and had, before all this, only ever cooked for people whose names were in the newspaper. Shuinan carried our food up. Ordinary survivors got thin porridge, a sprouting potato, pickles, and a slice of expired bread. Members of the church got all of that plus 1 slice of tinned meat. By the 3rd day, people were quietly asking what the requirements for joining were, so I went to Guo Longfei and put a clean deal on the table. I'm not going to try and outsmart you. I don't know why you want us in your church, but I'll do it. Me, my people, and every survivor in that bus. And 100 drops of blood tears. We settled on 10 vials, 2 drops each, and I got there by pointing out that Coco and Steelbear and Jing Jing would all need paying too, because why on earth would a sequence kneel to you for free? He agreed because he was out of time. The abyssal blood eye had turned its attention to his district, and the meat that goes on that little table is not easy to come by. And then I walked directly out of that room and began sabotaging my own promise, not out of loyalty, out of business. If they join too easily, what do I sell him next month? Gao Jun caught me in the corridor before I had gone 30 meters. Mr. Chen, you look pleased. Good earnings today? And I recruited him inside 8 seconds. Captain, there's money in this. Old Guo gave me 4 vials. 4. You slow the survivors down. I keep milking him. I swore on Steelbear's name. Then, because that felt thin, I swore on my own reputation. He took the 4 vials and shook my hand, and the list of shameless men in the fairness convoy got 1 name longer. That night, he told me about all 3 messages and the detail that mattered. Every blackboard, every classroom in the school, which meant the Pathfinder who wrote them was not writing to us. He was writing to whoever came next because he already knew he would not be there. Why tell me? I said. Why not Coco or Steelbear? Because if I tell them, one of them will go and ask Guo Longfei about it, out of loyalty, within the hour. He looked at me. And you won't. Then I tried to think it through. Really tried. Old Guo. What if Old Guo is a fake? And the shutter came down behind my eyes again, and my head split, and the thought went out like a match. No. Wu is Wu. Same man. And I stood there in the corridor with a headache I did not question and thought a sentence that decided how this ended. Whoever stands between me and living is my enemy. Even you, Old Guo, brother. Then somebody screamed again. Xu Minmin had taken breakfast up to Xiao Jin's room. He had used the ceiling fan and a chair. The diluted tears bring people back from a great many things, and they do not bring people back from that. Nobody cried. Uncle A Ping organized it without being asked. A shallow hole in the flower bed behind the school, and a mound of snow on top instead of a stone. The whole thing took 10 minutes. Not one sequence attended. I walked past at a distance with a cigarette and watched from the corridor. Shuinan found a letter in the boy's inside pocket, and Uncle A Ping gave it to Xu Minmin because she was the closest thing he had. It had been written over many days, and none of the entries had dates. Ming Ming, I'm sorry. I should have come down to you sooner. They told me you'd fallen behind, and I didn't believe them. You were gone for a few minutes. A few minutes. I went back, and there was nothing out there. I told you, stay close. Always stay close. Uncle A Ping says the first rule 100 times a day. Do not fall behind. Why couldn't you do it? You idiot. Then a gap of several days. Ming Ming, I dreamed about you. Have you ever woken up with your whole face wet? I have. It was like washing. I haven't washed in months. Sometimes I think it should have been me. If one of us had to fall behind, it should have been me. Surviving is my punishment. The last entry was from the day before. Laosan had agreed to teach him how to start a car, and he was going to drive back to Yan province and find her. Xu Minmin folded that letter up and put it in her bag and did not say anything to anybody. That afternoon, I watched an acolyte go up to the 5th floor. He had an expression I want to describe precisely because it stayed with me. He looked like a man on his way to something good. The entire 5th floor was boarded over, plastic sheeting, planks, every window papered so there was not one crack of light. He went behind the partition. He did not come back down. Not that day. Not ever. I did not go up there and look, and I want to be extremely clear about why. In every horror film ever made, the people die of curiosity. I took that as a serious professional warning. What I did instead was strip the Church of Death's vehicles in their own courtyard. I took the seats out of 2 of them because mine were the cheap hard ones. I took a climate control unit because it was -20 and I had deleted mine to save 500 points. I took spare wheels. Then I took the last 4 studded winter tires in that church and then the snow chains. Acolytes stood around with their fists closed and did not say one word because everyone in that building knew I was close to the Archbishop. Gao Jun finally cracked. Mingzi, this is too much. Brother, have you seen what's outside? Walking out of here is suicide. And from a 4th floor window, Guo Longfei, tired. Let him take them. This is not the week to fight about tires. That night, my improved right eye picked up dozens of pairs of eyes outside the school fence, standing in the dark, and I could hear something dripping onto snow and burning holes in it. None of them came in. I went up to the roof and found a snowman. It was Jing Jing sitting cross-legged, buried to the shoulders with one small hole melted in the snow in front of her nose. I sat down next to her and did not say anything, and we did that for 2 hours. I drank purified tears and got less out of them than the night before, which is how tolerance announces itself. Soon, they will do nothing for me. Before then, I need to reach sequence 2. Coming back in, I met Gao Jun in the doorway and we said, at exactly the same time, "Where have you been all these nights?" And then, at exactly the same time, "Never mind, bed." The fuel run had 5 volunteers, 5 out of 200, Xu Minmin, Shui Nan, Boss Lin, who had become extremely quiet since losing 2 brothers, and 2 hangers-on. That is what safety does to people in about 9 days. Uncle A Ping sighed about it. Gao Jun didn't. Fewer to die. Convoy law. What you collect is yours. Even a sequence does not take it off you. We rotated the lead vehicle every half hour because breaking a road through half a meter of snow is real work. My contribution was to hang smoke out of the window in the shape of a plow blade so the snow went sideways. Steelbear's contribution was to walk out in front, fold his arms into a cannon and blow an entire street clear down to the tarmac in one shot, then do it again on the next street. "You idiot," I said over the radio. "What if something hears you?" He did it again on the street after that. Coco sent her flying sword out ahead of the column, wrapped in pale red flame, and simply melted a lane. Then she came on the radio. "That's my cousin. Don't you try anything. Do I look like that kind of man? And I'll remind you, I'm your uncle. Is that how you speak to your uncle?" The station was at the far edge of the district. I put 7 smoke wolves out on picket, and for once, nobody made a joke about it. Boss Lin and Shui Nan worked the pumps. Xu Minmin carried 2 30-liter cans at a time, red in the face, refusing to take one. My tank was 60 liters, and it was full in 90 seconds, and I stood there thinking, when I get back, I am taking the tanks out of every car in that courtyard. And Gao Jun stood barefoot in the snow with his feet going purple, facing west. Done. Run. Nobody argued. The survivors of that convoy had worked out a 4th rule to go with the 3 official ones, and the 4th rule was, when Captain Gao's face changes, it has already started. Coco asked to stop at a supermarket on the way. School, now. In the bus behind us, everybody was cheerful. Shui Nan was planning to trade for chocolate. My sister likes it. There's going to be less of it every year. You still haven't found her? No. And in the lead vehicle, the captain of the Fairness Convoy was feeling an entire city stand up. I have kicked the nest, he thought. I have kicked the whole nest. They're coming. There are a great many. Survive however you can. And down the face of a residential block, head first, like a gecko, came a woman. Everything about her was white. Hair, eyebrows, clothes, and the parts of the eyes that are not supposed to be white. Next to her, a heavy man, well over 100 kilos, lifted his head off the wall and growled. Then there were dozens. Then hundreds. They came out of storm drains, out of a shopping mall, out of a pharmacy, a restaurant, a hotel lobby. Every place that used to be full of people had become a nest, which is the neatest and most horrible piece of design in this entire apocalypse. They cannot walk upright. They run on all 4s, fast, and they come in a wave, and the wave has a front edge to it like water. Crawlers. And a churchman told me later, flatly, without any particular emotion, that they were the residents. Wrong city had over 1 million people in it. So there are 1 million of them? Nobody answered that. Coco came on the radio. "Wang Ming, everybody, please survive." And I cut the wheel, overtook her, and ran for the front of the column. I want to be honest. My exact thought was, the rest of them are not my problem right now. "You absolute snake," said the radio. And then my truck's activation trait woke up, and I want to tell you what that is actually like. It is not power steering. It is that a vehicle I built out of a bicycle over 4 months suddenly felt like a vehicle I had been driving for 100 years. I knew where every bolt in it was. I caught 3 slides on ice in a row without thinking about any of them. Something came off a 2nd-floor balcony at the windscreen, and I was already gone. Behind me, Coco climbed out of the window of a moving car, onto the roof of a moving car, and said, "Crimson flame, swiftness." And her sword became a dragon, scaled, from nose to tail, running alongside the column and burning a corridor through crawlers, and where it went, there was a strip of charred shapes that came apart into ash in the wind. I watched that in my mirror and thought, how much is that girl still hiding? The corridor I had punched closed behind me in about 10 seconds. I put out 7 wolves and they were torn apart. I put out 7 more and they were torn apart, which is the actual horror of smoke mimicry. And I say this as its owner. It does not run out. As long as I am breathing and there is smoke, I can make 1,000 wolves and each one costs me nothing but air and time. Then I made the scorpion. It came out of the smoke over the cab, 3 meters of it, claws and a raised tail. The only strange thing I have ever had the chance to study from close range. One detail never came out right, and it never has since. Every single time the smoke tried to form the human face, it fell apart. So my scorpion has no face. I have made my peace with it. It cut crawlers in half with the claws and put 2 of them on the tail spike at once, like something off a grill. Coco, from the roof of a car, at the top of her voice, "You absolute snake, you've been hiding that all year." Steel Bear came out of the moving van at 4 meters and went in on foot. And here's the thing about a 2-headed giant. 2 heads, 4 eyes. Nothing gets behind him. Ever. Furious Bear was laughing so hard he was crying. "More! That's nothing! More!" We lost people. Crawlers came through the roof of Shu Minmin's sedan. 2 of them took Boss Lin's remaining brother out of the bus door, and the man who went after him got as far as the step. 300 meters from the gates, something was hanging over the school. An eye, dark red, 3 meters across. Veins standing out around a pupil that had black runes turning inside it, and black cords crawling slowly over the white, and my eyes started shaking in my head. Both of them, trying to leave. So I painted my own windscreen black with smoke, and it stopped instantly, because it cannot work on you if you cannot see it. Which meant I was now driving blind at 90 kilometers an hour toward a school gate. So I used ability 2. The truck went red, not paint. Underneath, the way an ember goes red, ram. And a 3-meter floating eye, which had never in its existence had a reason to be afraid of a motor vehicle, did not move. Guo Longfei, watching from a 4th-floor window, saw a rusted-out pickup truck hit the abyssal blood eye like a golf ball. And the abyssal blood eye went end over end across the courtyard and directly through the window of his private office. The last thought that man had before he went under his own desk was, "Chen Ye, you did that on purpose." I want to state that I did not do that on purpose, and also that I have never once denied it. And in the half-second before impact looking at that thing, I had a thought that decided the next month of my life. What if I put that in my left socket? Then I said out loud in a truck at 90, "What is wrong with me?" The gate came up. The eye came apart off the bull bar. And the woman in red was standing between us and it, having arrived without walking, and she put out one thin white left hand and caught a 3-meter eyeball in mid-flight and stopped it. Picture that. A skeletal archbishop crouched behind a woman who was holding a monster's eye in one hand like a bag of shopping. And every crawler in that street stopped and backed up, the way animals back up from a natural enemy. All the vehicles made it through the gates. The bus took a chunk out of the gate post. Shu Minmin's sedan came in with the hood on fire. We lost 2. And then I did the smartest thing I did all winter. I climbed into the school bus, dug out an unopened phone from Steel Bear's crate of them, which had cost somebody 10,000 yen and were now worth nothing at all, turned it on, and hit record. 2 things like that do not fight in front of a witness twice in a decade. I stood in a courtyard in a blizzard with a cigarette in my mouth filming a goddess fighting an eyeball, and I have been told it looked deeply inappropriate, and I did not care then, and I do not care now, because I watched that footage over 50 times and it made me what I am. The fight itself, as an analyst. The eye takes minds. Crawlers fought for it. Some of the survivors and some of the congregation lost control of their own arms while remaining completely awake inside, which is the worst thing I saw that week. Death tore a basketball hoop out of the frozen ground and cleared 30 crawlers with one swing of it, and that was when I made the observation that eventually killed a man. She does not move like a god. She moves like a dog on a chain. The eye heated the air. Where she had been standing, orange fire came up out of nothing, and the steel hoop sagged, and the ground went to slurry, and one acolyte who was standing too close was gone in about a second and a half. It took the eyes of several people in that courtyard, and used them as cameras, and then detonated them when she got close, and the shockwaves flipped 2 vehicles. Shu Minmin's sedan burned to the frame while she stood there and watched, and that car had carried 2 sisters across 4 provinces. And here is why the eye lost, and it is such a beautiful piece of information that I still enjoy it. Death keeps her eyes closed. Guo Longfei keeps his eyes closed. Every single technique that thing had was an eye technique, and it had walked into a fight with 2 opponents who had simply declined to look. And then Guo Longfei straightened up and said, "Abyssal blood eye, look at me, how do you like my eyes?" And he opened them. They were bleeding, and they were the eyes you see painted on the walls of temples, the ones with the infinite pity in them. The ability is guilt. It takes whatever guilt you have and multiplies it by about 1,000. It caught the eye. It also caught me and Gao Jun. I want to report this accurately. I fell on my knees in the snow and I sobbed. "Captain Chu, I'm sorry. Old Wu gave me 10 vials and I told you 4. Iron Lion, I call you stupid every day and you are not clever, but I do it to enjoy myself. Cece, I'm a dog, I deserve to die." And 2 meters away, Gao Jun was louder. "Easy, I'm sorry. I have listened to your private conversations on the radio every night since you joined. Ding dong, you are not beautiful, but I have never once looked down on you. Cece, I said behind your back that you behave like a man and nobody would ever marry you. And it was me. I told the entire convoy about you and Chen Ye. And Iron Lion, I said you had the brain of a dog. I apologize, and I apologize to the dog." Steel Bear and Jingjing were barely affected, which tells you everything about the 4 of us. Steel Bear patted my shoulder while I wept and said, "It's all right. I'm really not very clever. Don't cry." Coco had a vein standing out on her forehead you could have hung a coat on. Death caught the eye with the scythe. It came open, and hundreds of small eyes burst out of the wound like a flock going up, and the 3-meter thing deflated like a punctured ball until what was lying in the snow was a single eyeball the size of a man's, and when I looked at it, I went cold all the way through, which is the only reliable test for a first-class material that I have ever found. The 8-limbed human face left immediately, and without dignity. The crawlers withdrew, and the white figure under the tree stood and looked at Death for a long moment before she went, with the crawlers going with her, which is how we learned who leads them, and Guo Longfei got to the eyeball first. The speed on that man. I stood there and generated about 10 separate plans to take it off him, and the reason was not greed, or not only greed. I had asked the system a question 2 weeks earlier, and the answer had been this. On advancement to Sequence 2, the Apostle of Smoke has a greater than 90% probability of complete blindness. Both eyes. Restoration of the eye via the system, prohibitive. And then when I asked about the other thing, replacement is possible. I am going to have that eye. Even if I have to go through my best friend to get it. The reckoning arrived about 4 minutes later. Coco, in a voice with frost on it, "Did you two think we couldn't hear you? Captain Gao, it turns out you don't just listen to gossip, you distribute it. And you, Wang Ming, don't flatter yourself. I used you. I will get through the end of the world without a man, thank you. I'm the bad woman here. You aren't strong enough to be the bad man." The fire dragon came out of the sheath and looked at both of us. Jingjing said nothing at all, which was worse. No woman on earth forgives the sentence, "You are not beautiful," even when it is true, especially when it is true. I ran. Gao Jun shoved me and I went down in the snow. Gao Jun ran. My willow branch took his feet out from under him. We looked at each other with real hatred. Iron Lion, help. He stood between all 4 of us with his arms out. "Don't fight. You idiot. They insulted you." Hey. But I think they told the truth, and telling the truth isn't a crime. You are getting stupider every single day. 2 days. That is how long the fear lasted. 2 days after a goddess fought an eyeball in our courtyard, people were laughing in the corridors again, and the strange things were now standing outside the fence in daylight, which they had not done before, and I think that is because they had watched her fight and seen something in it. Shu Minmin had no car, so she went and stood out in the snow next to He Laosan, who had been to prison for stealing them, and started learning. There is a whole essay in that. A girl the entire entertainment industry had been waiting on, learning to hotwire cars from a convicted thief. And the thief was turning down apprenticeship requests from 2 former executives and a man who used to own a construction firm because he was now the most respected man in that convoy and had decided to be selective about it. I went out to the gate that afternoon and saw an old woman standing under a tree in the shadow, beckoning, "Son, it's Mama, come here, let me look at you." And a boy of about 19 went rigid and then started crying. "Mama, you're alive." I hit him across the face hard enough to put him on the ground, said "idiot," and walked away. When I looked back, there was nothing under that tree except a pair of eyes with a great deal of feeling in them. And before anybody gets sentimental about that, here was my reasoning, in full. 1 more living body is 1 more shield later. 37,000 points off that battle. 10,000 of it went straight into purifying 2 more vials, and the tolerance was climbing, and so was I, and Sequence 2 was close enough to smell. I watched that video more than 50 times. By the end of the week, I could build a rough Death out of smoke. 3 meters of her, no face of course, but the shape and the reach and the way she moved, and she was, by an enormous margin, the strongest thing I owned. That is my whole strategy, if you want it. Better to go deep on one thing than shallow on everything. The wolves I built off a glance. The scorpion off 1 fight. The whale off 1 flyby. She is the only thing I have ever properly studied. I asked Guo Longfei to let me attend a service just to look at her, and he refused, and his private note on me was, "That boy is a walking disaster. I bought headlights and spotlights for the truck." When you already have all the parts, the system charges almost nothing, and I had by then dismantled most of a church car park. Then I went to see the archbishop with a list. Half the convoy wanted to join his church. That was not a lie. That was the true part. "Good," he said. "So give me the eye." He went to color. "If I hadn't hit that thing with my truck, would you have it? It's mine." "I have never," he said with total sincerity, "met anybody as shameless as you in my life." And then he set a price he was certain I would refuse. "Everything you know about your own people, their sequences, their abilities, their weaknesses, and every one of them joins the church." He had watched us for 3 weeks. He had watched those 4 people bleed for each other. It was a safe bet. "Fine," I said immediately. "Gao Jun is a pathfinder, most sensitive sequence there is to the strange, which is why we've stayed alive. Sun Huan Huan is your niece, so you know what she is. Steel Bear is a 2-headed giant, sequence 2, 4 eyes, you cannot flank him, and if you cut his head off, he grows another one." I gave him all of it, because the entire craft of lying is 9 parts true. And the one part I left out was the Pathfinder's marking. I did not mention that Gao Jun could write on a wall in a language only the people he chose could read. That one omission is the reason any of us walked out of that school. He checked what I'd told him against what he already had. It matched perfectly. He handed me the eye. His private note on the transaction. "Consider it a loan of a few days. When they are all dead, it comes back to me anyway." That same week, Coco was telling Jingjing about her cousin. He used to bring her toys. He practically raised her. He went to her parent-teacher meetings when her parents were working, and her form teacher had assumed for 2 years that he was her father. And Jingjing told Coco about Uncle He. He lived in the next apartment. Her mother left before dawn, and the girl sat alone. He could have been her stepfather, and it never quite happened. She was a thin, beaten-down kid with no money for a club, and he taught her to fight himself in a courtyard for 2 years. "He's my teacher," Jingjing said. "He's more or less my father." Anybody standing in that room with those 2 women would have heard instantly that those stories cannot both be true. Jingjing noticed it herself. She told me later. She noticed it, and then a minute later she was back inside the memory, and it was warm, and it was hers. And Coco made a decision that evening. "I'm staying to help my cousin, and anybody who tries to hurt him, I will not forgive." Gao Jun caught me in a doorway. 4 vials, was it? I scratched the back of my head and changed the subject. He had gone and negotiated 3 vials of undiluted tears out of the Archbishop himself, and he did not do it for a sequence. He did it for Uncle A. Ping. That man was 50 and looked 65. He had a family. He had a 3-year-old grandson. And in the space of about 4 days at the start of all this, he watched every single one of them go, one after another, in order. His hair went white and his back bent, and after that he became the person who counted everybody else's rations and reminded people to keep up. The cold finished the job the grief had started. Diluted tears bought him a day. And Gao Jun, sitting on a school chair, said to me quietly, "His spirit went out a long time ago. Nothing in a bottle fixes that. It only slows it down." Uncle A. Ping looked at the vial in his hand and said, "Ah Jun, did you promise Guo Longfei something?" "No, you're imagining it." "All right." He closed his hand around it. "You're a transcendent. You know your own business." And that is the sentence that broke the captain of the Fairness Convoy. "Xiao Zhao," he said, "go and tell everybody they may join the Church of Death." "Captain, do it." I went up to the roof that night, built a cube of smoke around myself so that nobody could see in, and identified the eyeball. Identification cost 1,500 points. Everything before it had cost me 100 or less, and when I asked why, the system explained, and this explains the entire economy of that world. Materials for items below the 2,000th position are considered refuse. The service fee is nominal. Materials capable of producing an item within the top 2,000 have actual value. A Abyssal Bloodshot Eyeball retains a portion of the original entity's power. Incompetent hands, capable of producing an item within the top 1,000, possibly higher. Significant side effects possible. Proceed with extreme caution. And then, on its own line, because that system enjoys itself. If you are considering using this to replace your failing left eye, we advise you to be very, very careful. 2 routes. Route 1. 500,000 points. The system reworks the eye so it seats itself. No surgery, no risk. Nearly the full power of the original immediately. I have never had 500,000 points. I am not sure 500,000 points exist. Route 2. 1,000 points for the instructions. Find a surgeon. Have your own left eye removed. Have that put in. Then spend weeks running the blood moon, breathing at it until you find the frequency it answers to and it starts belonging to you. Slow. Painful. No anesthetic anywhere in that city. Same destination. And at the end of Route 2, there was a phrase I read 4 times. Marvelous object symbiote. Symbiosis with an oddity. There are 2 branches. Old Wang went into symbiosis with a strange thing. This is the other one. And your ceiling is set by whatever you are in symbiosis with. That, I thought, is what a second sequence actually looks like. Inside a week, everyone in that school had joined the Church of Death. Coco, Steel Bear, and Jing Jing were vice bishops. 2 people had not joined, me and Gao Jun. Coco came to tell us the good news. In 3 days, there's a great sacrificial ceremony in the assembly hall. Everyone receives death's holy water. You'll stop feeling the cold, like the rest of us. Then, brightly, cousin says you both promised to join. You're not backing out, are you? Gao Jun and I said no, at exactly the same time. Then we looked at each other, and both of us understood the same thing in the same second. In 3 days, he moves. I went and found Ma Shuya, and I asked her 2 questions, in this order. Is there a doctor in this church? And does he have family in this building? Dr. Luo was 43, and before all this, he had run the surgical department at the best hospital in Rong City. His wife had been in his year at university and taught at the college. He had never in his life been accused of anything. And in the apocalypse, he was nobody, because a church that cures everything with 1 drop of medicine does not need a surgeon. I offered him 30 liters of gasoline. He came with his wife, and he looked at an empty classroom with a basin of tools in it, and he said, Mr. Chen, this is not possible. This happens in films. I refuse. I looked at Steel Bear, and Steel Bear picked the man's wife up the way an eagle picks up a chicken. Dr. Luo, I said, please don't be nervous. I have no prejudice against any profession, only against people's characters. Do the job properly, and you both walk out of here with the fuel. I am not going to describe what followed. I will give you the frame of it, and you can leave the rest alone. 2 desks pushed together, a wooden pen handle between my teeth, which I chewed into splinters, no anesthetic, because there was none in that district, and I had asked, a fruit knife, and an oddity machete hanging in the air over the surgeon's head from a willow branch, at the height of his neck, for the entire procedure. 5 hours. Ma Shuya assisted and wiped his forehead and then went and was sick in a corridor and came back and kept going. Steel Bear, who has personally torn a man's arms off, had to go and look out of a window. At the end of it, Dr. Luo could not stand up unaided, and he looked at me the way you look at a thing in a jar. That, he said, is not a person. He got his gasoline. He walked out. He never spoke to me again if he could avoid it, and about 10 weeks later he saved my captain's life, which is a thing I think about. The purified tears closed the wound in under 2 days. Then I put everybody out of the room and spent several hours doing something considerably more dangerous than the surgery, which was learning the frequency of the thing that was now living in my head. And at the end of it, where a blind white pupil had been, there was an eye the color of arterial blood, and it was sharper than my real one. Ma Shuya looked at it once. An ordinary person, she told me, would go down, so I went back to wearing sunglasses. Jing Jing looked up from the roof. You? Style, I said. Don't act like you've never seen sunglasses. The day after that, I looked at a packet of tissues, and it caught fire. The same technique the eye had used on death, at about 1/100th of the strength, and my new eye bled steadily for 10 minutes afterward. I sat on that roof, laughing like an idiot in a blizzard with blood running down one side of my face. The school, meanwhile, was preparing to celebrate the Lunar New Year. There would be food, and there would be drink, and everybody was delighted. Outside the fence, the strange things now stood in daylight, and the corridors from the 1st to the 5th floor were so full of stacked junk that you could not see out of most windows, and people simply stopped looking. Human beings are unbelievably adaptable. It is our best feature, and it will be the last thing we are famous for. Shui Nan was the only person in that building who liked to look at them. He'd stand at a gap in the boards and watch, which is where Kim Ha-un found him, and put a black notebook into his hands with dark red stains on the cover. Give this to Mr. Chu and Mr. Chen. Please, please remember. A man behind him made the mistake of suggesting that Shui Nan should talk those 2 into joining the church. Shui Nan put him on the floor and stood on his head. Who are you to say their names? If it weren't for those 2, you'd have died in a desert. And afterward, people said quietly, in corridors, that Shui Nan was copying Wang Ming. They were right, and he was doing it deliberately, and he had a reason. He was building somebody frightening, on purpose, so that when he found his sister, there would be something between her and the world. He was hoarding chocolate for her, and milk candies, and a white down coat, because his sister has pale skin, and white would suit her. The notebook started on the 17th of October, and the first line of it was, Zhu Qing is dead. They had run to this school, the writer, and about 40 others. There had been an octopus with 8 faces hanging over the courtyard. and a man named Guo Qiang had pushed a girl called Liu Yan under a tentacle so that it would take her instead of him. She had turned him down a week earlier, 20th of October, people disappearing by the classroom. 21st, a white woman outside and people running with her on all fours. 22nd, one line sideways in the margin. Liu Yan has an older brother. He's a big internet star. Shame there's no signal. I'd have liked to see what he looks like. 23rd of October, and this is Guo Qiang's biography, as written by a man who was terrified of him. Only student in his county to get into a top university, founded an internet company, was worth hundreds of millions of yuan. His partner took the company off him in one night with paperwork. He lost everything. He went and delivered parcels and got buried in complaints and bad reviews and was let go. He sold things off a folding table. He worked a building site. He told me tonight he is grateful for the apocalypse. He said now everybody's equal. The official and the millionaire have exactly one life each, same as me. He's taken a new name. He's calling himself W.U. Jianshan. He says it means he has finally seen a real mountain. Then he asked me, do you know what a God-worshipping sequence is? 25th of October. He brought her body back. He has put her in the next classroom and he has found candles and incense somewhere and he bows to her 3 times, 9 times over, 3 times a day. He is worshipping a corpse as a god. 26th. The wound on Liu Yan's body has closed. And why does she look more beautiful than she did alive? 27th. The Church of Death is founded. 10 people left, all 10 join. He has drawn markings all over the floor of the assembly hall that nobody can read. He calls himself a blind walker of the first step. Old Zhao interrupted his reading this morning. He beat him and he did not stop. He is so strong. I had no idea. 28th. A dying man is given red medicine and gets up and walks. 29th of October, and the handwriting changes completely. I saw Wu Jianshan feeding Shui Qing. He is bringing back pieces of the things he kills outside and he is putting them in her mouth. And while she was eating, she started to cry blood. The same color as the medicine. I did not make a mistake. The ceremony is tomorrow. I have to run, but there is so much snow outside. There are no more entries. I read the last page twice, and then I went and was sick against a wall. Death is Suinan's sister. He has walked past her 11 times. He did not recognize her, because she is 3 meters tall, and she has not been a person for 4 months. And she cries blood because she was a girl, and what that man puts in her mouth is not food. Gao Jun had gone gray, and I know exactly why, because Gao Jun had put 3 vials of that in Uncle A Ping's hand. Then he looked at me being sick and said, "What are you being delicate about? Did you never eat vegetables grown on night soil as a kid?" I did not. And he looked at the floor and did not say anything else. There was a letter folded into the back of that notebook. 7th of November. From another convoy entirely. 30-odd people, with a Pathfinder captain of their own. Guo Longfei turns out to be our captain's older brother, our deputy's uncle, and our quartermaster's father. This is not possible. I am at a loss. Gao Jun and I both went cold. There are 5 of us. All 5 of us are his family. And then both of our heads split open at once, and another face came up out of my memory, a completely different face, and then Guo Longfei's face slid over the top of it like a lid. Gao Jun, fighting it, took a pen and wrote on a piece of paper, "Do not trust Wu Jianshan. He is a fake." And then 30 seconds later, he sat there and looked at his own handwriting without any idea what it meant. So we stopped, and instead of asking who he is, which the ability defends absolutely, we started asking what he does, which it does not defend at all, and it came apart in about 4 minutes. Intimate relationship runs on the importance of the relationship. That is the fuel. If you genuinely do not care about the person in front of you, it has nothing to burn. Guo Longfei had never in his life met a man as stubborn as me, and it is the only time being like this has ever been an advantage. The letter also said their convoy had watched death disable 4 strange entities with one look from her star-filled eyes, and that every human being that look touched went down weeping with guilt. That's his ability, I said. The one he used on the eye. He didn't learn that. He took it off her. And Gao Jun, who has read more about sequences than anybody left alive, said, "Have you ever watched Guo Longfei eat?" I thought about it. Like a man chewing candle wax. Every meal. Every time. He gave her his sense of taste, Gao Jun said, in exchange. And there it is. A god worshipper grows a god, and then piece by piece he trades things away to it and takes abilities back until there is no difference between him and the thing he is worshipping. The stronger the god, the stronger the man. Worshipping his god is worshipping the version of himself that he intends to become. Then Gao Jun did the arithmetic on the ceremonies. The first one, at the founding. Under 10 people. Sequence 1 to sequence 2. The second one, 30-odd. Sequence 2 to sequence 3. The third one is the day after tomorrow, and there are more than 200 of us in this building. That is sequence 4. And the ritual only works on members of the church. That is why he has been so patient with a man who steals his tires. Why didn't the radio catch any of this? I said. And Gao Jun gave me the best answer of his life. Have you ever met a man who stands alone in a room narrating his own plans out loud, and he cannot brief his subordinates because his subordinates are the plan? Do you make conversation with the offerings at your ancestor's grave? And then the door came in. Coco and Jingjing, with 11 acolytes behind them, looking at us the way you look at the people who killed your family. Guo Longfei had told them we were plotting a coup. He had told Coco specifically to kill us. She had not been able to do it. That is the only reason there is any more of this story. Now the tactical position. I could not beat Coco on my own. Gao Jun could not fight at all. There were 11 of them, so I switched sides. I stood up, walked across the classroom, took my place beside Jingjing, drew the machete, and pointed it at Gao Jun. Captain Gao, don't blame a brother for disloyalty. What you are doing is morally bankrupt. Gao Jun's mouth opened. We are all alive because of the care of my brother Old Guo. He is your captain. He is my brother. He is Sun Huanzhuan's uncle. He is Steel Bear's second uncle. He is Uncle He to Jingjing. Cece, Jingjing, thank God you came. He nearly had me fooled. I have been on your side the entire time. I hereby declare, Gao Jun has been fabricating evidence in order to overthrow the Church of Death, found his own Church of Fairness, and make himself Archbishop. I am a witness. The notebook and the letter are in his hands. That is the evidence. I had put both of them in his hands 90 seconds earlier, and he had not noticed. Coco said nothing. Jingjing said nothing. 11 acolytes had absolutely no idea what was happening. And Gao Jun looked at me and said, with genuine wonder, Chen Ye, is there any part of you left? On the way out, I looked down into the courtyard. There was a body hanging in the tree, with snow collecting on the shoulders, and people were pointing at it from the second-floor gallery. Kim Ha-eun, who had asked 3 separate people to take her with them when they left. Tomorrow was the new year. Tomorrow was the ceremony. And I walked down that corridor thinking, but wouldn't it be boring to do it on his schedule? Guo Longfei invited us up for tea that evening. Good tea, too. Gao Jun held the cup with both hands and looked, for about 4 seconds, like a man on holiday. You've read the notebook and the letter. He put the notebook on the table between us. I've been looking for that for months. I never imagined Kim Ha-eun had it. Incidentally, I killed her. He poured. When she arrived here, men wanted to take her. I protected her. I fed her. 90% of the people in this building would be dead without me. Some people simply do not know how to be grateful. He looked at me. Wang Ming, tell me honestly, was I wrong? Every man for himself, I said. In your position, I'd have done the same. He nodded, genuinely pleased, and then he told us the rest of it without being asked, the way people do when they have been carrying something alone for a long time. An early god worshipper is nothing. No god, no power, slightly stronger than a normal man. I tried everything, and then I went to Liu Yan. When I learned that a god requires offerings, I suffered over it. I am not a serial killer, but people change. And understand this. Without the offerings, those things outside would have come through that gate in the first week and taken every single person in this school. So yes, I made the offerings, and after the first one, I went from the first step to the second. He turned the cup around. Look at my eyes. These used to be hers. The mask of mercy. Neither the 8-limbed face nor the blood eye can stand in front of it. I traded her my sense of taste for it. Gao Jun went very still. The stronger I become, the closer I am to being a god myself and never having to kneel to anything again. Enough offerings, and it is the 4th step, then the 5th, then the 9th. And on that day, I will clean out this city and give people back their homes. So a certain number of ordinary people die. Which great man in history did not stand on bones? One general's success sits on 10,000 soldiers. Name me a civilization that cost nothing. He put the cup down and his voice went up for the first and only time. I have done nothing wrong. Then quietly and directly to me. You're the same as me, Wang Ming. You'll understand. You're both intelligent. Think about the bigger picture. And here is what I thought, and it is the only philosophy I have. Children divide the world into right and wrong. Adults divide it into profitable and unprofitable. I'm not going to tell you whether that man was right. He was wrong about exactly one thing. He thought I was in the bigger picture. When somebody tells you to think about the bigger picture, it is because you are not in it. Then he gave us gifts. A box of tea, which Gao Jun identified by looking at it and then narrowed his eyes at, and 5 cartons of cigarettes. Cigarettes stopped being a habit for me some months ago. Cigarettes are ammunition. I lit up on the spot and beamed at him. Your Excellency, I look forward to serving under you. He actually blinked. You, just like that? If you can't beat them, join them. Both of us became vice bishops that night, and Gao Jun had the face of a man who has eaten something he cannot name. Down in the courtyard, Kim Ha-eun was still in the tree, and the snow had built up on her shoulders like the little weather doll you hang at a window. Neither of us believed one word of it. Once he reaches sequence 4, I will not even understand what killed me. That night, 4 separate acolytes shone a torch into our window to check on us. On the 4th pass, Gao Jun and I were both standing next to the window watching them do it, and both of our beds had rolled blankets in them. We looked at each other and said nothing because we understood each other perfectly. You have your business, I have mine. I went out down a staircase made of smoke. He went out of a window on a rope to where Xiao Zhao, Xuenan, and Ma Shuya were waiting, and somewhere in that same hour, a figure in a black hooded robe walked out to the school gate and spoke into the dark, where dozens of pairs of eyes were burning. Tomorrow is the Lunar New Year. Wu Jianshan will perform a sacrifice. Do you understand what that means? And then that figure walked back inside. The snow woman was 2 meters from it. The 8-limbed face was directly overhead. A wolf's head came down and stopped 10 centimeters from the hood and said, out loud, that live humans smell delicious. Nobody touched it. The 4th step? Something said afterward, in the dark. So what? Don't be a fool. Guo Longfei has already fed that woman a pathfinder. She carries 5 sequences now. If she eats this lot too, we are finished. Then we go tonight. Who was that, anyway? Why would he tell us? I don't know. People are complicated. And one of them said thoughtfully, that aura was familiar. I have never told anybody which of us it was. I poured every last drop of every vial I had into one bottle, spent my entire point balance down to 0 on the deepest purification the system would sell me, and drank it. And the wall between sequence 1 and sequence 2 creaked. When I got back, Gao Jun was already there. We handed each other things at the same time. His was a cloth bag of small stones, and burning on the side of the bag were 2 characters that spelled Chen Ye. Drop those behind you as you go. I can feel them. We split up, separately. We'll see who's still standing. And then he said the only sentimental thing that man ever said to me. And remember, until I find you, don't you dare die. I looked up, and over Steel Bear's head, glowing, was Iron Lion. He had marked all of us, weeks ago, without asking. And then we both turned toward the gate at the same instant, because something with a rotting leg had just stepped over the threshold and left a very deep print in the snow. The blood moon went behind cloud, and for the first time in 6 weeks it stopped snowing, and the entire city stood up. They came out of the residential blocks and the hotels and the government offices in human shapes and animal shapes and shapes that were neither, and if you had been looking down from above, the school would have looked like a piece of fruit with the skin coming off. Gao Jun went white in a way I had not seen before. Ming Zi, this time I think we've... He turned around. I was already gone. Furious Bear shouted, Captain, don't be afraid. Even if I die, I'll die before you, which is not comfort. And then he screamed, grandchildren, Grandpa's home, went through a wall, took the balcony railing with him, and jumped off the 4th floor into a crater of his own making. Gao Jun stood alone on a freezing balcony and said, you said you'd protect me. I, meanwhile, was sitting in a corner of the courtyard, doing nothing whatsoever. Because that afternoon, on an empty stomach, with a body full of purified tears, I had gone up. Apostle of Smoke, Sequence 2, Mist Master. Ability 1, Absolute Aura Shield. Before, smoke hid me from eyes. Now, inside my smoke, everything switches off. Sight, hearing, smell, presence. The concept of me is not available in there. There is one flaw, and it is a big one. The zone does not travel with me. If I move, I leave it. So I sat in a corner, and a crawler went past me at 1 meter and never turned its head. The 3rd floor caught fire. Coco was standing on the railing in a white down jacket with bare legs, and a dragon made of flame was going around the outside of that building, burning crawlers off the brickwork, and everybody who saw it had stars in their eyes. Meanwhile, the strongest man in the convoy was hiding behind a bike shed. Then the snow woman walked into my courtyard, ankle-length hair, moving without wind. Every crawler she passed pressed itself flat to the ground. She stopped 3 meters from me. Cold sweat ran down my wrist onto the willow branch. She was looking at the 3rd floor. Then she pointed one finger, and a wave of crawlers went up the wall at Coco. She pointed again, and Steel Bear went under a hill of bodies and came out of it at 4 meters with both arms folded into axes. Jing Jing crossed that courtyard on the heads of crawlers and came down on the snow woman from above. The blizzard around that woman ate the kick. Then the woman moved her hand, and Jing Jing went into a wall and left a web of cracks in it and came out of the hole coughing. Fire dragon against snow dragon. The steam blew every remaining window out of that school. Coco's sword began to ring in her hand, which is what a natural sword does when it wants you to run. Chen Ye, come out. We can't hold. Chen Ye. I was 3 meters from the snow woman, and I did not move a muscle. If 4 of you can't hold it, what exactly am I supposed to add? Go and call Guo Longfei. The eight-limbed face, enjoying itself enormously, picked a living man off a stairwell and posted him into the old woman's mouth, and a voice from the stairwell said, "Stop calling him, he isn't coming out." Guo Longfei walked into that courtyard, and on the 5th floor, a boarded door opened. Every strange thing in that school went rigid, and even the snow woman stopped. Now, I filmed all of this, and I have watched it more times than I have watched anything else in my life, so let me give you the 4 reasons they were afraid of her. Defense. The blizzard slowed her down slightly. A wolf-headed thing tore her dress open with its claws, and what was underneath had a scratch on it. Speed, and her speed is not for dodging. A rat-headed thing landed a good hit and was pleased about it, and 1 second later its head was in her hand, and it had not seen her cross the intervening ground. Strength. The wolf-headed thing tore an entire tree out of the ground, with Kim Ha-eun's body still hanging in the branches, and swung it. She caught the tree and hit it with the tree. And the scythe. You cannot kill a strange thing. They close, they regrow, they come back. Wounds from that scythe do not close. She took all 8 limbs off the 8-limbed face, and it hung there in the air like an egg with a scowl on it. She took an arm off the snow woman, and what ran out of that was white. She opened the wolf thing across both eyes, and I sat in my corner watching my own execution being rehearsed. Because if she wins, I am next on the list. So I put my hands around my mouth and did a voice. Hold on, the moment I take Wu Jianshen down, death won't last long either. I was doing an impression of the 8-limbed face. Guo Longfei's head came around instantly. Chen Ye, do you think I don't know your voice when you put it on? Come out. I put my hand over my own mouth. Damn it. I was doing the octopus. But it did not matter, because 40 pairs of eyes had already turned around and were now looking at the man in the black robe. The snow woman pointed at him, and the entire tide changed direction. Within a minute, both of them were covered in wounds, because Death had to keep abandoning finishing blows to go back and cover her owner, and you cannot fight 40 things while babysitting. And Guo Longfei, in the middle of it, was thinking one thing, and he said it out loud, which is how I know. Why? I am his closest person. Sun Huan is defending me with her life. Jing Jing, Steel Bear. Why is Chen Ye like this? And then he saw me running for my truck. Cici, Ding Dong, stop him. Everyone in this school may live tonight except Chen Ye. Across the courtyard, Gao Jun was shouting his own people into his SUV, Ma Shuya, Shuinan, Xiaojiao. Captain, what about Wang Ming? If you die, he won't. Get in the car. Coco hesitated. Jing Jing did not. She came across that courtyard in one movement and landed in the gateway and set her feet, fists at her hips, face completely calm. I want to give you my exact reasoning because it is not pretty and it is accurate. She and I had the shallowest relationship of anybody in that convoy. We took a demon down together once. We had gone entire days without speaking, and Guo Longfei was, to her, the man who taught a beaten-down little girl to fight in a courtyard for 2 years. Good, I thought. This is easier. There's nothing here to feel bad about. I put the accelerator through the floor. She breathed out and hit the truck. Both of us lost. She went off that gateway like a shell and landed in the middle of the crowd outside, and they were on her instantly. And my oddity pickup, ranked 2,899 in the world, stalled with black smoke coming out from under the hood. Coco came past me at a dead run to go and get her, and as she went by, she looked at me. I have been looked at by a lot of things in the last year. That is the one I remember. She was 18. In a normal world, 18 is still somebody's kid. Then Guo Longfei raised both arms and hissed, "Death God, descend!" And the woman in red changed. The mist thickened into a gown with a train on it that moved like fire. The scythe lit, and around her, under everything, you could hear a very large number of people crying. The 8-limbed face, already reduced to an egg with faces on it, came apart into pieces and then into dust, and one tentacle was left on the snow, twitching. Oddity material. The snow woman ran and got about a meter, and her head went across the courtyard in a slow arc with all that white hair trailing behind it, and her body came apart and left a crystal on the ground. The wolf-headed thing left a single tooth glowing red. Everything else in that city broke and ran the way rats leave a room. I got the truck started and went, and in the mirror, I saw her. Directly behind the tailgate. Scythe up. So I breathed out, and out of the smoke coming off my own tires, I built her. 3 meters of death made of smoke. And the real one and mine made exactly the same movement at exactly the same time, and there was a noise like 2 church bells being hit together, and my copy went backward and came apart. And I thought, in the middle of all that, I traded a blow with a fully descended death. I am inside the range now. I can copy her. And then a red blade came down through the roof of my cab and pinned me to the seat. The pickup thrashed like a bull with a spear in it and threw a chain of shadow up at the roof, and she took it off with one hand without looking. Everybody saw it. The blade in my chest, the shirt going dark. Gao Jun, in the doorway of his SUV, stopped being able to move. I always thought, he told me later, that if one of us reached the end, it would be you, and you went first. Ma Shuya went down on her knees in the snow. Xuenan made a noise. Jing, with a broken arm, held up by Coco, said, I didn't want him dead. We were standing on different sides. And Guo Longfei smiled for the first time all night. Nobody betrays me, and lives. And then he thought, why is my neck cold? His view went up and over in a long, smooth arc, and while it was traveling, he saw a very familiar face holding a fistful of his own hair. Mine. And as the world turned, he saw the man in the pickup come apart into thin ropes of smoke. No body, no blood, nothing in that seat at all. The last thing he ever saw was his god abandoning a killing stroke to save him, and then stopping halfway, with her eyes rolling behind the lids like a machine that has caught something. 3 days 1 key, returning smoke. Second ability of the Mistmaster, and I want to be very precise because everybody gets this wrong. It is not a decoy. That was me. I was in that seat. I was killed. The ability only fires afterward. The body becomes smoke, and I am returned to the position and the condition I was in 1 minute earlier. 1 minute earlier, I had been sitting in a dark corner of that courtyard, and Guo Longfei had been standing 4 meters away from that corner, and my absolute aura shield was still up in it, which is why not even a god heard me stand. 3 days. That is how long it takes to store one breath of it. The two abilities together are what killed him, and I had owned both of them for less than 11 hours. Death stopped between me and the truck and put both hands on her head and screamed, and it was not the scream of a monster. It was worse than that, and when he died, his ability died. Gao Jun told me it felt like a lock turning. He remembered a completely different face and a completely different man and realized he had never met Guo Longfei in his life. Coco, Steelbear, and Jing came out of it in the same second. Jing went scarlet and said, what a horrifying ability, which was as close as she ever came to apologizing for putting her fist through my engine block. Scatter, Gao Jun shouted. Take the markers, survive however you can. I will find you. On the way out of the gate, I sent the willow branch down and picked a twitching tentacle up off the snow. The school came apart behind us. Some people knelt down and prayed until something took them. Some people who could not get onto the bus stood in front of it and looked through the windscreen at the people who were already on it, and the meaning was, you wouldn't let me on, so nobody leaves. And the man driving did not lift off. Some people simply sat down in the snow to wait. Everybody chooses their own way out at the end, and I have stopped judging any of it. He Lao-sen did not make it to a vehicle. Boss Lin drove away in the bus that He Lao-sen had started with his own hands, with He Lao-sen's curses following him out of the gate. There were 7 or 8 acolytes in the back of my truck, and at the gate one of them went off the tailgate and rolled and got up screaming at me to stop and help him. I did not stop, and a considerable number of things stopped for him, and because of that, the tail behind us got shorter. Furious Bear punched a lane open all the way to the road, and at the corner he turned around and looked back at the school, where about 100 people were still standing in the courtyard. I saw his face in my mirror. He wanted to go back. He genuinely wanted to go back. He could not. Here is what I believe, and I have never softened it for anybody. I have watched this too many times now. This is the apocalypse. Everybody lives for himself. There are no saviors. Do I regret it? If Guo Longfei had not died in that courtyard, not one person leaves that school tonight, and that includes me. I do not think I did the wrong thing. He did not think he did the wrong thing either. Sacrifice some people, gain the power, free the human race. He believed that all the way down. The difference is that some of us look at that and say, if I'm not in it, what do I care whether the human race gets freed? I will not kill people for points. That is a line, and it has never moved. But one day I will have enough points and enough power, and on that day I am going to buy sequence injections by the crate, one for every living person, and go through those things one at a time and put the world back the way it was. Not yet. Because the day it gets out that I can manufacture sequence injections, there is not one person alive who will not come for me. Not Ma Shuya. Not Xuenan. Not even Gao Jun. And I do not hate Jing. She had her reasons, and I had mine. There was no right and wrong in that gateway. There were 2 sets of interests. I dropped marked stones out of the window the whole way out of that city. Of the 8 in my truck bed, 1 was still there at dawn. I woke him with my boot. You want to live? Prove you're useful. Do I drop you here, or are you going to cook? I'll cook. Somewhere around then, I found the supplies. Rice, oil, salt, dried meat, tucked into the spaces under my back seat. Gao Jun had been quietly distributing food into every vehicle in that convoy on all those nights he had told me he was going out to meditate. Never again, I decided, will I say to that man, what use are you? I lasted 11 days. The tentacle cost 3,000 points to identify, and expensive means valuable. Tentacle of the 8-limbed human face, powerful vitality, retains a portion of the original abilities, capable of producing an oddity within the top 1,000. Remember, the higher the rank of an oddity, the more unbearable the price. Note: if integrated into the Doomsday pickup, the vehicle will enter the top 1,000 and will most likely become the monster pickup, avoiding all side effects entirely. Why no side effects? Because you are Chen Ye. 200,000 points. I had 43,000. I also noticed my knife had slipped. Blood Vengeance Woodcutter's knife had gone from 4,880 to 4,903. I had not gotten weaker. The world had gotten new toys. I put the Skinner's scalp and the knife together. 30,000 points. 86 hours. That left 10,000, and my truck still had no air conditioning, and I want that in the record. The next afternoon, a goat came out of the tree line, an ordinary black goat, glossy coat, short tail flicking, walking on its hind legs. Badly, like something that had learned last week. There was a man in my truck bed called Mr. Liu, which was the only name he had left, because before all this, he had been sufficiently important that everyone called him that, and he had honestly forgotten what his mother named him. He got out and ran toward my smoke, shouting for me to save him, and he went down in the grass. The goat leaned over him. He could see his own face in the rectangular pupil. He felt how cold a goat's nose is. And then it ate, the way a goat eats grass, without hurry, and I sat in the cab and watched through glass and smoke like a man watching traffic. And then the goat came into my smoke. For 9 minutes it walked around inside my absolute aura shield, sniffing, flicking its ears, twice passing within a meter of my front wheel, while I very slowly rolled a 6.5-meter truck backwards, using nothing but the handbrake and my nerve. The shield kills sound and scent and presence. It does not make you invisible. It gave up. It went back to what was left of Mr. Liu and spent an hour finishing it, including the coat, and then licked the ground, and then ate the grass the ground had been under. Then it left. Then 2 more of them came and stood in my smoke for half an hour. That, I wrote in my head, is what the world looks like without a pathfinder. When I finally moved off, I collected my own marked stones with a hand made of smoke so that Gao Jun would not come here. I also discovered that my blood eye sees perfectly in total darkness. The other one gets about 3 meters. That night behind the truck somebody called my name. It sounded almost exactly like Gao Jun. Then it sounded almost exactly like Sun Huan Huan. Chen Ye, wait, I didn't get on. I'm so tired. I've finally found you. Open the door, and there were footsteps in the snow, keeping pace, at 80 kilometers an hour. I did not turn my head and I did not change speed. The voice got hurt. You're so cold. Have you forgotten what we've been through? It's cold out here. There's nobody to talk to. I'll do anything you want. Just stop. Then it stopped. 2 kilometers later, there was a little girl under a tree, 4 years old, in rags, sobbing. Uncle, I'm lost. I can't find my mama. Please take me to my mama. Her tears caught the moon and they were red. Something in me actually moved, and I want that on the record too, because it was the only time all night. I did not slow down. After that, a woman in a tight dress asked very politely if I could take her as far as the next village, and I heard her hand touch my door handle at 100 kilometers an hour, and then, for reasons I have never worked out, she let go. Then old men, then children, then faces I knew. And here's the rule I built out of that night, and it has kept me alive since. Some strange things can only act when a condition is met. The paper child needed candy. These needed something from me, and I never learned what, and I intend never to learn, so I changed nothing. Not my speed, not my route, not my breathing. By 20 to 6 in the morning, I could lay smoke out for several hundred meters on one exhale, and I put down a field of it and slept. Breakfast was an expired cola with about 2 days left on it, an expired sausage, and a chocolate bar. A year ago, I would have thrown all 3 away. That morning it was hard currency, and I ate it slowly. The snow had gone. It was warm. And for the first time in weeks, there was a sun, seen through haze. I was woken by knuckles on the glass. There was a face at my window with the eyes pointing in slightly different directions. Gao Jun had found my stones, walked into an absolute aura shield with a rope tied around his waist, gone completely blind and deaf inside it, and worked his way along the rope by touch until he hit a truck. I knew you'd find me, you sly old animal. I knew you wouldn't die. He had Uncle A Ping and Xiao Zhao, that was all. Steel Bear is tough. Sun Huan Huan is clever. Jing Jing is with her. I'm not worried about them, I said. I'm worried about Steel Bear. He's stupid. And then the fog started. First a desert, I said. Then a snowfield. Now this. Does this apocalypse ever just do weather? Would normal weather be an apocalypse? Anyway, you're the mist master. Go on. Control it. I tried for 10 minutes. It does not work. My smoke is power. Fog is weather. They are not related, and I resent it. Steel Bear was over 100 kilometers away and not moving, which meant he had not dropped a tail, which meant something was still following him. and the fast way to him went straight through a place called Great Mist City. Through. As in, through? Around is a week. In a week, are you confident you'll find Steelbear alive? Then Gao Jun gave me his notebook. He had been writing in it since the beginning. Every strange thing we had met. The white-clothed scissor woman, the binding grievance willow, the god worshipper, dates, behaviors, what worked and what did not. It is the first and only research on the strange I have ever held in my hands. Civilization went down before it had time to open a file. His laws, with 3 of them crossed out and rewritten. 1. The strange is indescribable, unfathomable, unclassifiable, and has no definition. If you believe you have enough experience with the strange, you are close to death. Experience does not transfer here. 2. The strange and humanity cannot coexist. One of the 2 is going to finish. 3. Only a sequence can handle the strange. 4. The more people in one place, the stronger the pull. A person is a spark, a crowd is a bonfire, and they come to bonfires from a long way off. 5. The longer you stay still, the stronger the pull, which is why the human race now lives in vehicles. And his classification, which was 2 categories long. Ordinary strange things, and rule strange things. The paper child who has to be given candy, the voices that ask for a lift. Those are rarer, stronger, and considerably worse, and in his entire notebook there is not one recorded instance of a transcendent defeating one. I read that book cover to cover twice and thought, any convoy on this continent would give me anything I asked for this. I did not sell it. I want credit for that. Great Mist City was not a resort. It was bigger than Wrong City and had more people actually living in it. It got its nickname because of the year-round haze and a decade of jokes on the internet about the air quality, and by the end, nobody could remember what it was really called. A river of fog runs through it, dividing the old city from the new. The fog got thicker, and it smelled of rust and acid, and it went through 3 layers of mask. Xiao Zhao started coughing about 6 kilometers in and did not stop. I had my mask on inside 2 seconds, and I moved myself as far from him as the cab allowed, and Gao Jun watched me do it and thought quite correctly, Uncle A Ping will not last. Then Xiao Zhao, then I will be alone. The billboard said, "Welcome to Great Mist City," and then Gao Jun said something that made the hair stand up on my arms. From 40 kilometers out, I could feel something enormous in this city. Now that we're inside it, it's almost gone. Almost gone how? There's a trace, that's all. He checked for 3 full minutes. Drive. I drove at about 15 kilometers an hour, and he lost his temper. Are you out for a stroll? You're so clever. You drive in front. And out of the fog, very quietly, on the left. Help. Please, help me. I did not slow down, because only an idiot slows down. It's not a strange thing, Gao Jun said, and he was sitting bolt upright. There's no aura on it. Mingzi, those are people. There are living people in this city. Living people in a city like this is already abnormal. Sharpening the axe does not delay the wood cutting. If there are people here, they can tell us the fast way out. Fine, I thought. Extra tails are always useful. The sign said, Amin Hair Salon. The glass door had been broken in from the outside and the lock was still fastened. Upstairs. Hello? Who's there? I'm on the 2nd floor. Help me. I'll make it worth your while. I looked at the captain. He nodded. There was a man of about 40 on the 2nd floor in a mask with both legs broken. Are you a person or a ghost? Bit late to ask, I said, and a hand of smoke carried him down the stairs. He was from a group living in a mini-market on Renmin Street. There are 17 of us. 17 living in a city. We had crossed 4 provinces and not found one. The deal was simple. We take him home, and they give us somebody who knows the fast road out. A girl of about 20 opened the shutter. Xiaohua. Her first expression, before she had control of her face, lasted about 1/10 of a second, and it was not fear. It was appetite. Then she heard the word transcendent and became frightened at exactly the right speed and to exactly the right degree. 2 young men came out behind her with dyed hair, one red and one blue. Oh, new stock. And Xiaohua's voice went flat and killed that sentence in the air. On my way back to the truck, I noticed the dark stains on the pavement outside the 2 neighboring shops, the kind that go black and stay. Come inside and sit, Xiaohua said. 20 minutes. And I want to tell you what went through my head, word for word, because I have shouted it at a screen 100 times in my life. I have always yelled at the characters in these films. You idiots, it is obviously wrong in there. Why would you go in? And here I was. I cut Gao Jun off mid-sentence and said the girl rides with us. And the shutter came up, and about 15 people came out from under it with pipes and fire axes and kitchen knives, and 4 or 5 guns. That is the first firearm I had seen in the hands of a civilian in this entire story, and in our country that is not a small thing. I came apart into green smoke and reassembled 8 meters back. Smoke transformation. Third ability of the Mistmaster, and I had been sitting on it. Gao Jun, already behind the SUV. You snake, you had another one. And the red-haired one shouted the thing that ended the conversation. Don't be scared. They're just transcendents. We've done this before. Look at their vehicles. Look at the load on that truck. We take these two, and we eat all winter. Then I used the Blood Eye. Ability 1, Ignition. He caught fire while he was still running, all by himself, and went into the fog making a noise, and the crowd came apart. Ability 2, Abyssal Control. Anybody who has met my left eye carries a seed, and I can move them. So I made a boy with a shotgun turn around and pull the trigger on his own line. The gun was empty. I want to be clear that this is the single most humiliating moment of my life, because Gao Jun saw it, and with that man's mouth, it was around the entire convoy inside 2 days. Your gun isn't even loaded? The second one I took had a kitchen knife, and it worked exactly as advertised, and afterward he stood there screaming that it was not him, that he could not control his own arms. Xiaohua said, "You're a devil." "No," I said. "The devil is you." Gao Jun walked over and patted my shoulder in the tone of a man delivering an appraisal. "Good work. A little coarse in places. Note it for next time." "You were behind a car." Then we asked them about the fog. "It's poison. There's no cure. Once you start coughing, that's the end of it. The mask only works if you get it on before the first cough," which was Xiao Zhao's death sentence, delivered by a stranger, in about 9 words. Xiaohua tried to lie to us about the rest. So I turned her own right hand around and brought a knife up under her own jaw, while her left hand fought it as hard as it could, and there was 1 bead of blood on her throat before she started talking. A boy of about 14 ran at me to save Sister Hua and got caught by the man with the kitchen knife, who was crying by then and could not stop apologizing to a corpse. Gao Jun went into that mini-market and came out with a face I had not seen on him. Every one of them deserves to die. I have been out here since the beginning. I have never seen anything like what is in that back room. Mingzi, stop. Don't tell me. I feel sick already. Don't put it in my head as well. Leave too, I said. We need guides. Out of the smoke came 4 things with scythes, and there were 3 or 4 movements, and that was all of it. 15 people. Not one of them got past the end of that street. We took 3. Uncle Zheng with the broken legs, the boy, Xiao Yan, and Xiaohua in my passenger seat, sobbing that she had never hurt anybody in her life. I don't believe you. She started to wail, so I laid the flat of the machete against her neck, and the wailing stopped. And then, out of nowhere, she said, "Did you two come down off the divine elephant?" "The what?" "An elephant," she said, "hundreds of meters long with legs like the pillars of a building, and a village on its back where people live the way they lived before, with no strange things in it at all. It wanders. Nobody knows where it is. And people say it has been somewhere near Great Mist City this year. Everybody asks about it, and in 8 months she had never once met a person who had ever met a person who had actually gotten up onto it. Maybe," she said, "the ones who get up there just don't want to come down." And that lined up exactly with what a dead slave trader had told me over a cauldron in a desert, which is how you know a rumor is real. Their transcendent had been called Yu Kai, mechanic sequence, a real one, unlike me. He took ordinary firearms and rebuilt them into things that could actually hurt the strange, which is why there were guns in that street and why 2 of them could not be fired by ordinary people at all, because even a low-ranked oddity will not answer to somebody who has not earned it. He personally saved at least a dozen of the people who were standing in that street holding pipes, and when the food ran short, he proposed that everybody go down to 1 meal a day, and 2 young men with dyed hair got a crowd worked up, and they went into his room, and they did not stop. Not one of the people he had saved stood in the doorway. And after that, Xiaohua said, and then didn't finish it. They took his weapons, they took his supplies, and they found that a mini-market on a main road is an excellent place to be if you want to call for help in a fog and see who comes. I made a private note that the 2 rebuilt guns were currently in the boot of Gao Jun's SUV, and that I would need to get to them before the old fox thought about it. And then Xiaohua told me the actual reason there were only 3 of them left out of 100 and something. Everybody who dies in this city becomes a fog slave, and they come back, and they take the next one into the fog so that it can be a fog slave too. She looked out of the windscreen into all that gray. Even if you hadn't come, she said, we'd have all been slaves by the end of the month anyway. Except that was still a lie, and I caught it in about 4 seconds. 100 people meet a strange thing, I said. Survivors, 0, not 17. You are leaving something out. If you're going to lie to a transcendent, check your acting first. She started again, and I let the eye do the work, and her own right hand came up and put a knife against her own throat while her left hand fought it with everything she had. and there was one bead of blood on that blade, which activated a taboo I had entirely forgotten about. The seat began to eat her. Her back and her legs went into the upholstery like something going into water, unhurried, and she could not make a sound, and all she could do was look at me. I waved a hand and it stopped and let her go. For anybody else in the world, a taboo that has already triggered cannot be called off. I am Wang Ming. And then she told me the actual thing. The fog slaves appear for exactly 3 minutes, then they go. That's how we lived. Why 3? I don't know. Nobody knows. 3 minutes, every time. Gao Jun came on the radio, and he sounded ill. That's a rule, Strange. At our level, a rule is unbeatable. All 5 of us together could not do anything about that. And I did the arithmetic that had been sitting at the back of my head for weeks. The only strange thing our team has ever actually killed was a scorpion in a desert, in daylight, with its power suppressed, at the cost of an arm and most of my sanity. Not the 8-limbed face, not the blood eye. Neither of those died to us. I put Xiaohua in the truck bed and moved the man with the broken legs into the passenger seat instead, because he was the one who knew the roads. We drove for over 10 hours and stopped once, for 5 minutes, so that Gao Jun could boil water for 2 men who were dying in his back seat. Twice I tried to drift over to his boot to get at the rebuilt guns, and twice he happened to be standing exactly there. At the approach to the bridge over the Fog River, he stopped his vehicle. Bad news. There's something under the bridge. How big? I don't know. Big. Then we wait. We can't. There's something behind us. We went onto that bridge at walking speed with the headlights doing nothing at all. Halfway across, Gao Jun put his hand out of his window flat, which means silence, and then pointed down. And I heard it. Not water moving. Something the size of a building moving through water. Every hair on my body went up from my ankles to my scalp. Next to me, the man with the broken legs started to shake, and his teeth started going, and I could hear them. So I opened his door with a hand of smoke, lifted him out, and set him down in the middle of the bridge. He left a stain on my seat. Then the fog above us started to boil. I killed the engine and put up the absolute aura shield, and Gao Jun dropped his concealment dome over both vehicles at once. 2 layers, and a head came down out of the sky. Out of the sky, not out of the water. It came down from above the fog, which meant it had been up there. We could not see all of it. What we could see was an eye the size of a small car and a head the size of a 3-bedroom apartment. And everything I had felt about myself since making Sequence 2 went straight out of me. Rules, sequences, abilities, my clever knife. It is all completely meaningless in front of something out of mythology, and I sat there and understood in one piece exactly how small this species is. Its presence went through my absolute shield, because my shield is a Sequence 2 shield, and pressed Gao Jun down into his own steering wheel, and I watched him put a hand into his inside pocket for something he has never shown anybody, before or since. I found out afterward what he was thinking. It was a shame about Steel Bear. I really was going to go and get him. Then the head went over both vehicles. The wave off it tore my smoke apart, and for about a second, Gao Jun was looking up through his windscreen at the underside of that thing going past. It found the man on the bridge and put him in its mouth, and he did not manage to scream until he was already inside it. Then it swept the bridge with that eye, found nothing else, and went down into the water, and the splash came over the parapet and soaked both vehicles. Nobody moved for half an hour, and in that half hour, both of them died. Uncle A Ping stopped shivering and looked at the roof of the car. Xiao Zhao's eyes went in different directions, and then their bodies were not there. They came apart into the fog like sugar in tea, and after that there was nothing on either seat. Gao Jun came on the radio in a voice I did not recognize. Mingzi, Xiao Zhao and Uncle A Ping are gone. And Xiaohua, from my truck bed, said it the way you'd read out a bus timetable. Yeah, everyone who dies here becomes a fog slave. The captain's vehicle sat still for exactly 3 minutes. Then it drove on. 2 lives, 3 minutes. That is all the apocalypse gave us for silence. And even in the middle of that, my brain noted that he had used the phrase fog slaves before anyone in his own car had told him about them, which meant he had been listening to my radio channel again. Xiaohua talked for a while after that, and she was calm, which was worse. Yu Kai gave me the last piece of bread he had. He hadn't eaten in 3 days. If the world hadn't ended, I'd have married that man. He was too kind. That's all. He was just too kind. And then she came at me with the thing she had been building up to for 4 hours. You and I are the same. You kill people to survive. I did what I did to survive. There is no difference between us. There's a difference, I said. I did it because I had to. You didn't have to. And I have a floor. It's a low one, but it exists. And what you did, I will never do. And she came apart. Who gave you the right to decide who lives? Are you a judge? A savior? I was surviving. I did nothing wrong. On what authority? I blew smoke at her, and I answered honestly, and it is the only philosophy I have ever needed. My fist is bigger than yours, that's enough. She stopped talking for the rest of the night because she had spent 4 hours building an argument in order to purchase her own life, and the argument had turned out not to be for sale. In the morning, a kilometer from where Steel Bear was standing, she and the boy jumped out of the vehicles, and I heard her shout, "Xiao Yan, run! I can't control myself." And I did not turn my head, and I did not slow down, and neither of them was behind us after that. Here is what Steel Bear had been doing for 2 weeks, and it makes me look extremely bad. He came out of wrong city with more people than anybody else. And rather than overload the bus, he ran alongside it, on foot, for days, because with his physique, he can keep pace with a bus for about 10 days without stopping. Out of the crawlers, he personally pulled 2 people back. He dug a road through 60 centimeters of snow with hands he had folded into shovels for hours, without a break, and 10 men working together did not produce a tenth of his output. He lost 4 people on the way. A girl of about 20 got into a hot spring behind an abandoned house without telling anybody, and by the time they found her, she was 80 years old, laughing in the water, calling out to them to come and get in. It's lovely. He took that entire building apart. He came back with both arms hanging off. They regrew in about 2 hours. Then a faceless thing took 3 more, and his left arm. Then a man standing under a streetlight on a country road took another 3, and Furious Bear lost half a head, keeping it to 3, and for a week after that, people cried when they looked at him. And there was one more thing. Somebody in his group was pregnant. He did not celebrate. He told me later that when he heard it, the first thing he felt was that this child had picked a very bad time, and that it would probably not get as far as being born. He also, and this matters later, had Dr. Luo and his wife on that bus, because after I took that man's wife hostage, Dr. Luo had decided that Steel Bear was a good person, which is the single most accurate character judgment anybody made all year. And the first time somebody on that bus started coughing, Dr. Luo made every single person put a mask on. That is why Steel Bear lost almost nobody to the fog, and I lost 2. I found them at 12:36 in the afternoon. A one-armed giant with half of a second head, standing with his back to a woman, and coming out of the gray at him were the fog slaves. Let me describe them properly, because nothing else in this story looks like them. They are human-shaped, made out of denser fog, and their edges are constantly rejoining the fog around them, so you cannot tell where one stops. Where the face is, the fog is thicker, and it turns over slowly, and every so often a mouth opens in it and screams without any sound, or 2 hollows come through with a green or dark red light behind them. They move in jerks, like something walking along the seam between what is real and what is not. Are you insane, big guy? Get in. Ye Z, you're alive. And he relaxed. Physically relaxed in the middle of that, the way you do when somebody else takes the weight. No, he said. She's pregnant. And for the first time in that entire year, my head was completely empty. The 2 little figures came back, one on each shoulder, and had it out. The black one. You can barely save yourself, and now you're a rescue service? Idiot. The white one. There aren't many of us left. And there is a new one in there, a completely new one. Here is where I stand on children, and I want it on the record, because people get it wrong about me. I cannot stand entitled children. I have kicked one across a campsite. That does not mean I would not give up my seat to a pregnant woman on a train. There are children who look up at you and say hello, and if you smile at them, they smile back. That is a completely different species, and I have never had a problem with that one. The argument was settled by Gao Jun, who arrived doing about 70, threw the woman into his passenger seat, and shouted out of the window, "Idiots! Iron Lion, with me! Savage! You're covering us!" So I did the arithmetic. 3 minutes. All I have to do is exist for 3 minutes. I put down smoke, and every slave that walked into it lost its target and stood there turning slowly like a phone with no signal. And then I made her, not the copy, my version, 1 meter 89 instead of 3 meters, because I had compressed everything about her into the proportions of a person, and it was stronger that way. The scythe went through a fog slave, and a mouth grew out of the slave's chest and closed on the blade. I burned one with the blood eye, and the others flinched back from the fire, and I thought, fire, and then the burned one reassembled 20 meters away out of the ambient fog with nothing missing. They are not hard to hurt, they are impossible to finish. 2 of them got my arms, one on each side, and started walking me into the deep fog, and I looked at them. One of them was shaped like Uncle A Ping, the other one was shaped like Xiaohua, who I had left on a road an hour earlier. This, I thought, is what happens when you decide to be a good person. Next time, colder. And the Uncle A Ping one was making a sound. It was making one sound over and over. Faster, faster. And in the fog above where its head was, for about half a second, a frightened, kind, exhausted face came through and went away again. Whatever was left of him in there was trying to warn me about something and could not get the words out. I came apart into green smoke in their hands, and they stood there holding nothing, and I reassembled in the cab. Not one of the 3 Mistmaster abilities is a combat ability, not one, and every single one of them is monstrously useful. And there is a saying among Transcendents that I did not believe until that morning. There are no bad abilities. There are only wrong situations. They chased the truck. One of them dropped into a sprinter's crouch first, which I did not enjoy at all. Steel Bear came back because he had decided I might get surrounded and landed in my truck bed hard enough to bend the frame and started firing air cannons over the cab. Slaves came apart in pieces and then reassembled. A dump truck came out of the fog head on, and I put a hand of smoke against it and used the recoil to get us past it. Then I put a wheel into a flower bed at 90 and rolled the truck. I came out through the window. Steel Bear came out rolling and did not stop firing, and my truck, lying on its side, with nobody in it and nobody telling it to, put out the broken end of its shadow chain and took a fog slave under the chassis. An oddity almost never uses an ability without an owner behind it. I sat in the grass with a bleeding face and was genuinely moved. Then I stood up and smoked an entire cigarette in one pull, and the smoke came out of my mouth, out of both nostrils, and out of both ears. 5 streams of it. Steel Bear said afterward that I looked like something on a temple ceiling. 100 meters, 150, 200. Inside that, the fog slaves simply stopped working, and Steel Bear, who was also inside it, went completely blind and deaf. So I aimed him by voice like a clock face, because inside my own field I can feel everything. 12 o'clock, and he fired at 12 o'clock. And then I worked out how to win, and it is the most ridiculous thing I have ever done. I built crawlers, the ones from Wrong City. They are the easiest thing in the world to copy because there is almost nothing in them to copy. No thought, 2 emotions. Because a fog slave has an instinct. Anything that attacks it, it grabs, and it drags into the deep fog to make a new one. Which means every single smoke crawler I made took 1 slave out of the fight and walked it off the field. Kill my crawler, I make another one out of air. Kill a slave, the fog makes another one. It became 2 computer game armies producing units at each other, and the winner is whoever builds faster. I smoked an entire pack, one after another, converting a carton of tobacco into an infantry division, and crushed the empty packet in my fist. Abomination flew around on the willow branch, hitting whatever needed hitting. I tried to plant a seed in a slave with the blood eye, and it did not take, because you cannot control a thing that is not really there, and I used the eye so many times that it started bleeding down my face the way hers does. 3 minutes lasted about a year. 12:36. Found him. 12:39. Still coming. And right as I was deciding that Xiaohua had lied to me with her last breath, every fog slave in that street stopped at once, like a paused film. And then they came down. All of them together, silently, the way a sandcastle goes. I sat down where I was. My hands were shaking so hard I could not hold the knife. My legs were doing something on their own. There was nothing left in me at all. Steel Bear was a mountain of wet meat with 1 arm in ribbons, and I want to say this plainly because it is the only honest confession in this account. Since the day I woke up, I have hedged. I have kept a card back. I have always had a route out. That is the only time I ever stood in the open and traded blows with something until one of us stopped. And if my truck had not rolled, I would never have done it. Rule strange things are the worst thing in this world. Big guy. Smoke? Smoking is bad for you. You should cut down. And 10 minutes later, a familiar bumper came out of the fog, and a voice said, "All rested? It's getting late. Shall we?" There were more than 30 people on Steel Bear's bus. They looked at my truck, which had left with people in the back and come back empty, and then they looked at me. Then the pregnant woman came over and bowed to me from the waist. "Thank you, Mr. Chen. Without you, my baby and I wouldn't be here. Don't thank me. Thank Tai Shi. If it wasn't for that idiot, I would have driven past." "You still saved me," she said. "You're a good person." And I want to tell you exactly what that did, because it was worse than the scythe. Her gratitude was unpleasant. It felt like a beam of sunlight had reached into a shadow and dragged something out into the middle of the road in front of everybody. We reorganized. Xiao Hao became the convoy's assistant because he is naive and kind, and everybody laughed at him, and he begged water in a desert and survived anyway. And Shui Nan became the manager. Ruined face, permanent expression, universally feared, and by then people said openly that he was copying me. Which is exactly the right man for the job, and Gao Jun knew it. I came out of that fight with over 60,000 points, which is more than I got for killing a Sequence 3, and I still resent the accounting. That evening, Shui Nan cleaned my cab until it was better than new and replaced the ruined seat. I found a cassette deck in a wrecked van, and I finally had a use for several dozen tapes I had bought in a desert for 1 cigarette, and I noticed the chocolate in his coat. "You went back into a burning school for chocolate?" "Not only chocolate, there were supplies." He put it away carefully. "You can't get chocolate anymore. I traded fuel for it. My sister likes chocolate. I'll give it to her when I find her." And his voice changed while he said it, and that ruined face went soft, which is a thing I would not have believed if I had not been standing there. I didn't protect her. I hope she isn't angry with me when I see her, and I asked casually, the way you ask anything. What's her name? Zhu Qing. Her name is Liu Yan. And then he looked at me and his whole face lit up and he said, Mr. Chen. Have you heard that name? I want you to understand what I was holding at that moment. I had read a notebook. I knew what Guo Longfei had done to a girl called Liu Yan in a classroom in Wrong City. I knew what he had put in her mouth. I knew why she cried blood. I had personally taken the head off the only person who could still give her orders, and I had left her standing in a courtyard screaming with her hands on her skull. Her brother was standing in front of me with a chocolate bar in his coat, waiting. I haven't heard it, I said. If I hear it, I'll tell you. He nodded. He walked about 4 steps, and then he came back and worked 1 bar loose with some difficulty and held it out. Mr. Chen, if you want some, I can share. His hands were shaking. He had decided I asked because I wanted the chocolate. There was a long pause. Take it back, I said. I don't like chocolate. That night, I put a cassette in. Some singer nobody listened to before the world ended, being extremely sincere about a girl in a coastal town. I had not heard music since the 13th of October. It sounded like something from a religion I did not belong to. Juinan went down the line of vehicles with Uncle A Ping's megaphone. Remember the first iron rule, never fall behind. And bald old Wang called back, 34 people, all present. The next morning, a tire blew, and I took 4 wheels off an abandoned SUV in about 2 minutes with tools made of smoke. And that is the whole apocalypse in one image. Coco was 30 kilometers away, which is 2 hours, which in that year counted as lucky. We circled one street 5 times because Gao Jun kept smelling something, and once I dropped the absolute shield over the entire convoy without warning, and 34 people simultaneously lost their hearing, their color vision, and the sound of their own heartbeat. They were afraid of me before that. After that, they were something else. And then the upgrade finished. The sheath was different. It had become skin, wet-looking, dark red, exactly the color of something that has just been taken off, and it felt under the fingers precisely the way the back of my own hand feels. The Skinner's scalp. 4 months in a locked box, finally spent. And inside that sheath, there were fine red threads that came out with the blade and went reluctantly back in when I put it away. The woman cooking at the next fire dropped what she was holding. Abomination, number 2001. The word machete was gone from the name. A living cursed blade that feeds on pain, grievance, and forbidden blood, powerful and expensive. It is a tragic saga of killing, written jointly by its owner and the countless vengeful spirits within it. Ability 1. Damage to the strange and suppression of the strange, and the higher the rank of the thing in front of it, the harder the suppression bites. Ability 2. The branch reaches 50 meters, 100 under a blood moon. Ability 3. Grievance accumulation in 3 stages. Wailing. It gets sharper. Lamentation. Burn the stored grievance and throw a wave of it, carrying an enormous number of suffering human faces, and the face on the blade briefly surfaces and screams, and that scream hits the minds of everything nearby, including my own side. An eternal curse. Under sufficiently terrible conditions, the blade briefly wakes up. Ability 4. Concealing one's edge. The sheath absorbs grievance out of the open air by itself and lays it along the blade in a layer thinner than a hair, sharpening it. The longer it stays sheathed, the sharper it gets, and when enough accumulates, it raises its own number without asking me, and then the price arrived. The owner must sacrifice a part of his own body, preferably his sight, his hearing, his taste, his sense of smell, or one limb. Sight is optimal and will additionally raise the rank. The greater the price, the greater the power. This sacrifice is made once and is permanent. You have 3 hours to decide. I sat down with a cigarette and worked through the list like a man choosing a phone plan. An arm? No. A leg? Obviously not. An ear? My tongue. And then how do I talk? And then I had my best idea of the year. I have hemorrhoids. Hemorrhoids are part of my body. I was going to have to deal with them eventually, and later is better than sooner. And if that doesn't count, what about my armpit hair? That grew on me. That is mine. The knife began to shake so violently it nearly came off my belt. Threads and vessels came boiling out of the seams of that sheath, and a wave of pure objection came up my arm and hit me in the back of the head. If Abomination had been a person, it would have been screaming obscenities in the street. All right, I won't. And it settled down slowly, sniffing, like a child at the end of a tantrum. And then the system passed on, word for word, what it had been saying all along. That bastard sword. Because of you I lost my 2000. I do not accept this. I will remember this. Because it had been going to be number 2000, and somebody else had climbed into the top 2000 first and pushed it down a place. I did not know whose sword that was yet. The taboo was unchanged. Never draw it in front of a blood relative, or it will go through my family. I sat there for 2 of my 3 hours and then went and found Dr. Luo. And bring your wife. He arrived furious. He got as far as telling me the convoy did not belong to me, and then he looked at my left eye, and everything he had rehearsed on the way over went out of him. And then he stepped in front of his wife anyway, which is the reason I did not do anything worse to that man. After dinner, I said, "You're taking my right eye." "You are insane." "I didn't ask. Half an hour. Payment is one case of instant noodles." I had paid him in gasoline last time, and he and his wife had been eating better than anybody in that convoy off it ever since. My reasoning was arithmetic, not courage. At sequence 3, I go blind on the right anyway. The system had told me so. That eye is already spent. If it is going anyway, it might as well buy something. I sat on a sofa in a fish restaurant with a kitchen knife against the surgeon's throat for the entire procedure. Not abomination. A kitchen knife. I did not trust that knife anywhere near a man who might jerk. A smoke figure stood next to his wife. 30 minutes. No anesthetic, because there is none. Dr. Luo's private opinion of the evening, which he told his wife, and which she told Ma Shuya, and which came back to me inside a day, are transcendence even people anymore. Nobody could take that without anesthetic, and that one can. Xuenan came in halfway through with a vial of diluted tears from the captain. At the weakest moment of my life, I looked at him with the eye I had left and said, "Get out." If that man had made one more movement toward me, I would have killed him where he stood, and I would not have thought about it until afterward. When it was over, I put what had been removed on the table next to the knife. The threads came out of the sheath and wound around it and drew it in, and the sheath opened a small mouth, an almost sweet little mouth, with a full set of very fine teeth in it, and it took the whole thing with some difficulty, and then chewed with obvious satisfaction. There was not one drop of blood anywhere, and a mark came up on the sheath in the shape of a dark eye. When I looked at it, the pupil in the mark turned and looked back. Abomination, number 2000. One place. It had cost me an eye to move one place, and the closer you get to the top of that list, the more insane the toll becomes. Ability 2 had upgraded. The branch now works like my own arm and reaches 70 meters, 140 under a blood moon. And the knife said, "Honored owner, thank you for your generosity. You have given me more spirit and more strength. 2000 is not my limit. Wait and see." And then, on a separate line, "And you bastard sword. Ha. I am back where I belong. You are finished. Ha ha ha." 30 kilometers away, Sun Huan was holding a street on her own. Crimson flame, swiftness, the dragon's soul ascends, burn out evil, scorch the 8 wastes. Her dragon was 5 times the size it had been in Wrong City, and fog slaves that touched it did not reassemble. And Jing Jing had lost her right arm. The moment Guo Longfei died and the fog cleared out of her head, she had worked out what had been done to her, and then she had turned her van around and gone back into Wrong City, alone, for the supply van, because without it, the convoy had nothing at all. Something tall took her arm off with a rusted kitchen knife, and Coco got her out. A fistmaster without her right arm loses most of what she is, and it does not grow back because she is not a colossus. She has never once said it was a bad trade. The supplies came out. That van is the only thing she has now that stops her feeling useless, and she checks it 4 times a day. And that night, in the dark, Coco looked at her own sword and saw the number change. 2000. And then, a second later, 2001. "Don't tell anybody about that sword," Jing Jing said. "Not even Wang Ming." "I know. People stopped speaking to their own fathers over apartments. This is a natural oddity. Born as one, rather than made. Those can climb all the way into the top 10. I found out what her sword was almost a year later, and by then I had stopped wanting it, which I count as the most surprising development in my entire life. Meanwhile, I had 60,000 points and a decision, truck or myself. The truck is the foundation. In this world, your vehicle is your house, your weapon, and your escape route, and mine had a bent frame and no air conditioning. But I could feel something at the edge of Sequence 3, something that felt like a fork in a road. The Colossus branches at Sequence 2, maybe the Apostle of Smoke branches at 3. Magic Potion Capsule, 50,000 kill points. I bought it. Sequence injection had cost 3,000. This cost 50. And above this, the list showed exactly one item, the magic fruit, the red thing Coco ate in a bedroom with her family gone. The system cannot sell that at any price. The capsule was the size of a fingernail, the same deep blue with blue powder in it. I swallowed it and nothing at all happened, and 10 minutes later I fell asleep sitting up. By then the convoy had sorted itself into classes without anybody designing it, and no amount of red paint on a door was going to stop it. Sequences at the top, then the managers and the people close to them, then the people who cook and clean for sequences, and Ma Shuya on the strength of a rumor about me, then everybody else. And in that last group now was Xu Minmin, who 8 months earlier had an entire industry waiting for her, and who was now the lowest status person in that convoy. Gao Jun could see all of it happening and could not stop any of it. My face at that point was a blood-red eye on the left and an empty socket on the right because I had thrown the dressing away. People looked at the ground when I walked past. Gao Jun yawned at me and said, "Mingzi, I told you, better to be a man than a monster. Now everybody knows you're insane. Put the sunglasses back on." I cut a cargo box off a lorry with abomination and carried it back through the fog on a hand of smoke, and the captain's jaw came open. "You are something." I also took 2 fuel tanks and a set of fog lamps. Fitting all of it cost 3,500 points because when you bring the parts, the system is a contractor. From scratch, it would have been 10 times that. And on the 5th circuit of the same street, Gao Jun finally told me the thing he had been sitting on. The entire city had filled with fog slaves overnight. 5 streams of them, one down each road out of that district. The night before, they had gotten within 2 streets of where Coco was standing and had not been able to reach her. He had not slept. And that morning, he had come out and smiled and told everybody it was fine. That is the job. However hard it is pressing down, a captain does not put it on his face. Even if the sky comes down in 90 seconds, he smiles and says everything is under control. "Wang Ming, get ready to fight." And then the slaves did not attack. They stood along both sides of the road, and as the vehicles came past, their heads turned slowly to follow. I stopped myself with my hand on the door. Second law. The strange and humanity cannot coexist. A strange thing attacks immediately. These were not attacking. They stood along that road on both sides the way people line a street for a funeral. And we were the funeral. 34 people held their breath in a bus while things made of fog turned their heads and looked at them, the way visitors at a zoo look at an animal that has come to the glass. The only thing they backed away from was abomination. They did not like that knife at all. We picked Coco up at 9 in the morning, and she got out of her vehicle and burst into tears at the state of my truck and then saw my face and stopped dead. "What are you staring at? Get in the car." And on the way out of Great Mist City, where the fog thins into ordinary air, I saw a group of them standing at the side of the road, 3 or 4, and one of them at the front was bent forward at the shoulders in a way I recognized instantly because I had watched that man walk down a line of vehicles with a megaphone every morning for 4 months. Next to him, a shorter, thinner one, and behind them, 5 or 6 shapes I also knew. And as my truck went past, in the fog above where Uncle A Ping's face should have been, a kind, tired smile came through and stayed for about a second and went. Xiao Zhao did not move at all, but his head turned to follow the truck. He was saying goodbye. I stopped. Ahead of us, there was green grass and hills and actual sunlight and air you could see through. And for the first time since the 13th of October, I could not sit still in my own vehicle. Something came up my throat that I could neither swallow nor spit out, and the sun was far too bright. I got the sunglasses out of the glove box. Gao Jun got out barefoot, and in about 1 second that man aged 10 years, and his shoulders went forward, and he was standing exactly the way Uncle A Ping used to stand. He reached out to put a hand on the old man's head, and his hand went through and stirred the fog and nothing else. He tried it with Xiao Zhao. Same. Then he stood there with his arms at his sides and his fingers shaking and the back of his neck going red, and he did not make a sound, because a captain does not grieve in front of his convoy. Little Fish went first. She was about 14, and Uncle A Ping had lost every grandchild he had, and he had treated that rude, tiny, furious girl like one of them from the day she arrived. After that, everybody. Shui Nan bowed from the waist. "Uncle Bao, I'll do it exactly the way you did it. We'll last to the end." Xiao Hao bowed next to him. "Everyone in the vehicles," Gao Jun said. "Captain, it's fine. Let me stay with Uncle Bao. 3 minutes. That's all." And every vehicle in that convoy went past those shapes one at a time, and every single person in them bowed as they passed, including a pregnant woman who could barely bend. 2 lives, 3 minutes. And then from behind us, the city made a noise. Not a roar, not exactly. Something with the shape of a dragon in it, and the depth of a bull, and the authority of a tiger. And none of those, and no word for it in any language I have. And the fog over the whole of Great Mist City stood up, and out of it came the serpent. It came up through the whole depth of that fog, twisting, throwing the gray off itself in sheets, climbing, trying to get out of the top of the sky, and the fog would not let it go. Ropes of it came up and took hold and pulled that thing back down, and it screamed and went under, and then it came up again, and they took it down again, over and over, and in that scream there was something I recognized, and I do not enjoy admitting what it was. It was grievance. Something in that city has been trying to become something else for a very long time, and something else in that city will not permit it. I stopped the truck and got the phone out and filmed it zoomed in, thinking, if I could ever build that out of smoke. And then I put the phone away, because I have not even finished building her. Gao Jun watched it for a while and then said the sentence that closed Great Mist City for me. That's why the slaves didn't touch us today. They were all watching him. We never found out what it was, or what it was trying to become, or who was holding it down. By 3 in the afternoon, we were out of the gray and camped by a lake with actual sunlight on it. Ma Shuya danced at the water's edge, and half the convoy applauded, and she winked at me over her shoulder. Coco, with enormous disapproval. Everybody in this convoy knows what she wants. You still haven't gone for it. If I weren't a sequence, would that woman dance for me? Well, she said, at least you're honest about yourself. Then she apologized for wrong city. She did it with her chin up and her eyes somewhere over my shoulder, which is the only way that woman has ever apologized to anybody. It's fine, I said. In your position, I'd have attacked me too. She went away extremely angry, and I have never worked out why. Jing apologized properly with one arm, looking straight at me, and I gave her the only relationship advice I have. It's fine, and if one day I have to hit you to stay alive, I'll hit you. That is not bravado. That is a contract, and it is the reason I find her the easiest person in that convoy to be near. If it came to it, I would hesitate over Gao Jun. I would hesitate over Coco and Steel Bear. I would not hesitate over her, and she knows it. So there is nothing owed in either direction, and we can just talk. She smiled at that, properly, lightly, for about a second. I believe you'll manage it, she said. Captain Gao says if any one of us gets to the end of this, it'll be you. The truck finished upgrading that night. The cargo box had grown onto it like it came out of a factory. 2.5 meters inside, a pass-through from the box straight into the cab so I never have to go outside to drive, a side window with a curtain and a tailgate that folds down into an awning, and 3 tanks, 200 liters. The fuel anxiety was over, which meant, and I want this on the record, that I never had to do a cruel thing over gasoline again, and I have not. Then somebody screamed at the water's edge. Something came out of that lake and took a woman standing in the shallows and got her to the waist before Steel Bear hit the water. He got both hands into the gills and threw a fish the size of a car onto the beach. She could not be saved. He sat down on the sand afterward with his hands hanging and said, I should have been faster, if I'd been faster. You're not at fault, I said. However fast you ran, she was already gone. We buried her by the water. And in under an hour, almost every trace of that person had been tidied away by 34 busy people, and there was a small mound by a lake, and nothing else, as though she had never been in any of it. Gao Jun put the dome up for 3 days anyway, because a fish is not a strange thing, and clean water is not something you leave. We ate the fish, everybody except me and the captain, who both waited half an hour to see whether anyone died first and then joined in. Steel Bear and Jing emptied an entire cauldron between them. That evening, Gao Jun finally told us what he had been doing in Wrong City. He had started preparing to run from about the 3rd day. Using Uncle A Ping standing with the ordinary survivors, he had built a crew, Xiao Zhao, Xuanan, Xiao Hao, Ma Shuya, Xu Minmin, and a dozen others. Some of them kept acolytes talking, some of them stood watch. And every night for 3 weeks, they moved supplies out of the Church of Death stores and into our vehicles. Steel Bear was not told, because Steel Bear believed the man was his uncle, and Steel Bear cannot lie. The bulk of it went into Jing's van, which is a solid box with no windows and no way to tell from the outside what is in it, which is why he had been so insistent about getting that van out of Wrong City, not sentiment, cargo. He told us all of this with the air of a great strategist. He was missing only a feather fan, and he waited, visibly, for the applause. Coco gave it to him. Captain, you're a genius. You are my captain forever. And then I said, hold on. Everybody looked at me. You told us that man was your closest person. You told us that without him you'd have died years ago. You cried. You called him your captain. And at that point you did not yet know he was a fake. So you robbed your own brother blind for 3 weeks while crying about him. Silence. Everybody, listen. You all think I have no morals. Now you know who is second in this convoy. When you despise me, please remember to save some for Captain Gao. Admiration went off that camp like a light going out, and what replaced it was distaste, and Gao Jun went from red to a color I had not seen on a human being. You, he said, absolute animal. And that is the official moral ranking of the Fairness Convoy. Last place, me. Second to last, the captain. 5th from bottom, Steel Bear, who is also 5th from the bottom on intelligence, and there are only 5 of us. Then they opened the van. Spicy snacks, sandwich biscuits, crisps, Coca-Cola, milk candies. And behind all of that, stacked to the roof, close to 100 sacks of rice and flour, 34 people made a noise I had not heard since before the world ended. Captain, did you clean out his warehouse? That, he said bitterly, is less than 1/10 of what that man had. A shame. The split went by contribution. Gao Jun and Jing took the most because Jing had paid for it with an arm. Then Coco, who had covered her the entire way. Steel Bear and I got the least because neither of us had lifted a finger. I received 3 sacks of flour, 2 of rice, 1 box of the strange flavored biscuits with the onion in them that people used to give each other at New Year and nobody ever ate, half a case of cola, 5 packs of cigarettes, and 1 200-milliliter bottle of medicinal tonic, dark red-brown, tasting exactly like the medicine your grandmother made you drink. I did not argue. I genuinely had not done anything. And then Gao Jun dropped the announcement. In a few days, we are meeting another convoy, over 1,000 people. The camp went silent. 1,000 people in that world is a bonfire visible from the far side of a province. Anything not blind is coming to look, which meant that convoy was strong in a way we could not currently imagine. Our own ceiling was a little over 100, and the only way to raise it was to raise the rank of our pathfinder. And Wang Ming, he added, this time, nobody moves without my order. I have a conviction on my record over a camel caravan, and it will follow me forever. Then Shui Nan brought out the guns. All 4 of them were Yu Kai's work, and I have thought about that man a great deal since, because those 4 items are the most complete character portrait I have ever seen. Fatal Sniper. Number 7152. His last piece. When you look through the scope, a round eye with a vertical pupil opens in it and looks around. Ability. Once every 24 hours, it grows 1 bullet capable of killing the strange. It will hold 3. Price. Hemorrhoids. Permanent. For life. I lost interest so fast I nearly dropped it and immediately tried to give it to Coco. She was delighted. She said she always played sniper. She stroked the barrel. Then she got to the line about the price. She went red from the jaw to the collarbone. She is 18. She picked that rifle up and took 2 steps toward me and then stopped, and I watched her work through it in real time. That is the gun's price, not Wang Ming's price, and Wang Ming did not build the gun. But it is still extremely annoying, she said, to nobody. Exploding Star, number 5829, a heavy pistol with an attitude, which would not tell me anything at all until I pushed power into it. 1. Feed it daily and it produces 7 explosive rounds a day, magazine of 21. 2. It will convert ordinary ammunition into explosive rounds. 3. Those rounds work on the strange and detonate on contact. Price. While feeding it, the owner hears a chaotic whispering and screaming and a very warm and reasonable voice suggesting people he could kill. The system was not sure whether those are the things it has already killed or the will of the weapon itself. If you are weak-willed, do not pick this one up. That was Yu Kai's favorite. It says so in the notes. 6-eyed marrow corrosion, number 6225. 6 barrels, over 50 kilos, and at the back of it a vessel as thick as my arm that sniffed at the air like a leech and then tried to attach itself to my hand, and I had to put smoke on it. 1. That vessel fastens onto the owner and makes ammunition out of the owner's own flesh and blood, unlimited as long as there is a supply. 2. Magazine of 300 rounds and up. Price. The magazine must be filled in 1 sitting. If you cannot finish it, the weapon finishes you. That thing might as well have been designed for a colossus, and Yu Kai never found anybody who could carry it, so it had never been fired. Silent disappearance. Number 6112. About the size of my palm. 1 bullet every 12 hours. The bullet adjusts its own path to the target. The shot makes no sound at all, and the darker it is, the higher its rank climbs. Price. Continuous hair loss, ending in total baldness. Because of that, Yu Kai never touched it once. 4 weapons, every single one of them perfect, and every single one of them priced by a man who did not have a functioning sense of what people will and will not accept. Those, I said out loud, are 4 abilities designed specifically for treacherous swine. We divided them by rock, paper, scissors, best of 3, and Gao Jun took the pair, and silent disappearance fits him so exactly, it is almost embarrassing. He immediately traded 6-eyed marrow corrosion to Steel Bear for a nominal pile of supplies. He wanted to give it to him for nothing. He could not. He wrote the fairness rule himself, and he has never once been able to break it, and I would like it noted that this is the single most admirable thing about that man. I got Exploding Star, which made 3 oddities to my name, not counting the thing in my head, and I spent the next 4 days trying to sell a rifle. Sister Jing Jing, you have 1 arm. A firearm is exactly what you need. No. Hemorrhoids come to everyone eventually. 9 women in 10. I have only ever heard the phrase 9 men in 10. Trade it to Wang Ming for the pistol, or sell it to that convoy of 1,000 people, which is exactly what I ended up doing, and it worked out better than anybody could have predicted. 4 days later, a mountain moved. We came up out of a valley in the late morning and there was a mountain on the skyline, and I looked at it for about 6 seconds before I understood that it was going somewhere. It was an elephant, the size of a mountain, legs like the pillars under a stadium, walking at the speed of an old man in an enormous slow circle. It has apparently been walking for years. And on its back, there was a village, roofs, a street, smoke coming out of chimneys and drifting backward in the wind. Because a village on an elephant is always very slightly moving. Divine Elephant Village, around 1,000 people. Gao Jun sat in his vehicle for a long time with his eyes shut. The aura coming off that animal covers everything living on top of it, he said. That is the only reason 1,000 people in one place are still alive. A scout came down to meet us, and we were waved straight up, which I did not like. We had not asked, they had invited. The village chief was called Goliath, and the name was fair. He walked us up the one street, and he showed us the temple first, which was the whole negotiation in one building, and I did not realize it for 2 days. 17 tablets, 17 names. The 17 grandfathers. 17 old men who had gone down off the elephant to bring back supplies, one group at a time, and had not come back. The eldest of them had been 52. The village praised to them. And what I noticed, walking that street, was that everybody on it was hungry, not thin. Hungry. There were newborns in that village with the look you do not want to see on a newborn. He took us into a house, and there was a bed and a chair in it and nothing else at all. One set of clothes per person, mended more times than they had been washed. Before all this, Goliath had run a small factory. He employed mostly people with disabilities because nobody else would, and the business had been struggling for years, and he had kept it open anyway. Something came into that factory in the first week, and men who could barely walk got him out of the building, and he was the only one who came out of it. That is where that village came from. They had 2 transcendents, a shabby Taoist called Zhan, Celestial Master Sequence 2, who makes talismans, and whose sequence price is a randomly assigned obsession. He drew lust, specifically for mature women, ideally over 40. I want to be clear that I did not learn that from gossip. He announced it cheerfully within 10 minutes of meeting us, and a monk, Buddha Sequence 1. And then they took us to the planting base at the end of the village, where 100 people work in shifts, and introduced us to Professor Zhao, Botanist Sequence 3, white-haired. The village calls him Little Pharmacist, and he does not appear to have noticed. He grows 2 things. New Century, Type 72. Potato number 1. 72 hours from planting to harvest. New Century Type 36. Lettuce number 1. 36. I have watched people react to a lot of things in the last year. I have never seen a reaction like the one Jing Jing had to 2 clay pots with seedlings in them. That woman lost the use of language. And there is a catch, and the catch is the entire tragedy of that village. The seed only works if it can be activated with supernatural power first, which means only a transcendent can start it, and the percentage of seeds that take is very low. Low enough that 1,000 people, with the Sequence 3 botanist and 100 workers, are running a fragile little cycle that keeps them alive and does not get them ahead. If the rate were higher, that village would have solved hunger a year ago. I did some very fast arithmetic in the middle of that greenhouse, and I must have moved because Gao Jun and Coco and Jing Jing all physically closed in around me at the same time, without a word, like 3 people boxing and a dog near traffic. I was looking, I said, purely from an academic standpoint. They fed us that evening. The host of the dinner was a woman called Wen Hongxia, who had been a television presenter and who worked that room like it was going out live. The Taoist told a long story about a thing called the ghost under the lamp and got a good laugh out of it. And halfway through, Wen Hongxia got me on my own by a doorway and offered me a secret in exchange for a seat in the convoy. I'm not a taxi, I said. 2 days later, she was the one who carried the seed grain out to us, and she looked at me like a woman looking at a stranger and did not blink once. Real television talent. I have thought about her a lot since, and I did not understand any of it until it was much too late. Gao Jun spent that entire night with the radio. He came out at dawn with 3 things. 1. The village's qualified seed rate is catastrophic, which means every generous noise they were making about grain was theater. 2. The Taoist has fallen extremely hard for a 40-year-old woman in our convoy called Wang Huimin, which means the Taoist is no longer entirely the chief's man. 3. And this is the one that mattered. In 1 week, something is coming for that village out of the air. It has happened before, several times, on a smaller scale, and it is why the elephant has been shaking. We weren't invited, Gao Jun said, and lit his own cigarette off mine, which he never does. We were hired, they just haven't mentioned the fee. I had my own news that morning. The 4th ability of the Mist Master had opened. Spirit infusion, smoke mimicry, but the copy is given a soul, and it behaves like something alive. And the rule attached to it is 1 line long, and it is the most important line in my entire arsenal. 99% truth, 1% fiction. It only works if almost everything in the illusion is already real, which meant I needed materials. Which meant I needed the face and the shell of a scorpion I had sold in a desert 8 months earlier. The negotiation started at 9 the next morning, and it is the single funniest thing I have ever sat through. Goliath opened with 90% of our fish and meat, 30 sacks each of rice and flour, and 3 oddities. Gao Jun did not even blink. Then Wang Huimin came in with the tea and put a cup down in front of the Taoist, and the Taoist lost the ability to form words. And the village chief watched that happen and understood in real time that one of his 2 transcendents had gone over to the other side of the table over a woman. so he switched to sympathy. At least give me 80%, and Gao Jun put the third lever down. Fine, then in a week, handle it yourselves. We'll send you the 17th grandfather from your own temple. That old man's face came apart. How? How do you know about that? Village chief, I'm a pathfinder too. I have my own methods. And then Gao Jun made his counteroffer, and I want you to appreciate this, because I have been called the most shameless man alive by professionals. 10%, maximum, and 300 caddies of each grain. There was a noise in that room. 300? All the qualified seed we have in this entire village does not come to 100 caddies. Even the monk opened his eyes and looked at my captain the way peasants used to look at landlords, and I could see the thought going across that shaved head. This one has thick eyebrows and big, honest eyes and a completely black heart. Coco was staring at Gao Jun as though she had never met him, and Steel Bear went red and physically turned his back so that nobody would associate the two of them. I was the only one nodding. That is the actual Gao Jun. The rest of you have known him for one day. The fairness of the fairness convoy runs exactly as far as somebody else's barn. Then the chief changed tactics, and his new tactic was better than anything either of them had, because he stopped negotiating and simply took us for a walk. 2 hours, house after house, bed, chair, nothing. Gray faces, a woman with a baby who apologized for not having anything to offer us. We came back to that room in complete silence, and I sat there thinking, if I say one word against this now, every person in this building comes for me. The deal landed at half of his original demand. 20 caddies each of qualified potato and lettuce seed, 40 in total, plus one condition. The convoy stays for a week and deals with whatever is coming. The old man stood up and bowed to us from the waist and held it. A Pathfinder Sequence 3 cannot shelter this many people. Without the elephant, we would already be dead. We have several times been shaken and not broken, and I do not think we survive a fourth. I am counting on you. I wanted to close the trade and drive off that animal the same afternoon. I looked at the faces of my own team and did not bother saying it out loud. There was a free market afterward, and it was the best day I had had since the world ended. The Taoist stall was a festival of superstition, talismans, peachwood swords, salt, garlic, a crucifix, a bagua mirror, and black dog blood. I stood in front of a bowl of black dog blood in a village on an elephant and thought about 300 kill points and a spinning circle in a desert, and I laughed out loud on my own like a lunatic, and the Taoist looked offended. Then he sold me the item that changed my life more than any oddity in this story, a cleansing talisman. Burn a scrap of supernatural power into it and a warm breeze goes around you for 30 seconds and washes you, and your clothes. Price, 1 packet of expired instant noodles, 2 if it is nearly out of date. Here is how I found out about it. I was standing next to Coco at the stall, and I caught myself thinking, in a genuinely scientific way, exactly how long has this person gone without washing? And then I thought, hold on, if I can smell her. The Taoist used me as the demonstration, and I made the most of it. I put on every down jacket I had taken out of Wrong City, and all the socks, and the snow boots. 30 seconds of a spring breeze. The dirt came out of my hair. The black came out from under my fingernails. The oil came off my face. My clothes came out smelling of something. I had not been clean since October the 13th. Coco looked at my face when it was finished, and I watched her have a thought and then decide not to have it. The Taoist also tried to sell lightning talismans at 20 caddies of rice each, and 5 thunder talismans at 50, and got no takers at all because everybody in our convoy has their own tricks, and nobody was paying 50 caddies of rice for a piece of paper. The cleansing talismans went like a fire sale. I bought them by the armful, not to use. Because the next convoy we meet will have transcendence in it, and a transcendent who has not washed in a year will trade you 10 packets of noodles for one of those, and I will be there. The monk's stall was almost empty. A few sutras, some gold Rolexes, diamonds, pearls, 3 golden Buddhas, which is to say, a table of things nobody can eat, and 1 hand-copied book called the Vajra Subduing Demon Fist. He demonstrated it in the middle of the street. He did not break any bricks, and he did not walk on knives. He simply threw punches, and the air went out of shape around each one, and behind him you could see the outline of something standing with too many arms. Jing Jing did the arithmetic out loud without meaning to, and said, I would not win that. Internal energy, external energy, supernatural power, the monk said. It is all one energy, applied differently, and he had written down the workings of his own sequence ability from memory and put it on a table to sell. Everybody in that market understood what they were looking at. A transcendence abilities are the only thing any of us actually own. Even in our own convoy, nobody tells anybody everything. That man had written his down and priced it in rice. He opened at 100 caddies of rice plus oil, salt, soy, vinegar, and 20 sets of clothing. Steel Bear beat him down to 50 caddies and 3 sets, and the monk agreed instantly, and neither of them enjoyed it. Then I found the other book on his table. The art of swallowing qi, his own cultivation method, absorbing the spiritual energy of the world. System, can I practice this? No. This method belongs to the Buddha sequence. The sequence barrier cannot be crossed. Can it be adapted for the Smoke Apostle? Adaptation is feasible. 20,000 kill points. 20,000. Building me a method from nothing had cost 100,000. Adapting one that already exists costs 20. That is the whole apocalypse in one line. The expensive part is not the work, it is the not knowing. The monk wanted 150 kilos of rice, ideally in date. Not a chance, I said, and then I sold him a haunted rifle. I had Xuanan bring out the fatal sniper, and the Taoist's eyes came on like headlights. Because oddity firearms barely exist, and men will queue for them. He snatched it out of Xuanan's hands and stroked the barrel and beamed at everybody in that market. Then somebody explained the price to him. I watched that face go through 4 separate stages, and Coco laughed so hard she had to sit down on a crate. He bought it anyway. I even threw in 10 kilos of flour, a tin of expired fruit, a tin of meat, and a packet of the strange flavored biscuits to close the deal, and I walked away with a cultivation method that would take me to sequence 3. I traded a rifle that gives you hemorrhoids for the road to the 3rd step, and if there is a better transaction anywhere in this story, I have not heard about it. The rest of that market taught me what things are actually worth. A bottle of the cheapest grain liquor, 40 yuan before the world ended, bought 2 Five Thunder talismans. The Taoist had been asking 50 caddies of rice for one of those an hour earlier. A down jacket bought 2 more. They took iPhones still in the factory wrap and said they wanted them as cameras, wash basins, nappies, shampoo, monosodium glutamate, chili oil, thermos flasks. There was nothing that village would not take. And at the end of the day, I came out of the car park and saw the Taoist crouched down with a bag of white rabbit candies handing them out. Don't push, there's enough for everybody. There were about 20 children around him, 7 and 8 years old. Before the world ended, those sweets cost about as much as nothing at all. You could not give them away, and I stood there and worked out something I had somehow not noticed in 8 months. There is not one child in the fairness convoy, not one. Little Fish is 14, and she is the youngest person we have. That village is starving, and it has children in it. Coco came and stood next to me and said quietly, "He's a good village chief. This place wouldn't be like this without him. What, do you want to stay?" "No, I'm a nomad. It's too calm here." Jing spent that entire night planting. She had already turned both walls of her van into green walls. Professor Zhao had written her a notebook. Activate the seed first, cut a potato into 4 pieces, water it here, not there. She planted until midnight and forgot to eat. Xu Minmin carried water for her until her legs were shaking, and Jing noticed at about 1 in the morning and shoved a loaf of bread at her, and that is where the thing between those two started. "Sister Jing," Xu Minmin said, "I want to be your disciple." Jing put the trowel down. Here is why she picked Jing, and she had thought about it for weeks. Gao Jun is too clever, and you can never see the bottom of him. Coco is my girlfriend, as far as that girl knows. Steel Bear is my brother, and me. Obviously not me. "You want to become a transcendent," Jing said, "so you can get even with Wang Ming. If that's it, I won't teach you." And the girl's whole body went, I wouldn't dare. I just want to be a transcendent. Then it won't happen again. Then I'll go back and find her. My sister, she might not be dead." And Jing, who is the most honest person I have ever met, gave it to her straight. "You and Wang Ming have no debt between you. I know what happened. In his position, I would not have stopped for your sister either. He wasn't her friend. He wasn't her family. He owed her nothing. Even a transcendent dies in a thing like that." And Xu Minmin stood there in a van full of seedlings with her hands twisting the hem of her shirt, and tears came off her face and made dark spots in the dust, because she had been a girl who never once noticed what her sister did for her. Roles came to her before she debuted. She thought the people in that industry who complained were making excuses for not working hard enough. And then she found out what the world costs. There was a night in Great Mist City when a man came at her in the dark, and every single person around her looked at the ceiling, and the only reason it did not happen is that Steel Bear came around the corner. She has never forgotten the faces of the people who did not move. She has told me she does not blame them, and I do not believe her. "I'll take you as a disciple," Jing said. "I'll teach you boxing. I'll teach you everything I know. But I cannot promise you that you will awaken. I don't know how I awakened. It might have been luck. It might have been the boxing. It might have been both. Do you understand?" "Understood, master." And that girl knelt down on the floor of a van and put her forehead on the boards 3 times, and there was a bruise on it in the morning. For the next 4 days, she trained like somebody working off a debt. Horse stance, in the rain. legs going like moth wings, sweat coming off her clothes onto the boards, and she would not stop until she physically fell over, and Jing Jing had to make her stop because she was going to injure herself. Master, I know I started too late. If I don't work, I'll never wake up. Working hard does not guarantee awakening. Xiaoxiao, you have to understand that. And that girl smiled at her, brightly, and said, Master, this is the only road I have. If I don't become a transcendent, one day I'm just going to die. Isn't that right? And Jing Jing had nothing to say to that. There used to be exactly one lunatic in this convoy, and she had pink hair. Now there are two. I noticed something over those days. Coco trains at night, on her own, where nobody can watch. Xu Minmin never went back to her room at all. Meanwhile, the village got quieter. People who used to sit in their doorways and greet each other were walking with their heads down and locking up before dark. The chief's assistant, a man called Xiao Zheng, went to every single house in that village with one house protection talisman each. Stick it on the door. Do not go outside. No, you cannot have a second one. The Taoist doesn't have enough for himself. Keep it flat. Do not crease it. It's your family's life. Doors and windows shut for the next 3 nights. Nobody goes out. If you have children, keep them where you can touch them. I need every single person in your house told. Everyone. He did that at 112 doors. Xuenan walked around with him for 2 days and eventually said, Doesn't it wear you out? Saying the same thing at every door? What else is there to do? Some people don't hear it the first time or the second. I do this so that maybe one fewer person dies. There aren't many of us left. That kind of idiot wouldn't last a week in our convoy, Xuenan said, and he was not being cruel. He was being accurate. Xiaozheng pushed his glasses up and said, Still, one fewer is one fewer, and knocked on the next door. Xuenan was walking with him for his own reasons. He had a portrait in his coat, drawn by somebody in our convoy who used to do it for money, and he showed it at 112 doors in a village of 1,000 people. Nobody knew the face. I watched him from a doorway that evening, standing under a blood moon, looking at that piece of paper. Little sister, he said to nobody, I've almost forgotten what your voice sounded like. And on the way back, he passed Xu Minmin coming the other way from her training, and the two of them crossed like a pair of parallel lines. Keep training like that and you'll wreck yourself, he said. You will not awaken. It's the only road I have. Then after 4 steps, any news about Liu Yan? No. We'll find her, both of them. Yeah. You too. And they walked on in opposite directions, and I stood in a doorway and knew the answer to one of those 2 questions and said nothing, and I have never regretted anything less or thought about anything more. The comedy that week came from the Taoist. He came running into the chief's house, drank an entire cup of tea in one go, and then ate the leaves. Village chief. That man of theirs, the one called Chu. He is completely insane. What did you see? I came around the corner of the granary, and he was crouched in the shadows talking to a cigarette lighter. He said, and I am quoting, I love you. He said, every second without you is 1,000 years. He said, I will love only you for the rest of my life. And in a house 40 meters away, Captain Gao Che stood in front of an eavesdropping radio, listening to all of that being reported to a village chief, and turned to stone. I was so careful, he said afterward in a small voice. How did he see me? On the last night I went out to the cliff at the shoulder of the elephant to test spirit infusion, and it cost me more than anything I have bought since the truck. 2 conditions. You must have seen the original, well enough to shape it in smoke, and you must have an object connected to the body, which meant I needed the scorpion's face and the scorpion's shell, and both of them had gone out of my hands in a desert. The face was Coco's, and she made me promise her a favor of equal value at a time of her choosing, which is a debt I am still carrying and which I expect to be extremely expensive. The shell was in Gao Jun's case, and Gao Jun took 60% of everything I owned. Then I stood on the edge of a moving mountain with the clouds sliding backward past me and my hair blowing about, because I had not had a haircut in 11 months, and I built a scorpion out of smoke, and I said the words, Spirit infusion of the void abyss, transform the turbid breath. The shell in my hand started to steam, and something in it turned over. Give form to the moon's shadow, life to condensed dew, to peer into the divine remains. Mist devours light. Obey my command. Go. The shell flew out of my hand and grew and set itself into the smoke like a plate going into a slot. And the scorpion, which had been standing there stiffly the way all my copies stand, threw both claws up and roared at the sky with no sound coming out of it at all. Then I did the face. The skin of that thing is soft and thin, and it folds up small, and it is warm, and holding it feels precisely like holding a piece of somebody. And the face went on, and the scorpion opened its eyes. Gray fog in both of them. and then it yawned hugely, with fog rolling out of its mouth, and rubbed its own face with its claws the way a man rubs his face after a nap, and looked around at where it was. And when it saw me, it stopped, and then it bowed. Slightly, respectfully. I stood on that cliff with my heart going and understood what spirit infusion actually is. It is not animation. I am not making a puppet move. I am reaching after something that has already gone and pulling it back into this world and putting it to work. I did not sleep much that night. The other thing I did was try it on the 8-limbed human face because I had its tentacle in a box. 8 faces came up out of the smoke. Old man, old woman, a man, a woman, a youth, a girl, a boy, a small girl. And I watched them go from confusion to comprehension to something I can only describe as joy. It felt, all 8 of them felt. That thing has 8 brains and every single one of them is broken in a different direction. And I stood there holding the lead of it and thought about a child holding a very good sword. The sword is sharp either way. I also tried quietly to build a living person out of smoke. Coco, Steel Bear, Jing Jing, every one of them came out as a wooden doll with no one home. An ordinary survivor the same. A humanoid monster is straightforward. A person is not. There is a saying that the difference between 2 people can be greater than the difference between a person and a dog, and I can now confirm it experimentally. Every time I tried it, I felt like a man with his hand on a lid he should not lift. I stopped doing it. The night before, Gao Jun sat under a torch tied to a desk with 2 notebooks open. He was copying the village chief's notes into his own by hand. Observations, rules, bad drawings of things with too many joints. Meanwhile, the village chief was somewhere on that elephant trying to read Gao Jun's handwriting and quietly losing his mind, because I have seen that man's handwriting and it is not writing, it is weather. Gao Jun's private opinion of the exchange, which he told me while smirking. If this book ever falls into anybody else's hands, nobody on earth will be able to read a word of it. And the thought he wrote at the bottom of the last page, humanity has never once learned anything from history, and humanity has never once stopped writing it down. That night, Jing Jing sat on the roof of her van with her back straight and her legs like the roots of an old tree, doing nothing, in complete stillness, with one arm. Coco sat in the dark, cleaning a sword she had already cleaned, and checked its number, and smiled at it. Steel Bear slept half on and half off a bed with a sound like roadworks, and I slept with Abomination next to my pillow, and it shook all night, and I have never known whether that was fear or appetite. Maybe they were already there, maybe nobody had noticed yet. The next morning, Gao Jun could not find anything, nothing in the sky, nothing on the ground. Nothing approaching from any direction. The only strange aura within his entire range was the elephant we were standing on. The chief says it comes out of the air, he said, and looked up at a sky with nothing in it. The village was under its own curfew. In an entire settlement of 1,000 people, there was not one person on the street, but when I walked down it, there were eyes at every window. Middle-aged people and young ones and a few teenagers and some very small children, and every single pair of them was frightened. It was like walking down a corridor in a house where something is wrong. Positions. Jing Jing and the monk at the planting base, with the monk under standing orders not to leave it if the whole village burned. Steel Bear on the roof of the van with the seed grain in it, because that van had become the most valuable object in our convoy. The first crop had come in 3 days earlier and caused something close to a riot of happiness. Coco on the rooftops as the reaction force, because nobody in that convoy is faster. The Taoist allegedly on an important mission, which meant nobody had seen him since dawn. And me on the main street, which is the entire village. Divine Elephant Village is one street with houses down both sides and a few shops with nothing in them. Gao Jun found me around 11 and I asked the question, "Captain, what if it's something you can't feel? I won't say it's impossible, but a Pathfinder's sensitivity to the strange is not something you should bet against." And then a man walked out of a door at the end of the street. Barefoot, very thin, a dirty coat, wet down the front, face wet, hair wet, a kitchen knife in one hand, wet. He left prints behind him with every step. He was walking without urgency, and he was laughing, and while he laughed he was saying, "I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. I didn't want to, I had no choice. I don't want to die, I don't want to die." He turned his head and his eyes were not focused on anything, and he looked at the 2 of us, and then he brought the knife up and across his own throat. He did not get up, and my first reaction, before anything else, was to look behind me, because for about half a second the ground under me felt like the edge of something, and something reached up out of it and closed on the back of my coat, and then the world came back and it was gone. That is what a transcendent feels when the strange is near. It is not the same thing as a Pathfinder's sense. It is older and stupider and much more useful. Coco came off a roof on the sword and landed and looked around. I felt it too, for about a second. It was like the whole village was full of it, and then nothing. The Taoist came out of an alley with a long gun wrapped in gray cloth on his back and looked at the man in the road. "Song Junhui," he said. "He was a builder. He did all the repairs in this village. He never argued with anybody. He was popular. He said it the way you read a name off a list. 15 minutes later, we had the rest of it. Every person in House 132 was dead. Song Junhui, his girlfriend, and the couple who shared the other room. The village sheriff, who had done a decade of criminal investigation before all this, looked at the room and said the murderer was Song Junhui. Nobody said anything at all after that, because the 4 people in that room got on. 2 couples who had met each other after the world ended and had ended up sharing a house and had decided to like each other. Neighbors had heard them laughing through the wall the previous evening. We went to the temple, 18 half-length statues in a dim hall, and half of them in shadow where you could see only an outline, and in the corner, a new one. Beautiful, gentle expression. I recognized her instantly. It was Wen Hongxia, which made no sense at all, and I filed it, and I did not look at it a second time, because there were 11 other people in that room. Gao Jun's eyes flickered once. Coco noticed nothing. I want to be fair to her. She was 19, and she had had a very hard year. The chief was on his knees in front of those statues with his eyes red raw. There were 3 fat sticks of incense burning in the pot, and in a village where a candle is a luxury, 3 of those mean something. He had been kneeling there since dawn. Village chief. Song Junhui is dead. So is everyone in room 132. And that old man said, without getting up, so it started. Then Gao Jun asked him to read the body. Pathfinder Sequence 3 has an ability that lets you touch the head of a dead person and see the last thing they saw. They brought Song Junhui in and laid him on the floor of a temple, which I am fairly sure breaks about 9 rules, and nobody said a word about it. Colored light moved in the old man's palm for 3 minutes. I saw Song Junhui kill the others, and then, in front of you 2, at the end of the street. The murderer is Song Junhui. Silence. What I see is not necessarily the truth, he said. I only get the brightest parts. There may be details even he did not think were important, and those I cannot see at all. For a transcendent, an ability is a tool. Analysis is still done with your head. He looked at Gao Jun. Write that one down. Then he said the part that mattered. I felt what he felt before he died. Panic, despair, and regret. Something happened to that man that he could not understand. So the strange thing is in Divine Elephant Village, and I think somebody else is going to die very soon. The sheriff came through the door while he was still saying it. Village chief, number 12, all of them, 7 people, everybody in there is dead. Except Luo Lei. Luo Lei killed himself. They brought all of them into that temple, one at a time, and the old man read every single one, and each reading took something out of him, and by the 4th, he could not stand up unaided, and he kept going, and the shape of it came out. Inside House 132, Song Junhui had received something like an instruction, and he had killed his girlfriend, the woman he had been planning to register a marriage with as soon as anybody started registering marriages again. Then he had received another instruction and gone into the room opposite and killed both of them, 1 person first, then 2. And then he had walked out into the street and stopped being able to carry it. The same in House 12, 1, then 2, then 3, and then Luo Lei, alone, with everybody he knew on the floor around him. 9 dead, 10 with the man in the street. The chief's assistant, Xiao Zheng, stood in that hall and told us about them, and his voice was in pieces, and he did not cry once. He is in his 30s, and half his hair is white. Song Junhui and his girlfriend called each other husband and wife. He would talk about my wife this and my wife that in front of people who did not have anybody. They were going to register as soon as the world let them. And this is normal here. That's what I'm trying to say. After everything, people here hold on to each other harder than they ever did. Some of them the chief married himself in the temple with the incense lit. There were no tears left in that man. They had been used. And I stood in the back of that hall looking at him and saw Uncle A Ping so clearly that I had to look at the floor. Then the village chief stood up in the doorway with half of him in the light and half in the dark and bowed to the 3 of us at 90 degrees and held it. I am counting on you. The Taoist bowed. With a rifle on his back and one eye he could not open, he bowed and said in a completely serious voice for the first time since I met him, "Please." Xiao Zheng bowed. The sheriffs bowed. And I stood there and felt, for the first time in my life, pressure. Not fear. I know fear extremely well, and we get on. This was the other thing. The thing where a number of people who cannot help themselves have decided that you can. I did not enjoy it at all. Outside, the 3 of us worked out the rule and then immediately fell out over what to do about it. Coco wanted to gather the entire village into one building, safer together, help each other. Sun Huan, I said. Are you brain damaged? What? 10 people are dead. Have you noticed nothing about them? She thought about it for 4 seconds and her face changed, which is why I like her. House 132, House 12. They lived together. They were close to each other. There it is. It's a rule. And she got it, and I looked at her with genuine approval, and she went scarlet with fury, and told me later that I had looked at her exactly the way you look at a dog that has performed a trick, and that I had been about a second away from saying good girl. Gathering everybody in one room, Gao Jun said, would be feeding it. And then, without discussing it, all three of us took several steps backward at the same time. Gao Jun moved away from me. I moved away from both of them. Coco moved away from me, and then, after a moment's thought, away from Gao Jun as well, and her face while she did it said very clearly, Wang Ming is out of the question, Captain Gao is also out of the question, and I do not trust either of you. We stood there in a triangle, 3 of the 5 most dangerous people on that elephant, each of us 4 meters from the others, and it stayed that way for the rest of that day. Then Xiaozheng came running. There's a survivor. Somebody isn't dead. She was a tall, very thin woman, and she was covered in it. She had a homemade bow made of rubber bands and rope and lengths of wood, the kind ordinary survivors make and transcendents laugh at, and a long watermelon knife. She had lived in that village with 2 children, her parents, her brother, her partner, and her partner's parents. 9 people in one house. In this world, that made her the luckiest woman in the village, and she had spent a year behaving like it. When she had a dispute with anybody, all 9 of them turned up. She had won every single argument she ever had in that place, and the chief had a headache with her name on it. They were all dead, all 9 of them. Plus the 2 good-natured neighbors who lived next door and had always given way to her, every single person who had ever been close to that woman, and she was sitting in the temple laughing. Heh, 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 there's someone there and you can't see him. A mask. Heh, it's an opera singer. And there it was, and none of us understood it yet. The chief refused to read her. She's alive. It only works on the dead, I said. That's easy, and started walking, and Gao Jun got a hand over my mouth and dragged me backward out of a temple. Outside, all 3 of us agreed on one thing. That woman was not mad. When I started toward her, she had shrunk. Fast. In the right direction. A person who has genuinely lost their mind does not do that. She was going to be extremely talkative that night. An hour later, she hanged herself from a roof beam in that temple in front of the statue of the 18th grandfather while the chief was asleep. And after that, I was on the main street on my own. The Taoist had disappeared. The chief was in the temple. Jing Jing and the monk were at the base. Steel Bear was on a van. Gao Jun had shut himself in a room, and Professor Zhao was in his garden, comparing 2 seedlings and writing in a notebook in a 100-person facility that now contained 1 white-haired old man. I looked up at the sun, and then I looked at the thing standing in the road about 20 meters away, and I understood that I had not been looking at the sun. I had been looking at something that was the same shape as the sun. It was about 2 meters tall, and it was hunched. Arms down past the knees, limbs like bamboo poles with cloth on them, and on its face, a gilded Peking opera mask. I want you to know exactly what I said first, because it was not brave, and it was not clever. Of all the people you could have picked, you picked me first? That is not a boast. That is a complaint. There was a sword immortal on the rooftops, a 4-meter colossus 2 streets away, a fist master, a celestial master, and a Buddha sequence in that village, and it came to the man with 1 eye and a bad attitude. The street looked exactly the same. The houses were the same houses. And I could feel, with complete certainty, that the thing in front of me was a very long way away, which is when I understood. We were not in the same place anymore. It had taken me somewhere, and taken the street with it. That is why no pathfinder in that village had felt anything. There was nothing here to feel. It had never been in their world. 2 things saved my life, and both of them were habits. Gao Jun had marked me weeks earlier, which meant the moment I vanished he would know. And I had spent the entire day with a lit cigarette in my mouth and a very large backpack on my back because I knew what day it was. I breathed out and put 100 meters of smoke down, and out of it, holding a scythe, came the gray figure I have gotten very good at. The masked thing watched me do all of it and did not move once. Then the door of the nearest house opened, and a man came out of it with a sharpened steel pipe, shaking so hard he could barely hold it. And I understood the rest of the rule. Proximity. Whoever is closest gets pulled in with you. That is why it had gone through those houses 1 room at a time. The man saw the thing in the road first, and every part of him gave up at once. Then he saw me, and something warm ran down the inside of his trouser leg, and his face went from terror into something much worse, which was despair. You're ruthless Wang. That's it then. I'm definitely dead. He sat down in the road. Now, I did not know I had a nickname. It turns out I have several, and that everybody in the Fairness Convoy has one, and that they are all excellent. Gao Jun is the barefoot sage. He used to be the lofty one, but the hair situation overtook it. Steel Bear is the great oaf. Shuinan is the ugliest man in the convoy. Jing Jing is the 1-armed falcon. Ma Shuya is the #1 flirt. Bald old Wang is that bald guy. Coco does not have one, because nobody dares. Uncle A Ping never had one either, and I have thought about why, and the answer is that you only give a nickname to somebody you are slightly afraid of or slightly annoyed by, and nobody was ever either of those about him. And mine, apparently, is Ruthless Wang, or One-Eyed Wang, depending on the shift. There is a saying that had gone all the way around that convoy without ever reaching me. If you meet a strange thing, there is a sliver of hope. If you offend Wang Ming, there is none. The man on the ground started apologizing for having said it out loud. Shut up. And then a black crescent opened across that gilded mask, and it laughed. In 1 minute, only one of you lives. And a countdown appeared in the air between us in red. 00:00:59. 00:00:58. And I understood finally what had happened in House 132. The rule picks the closest person. Song Junhoi's closest person was the woman he shared a bed with. He won that round. The second round it gave him the couple across the hall, who he had eaten dinner with every night for a year. He won that one too. 1 in the first round, 2 in the second, 3 in the third. It is not a monster that kills people. It is a machine for finding out what a person will do, and every single person it has ever run has given it the same answer, and then had to live in the same body as the person who gave it. That is why he was apologizing to an empty street with a knife in his hand. That is why a woman who had won every argument in her village for a year was sitting in a temple pretending to laugh. She had not gone mad. She had simply preferred that we thought she had. Time is short, the mask said. Make your choice. Do you die, or does he? I can smell the blood on you, Transcendent. This should not be a difficult decision for you. 50 seconds. I put 3 rounds from Exploding Star through its head, and they went out the other side and hit a wall. It's no use. We are not in the same dimension. You cannot kill me. I drew Abomination, and the blade came out of that sheath making a sound like a person weeping, with the red threads clinging to it and letting go one at a time, and I cut a thing that was not there. The first time I ever swung that knife in a fight, it hit nothing, and it went back into the sheath in a mood. 40 seconds, I took the sunglasses off, and it stopped talking, and then it started again, and it was delighted. Oh, you're a marvelous object symbiote. A pause. No, you aren't. You're a reserve marvelous object symbiote. Fascinating. I did not know you people had gotten that far. If we were in the same dimension, and if that eye of yours were whole, I might genuinely be in some trouble. But we are not. 35 seconds. Abyss control. Nothing. My eye bled down my face, and that thing's pupils were 2 holes with no back to them. The absolute aura shield, and a run straight through the middle of it, hoping to come out the other side of whatever this space was. There is no other side. There is nothing there. I ran through the place it was standing and came out into the same street with the same countdown. Death with the scythe. Straight through. Nothing. 30 seconds. Transcendent. What else have you got? Hurry. There's very little time. And the pressure in that place was climbing. It had been climbing since the first number. It was in my chest and behind my eyes and in the man on the ground, whose eyes were going red at the edges and who was breathing like something with its leg in a trap. He still did not come at me, too frightened. It was the only mercy anybody got that afternoon. So I took the backpack off. 20 seconds. I put the shell down and said the words, and a scorpion came out of the smoke with a shell in its back and a face on its face and put its tail spike straight through the middle of that mask from 4 meters. The mask tilted its head slightly. There was not a mark on it. A very impressive technique, and a stupid one. I told you, your attacks cannot reach me. Humans are such stubborn animals. 15 seconds. And I took the tentacle out of the box. I have owned that thing since Wrong City, and I have never once wanted to use it. I put the man out with the edge of a hand made of smoke first, because he was going to see the next part and there was no reason for that. And I thought, while I did it, I have been listening to Gao Jun for too long. That man tells me every week that there are not many humans left. He has also personally decided who was going to be the tail on more than one night without telling anybody. Hypocrite. And then I said the words a second time. The octopus came up out of my smoke 10 meters high with 8 faces around the top of it, and the tentacle in my hand started pulling toward it like a dog that has smelled something. And the mask stopped being amused. Transcendent. You even found that bug. Do you actually think you control it? If you work with that thing, you will be dragged into somewhere very dark, and you will not come back out. 10 seconds. I know you're awake in there, I said to the octopus. So let's not waste time. Help me, or you never come back at all. Nothing. 8 faces looked at me, and 8 faces did not move. 8 seconds, and I pulled Exploding Star and pointed it at an unconscious man on the ground, and I was going to do it, and I want that in the record along with everything else. Wait, the old man's face. Swear it. Swear that from today you give me 1 hour out here. Every day. 1 hour. Say it now. And I said, without one instant of hesitation and with my hand on my heart, I swear, as long as the 8-limbed human face solves my current problem, it gets 1 hour, every day, from me. And if I break my word, may I die a terrible death, pierced by 1,000 arrows, and may nothing of me be left. I said it in the tone of a man swearing on his mother. Hey, young man, I'll believe you this once. Uncle, I said warmly, you're the kindest thing I've ever met. You'd never lie to me, would you? Now, that thing is the most cunning creature I have ever encountered. It has 8 brains. It spent 3 weeks in wrong city manipulating a district. It has never trusted anything in its existence. And it was out of time, and it did not want to go back into the dark, and so it did the only thing left. It bet everything on a human being's word, which is a concept it has personally spent its entire life laughing at, and I gave that word, knowing exactly what I was going to do with it, which is nothing. Then the old man's face closed its eyes. Grandson, it said, I'm sorry. Grandpa will avenge you. And a tentacle came up and took the boy's face off the top of that octopus. I am not going to describe it. The boy screamed for about a second, then the little girl, and then there were 6 faces where there had been 8. The 5 that were left all had different expressions, and I could read every one of them. Despair, blank indifference, terror, and in 2 of them, hatred aimed directly at the old man who had just eaten what he had spent a year calling his treasure, and under all of it, hatred aimed at me, because none of this would have happened if I had not held the door. That is what it costs a thing like that to get strong in a hurry. The old man looked at the mask with his eyes streaming and said, it's just a domain. You think an old man can't do anything about a domain? Get out here! And a wall of tentacles went into that space like nails going into a mirror. The mask stood and watched with visible boredom because nothing had touched it all afternoon. 3, it said. 2. And I already had the pistol up and my finger taking up the slack, and the air in front of that mask made a sound like a windscreen. The cracks came out from the point of one tentacle in every direction, and reached the ground, and reached the walls, and reached past me, and the whole thing came apart like a dropped mirror. Young man, said the old man's face, going transparent, remember what you promised me, or I will not let you off. And every one of the 6 looked at me on the way out with the same expression. Promised? I thought. I don't recall promising anything. The street came back. The sky came back. A fire dragon came around the corner of a building at head height. Coco was screaming my name from a rooftop, and Steel Bear was somewhere below shouting, Yeezy, are you still there? Gao Jun had felt me disappear inside a second and had them both on that street inside 4 minutes, and they had turned the whole thing over and found nothing, and even the Taoist had come out of hiding to help, and none of them had been able to find a man standing exactly where he had been standing all along. The first thing I said when I came out was, careful, all of you, be careful. Because in every film I have ever seen, this is the exact minute the teammates start dying. And out of the fire tornado, a thin figure walked back into the street. Same body, same hanging arms, different mask. The gilding was gone and there were flames on it. Fire, it said. I can do that too. And it went up like a column, 4 meters of it, and it lit both sides of that street, and there were people in those houses, and some of them came out. I put smoke over 100 meters of that street and covered everybody in it, and the scorpion went into the smoke and stopped existing as far as anything outside was concerned. My death came in with the scythe, and that thing blocked it with one dry arm and burned her out of the air. Steel Bear came through my smoke with his fists coming up gold, and that is the monk's technique, bought for 50 caddies of rice and 3 sets of clothes, and it worked. The punch made a shockwave you could see, and the fire took his hair, his clothes, his eyebrows, and his eyelashes, and left about 4 square centimeters of cloth on him. He did not care even slightly. He was in a fight. What was on him was not relevant to the fight. For the rest of that afternoon, there was a 4-meter naked man running around a village at speed, and nobody could look directly at him. The mask reassembled out of a spark, and then the Taoist finally showed up. A gold bullet came down that street in a straight line with lightning trailing off it and hit that mask in the face, and the mask went back 90 degrees and everything stopped, even the fire. He was standing at the far end of the street, leaning on his own weapon like a walking stick, with his lips shaking. The fatal sniper. Number 7152. The one I sold him for a book. He had covered the entire body of that rifle in talismans until it looked less like a firearm than a piece of temple furniture, and he had cut 5 thunder runes into the bullet itself. And when it fired, every rune on that weapon turned to ash at once. That whole thing was one shot, a rifle with a number above 7,000, and the worst side effect in recorded history finally earned the word fatal, and I have never regretted a trade less. There was a crack in that mask about the length of a fingernail, and it was already closing. He was finished. He could not have fired again inside an hour. So I finished it for him. The scorpion's tail came out of my smoke and went into the exact same spot. Once, twice. An assassin hits once, and I am not an assassin. I hit that crack 11 times in about 4 seconds and drove that thing into the ground and put a cloud of dust over the whole street, and on the 12th, the forehead of the mask opened, and behind it, there was no face. There was a hole with no back to it, and gray fog turning over inside, and out of the hole came screaming and cursing, and underneath both of those, somebody crying quietly. Abomination, in its sheath, on my belt, started to shake. Not fear. I know what that shakes like now. This was appetite. There was so much grievance coming out of that hole that my knife hit the first stage of its accumulation without me touching it and started climbing straight for the second. Then the heads came out. Gray-white, roughly human, floating. The first one came out confused and then delighted, and then it looked at the street and its face changed into something else entirely. Then a second one. Then 4. Then a great many. Vengeful spirits, the Taoist shouted, and his voice had gone up an octave. Everybody, do whatever you can. His talismans came out and lightning came down and cleared a section of street, and by the time he had the next one up, there were more of them than there had been. One villager did not get inside in time, and one of those things went into him, and his face went gray, and he turned around and went for his own neighbors. The Taoist put a talisman on him and pulled the thing out of him with a peachwood sword he had spat out of his own mouth at full size. Steel Bear's fist did nothing at all to them. Nothing. They also would not go near him because whatever a colossus has in his blood is unpleasant to them, so they went around him and took the people behind him. Coco's dragon worked, my scorpion's tail worked, Death's scythe worked, Abomination worked best of all, and while I was using it I found out what the sheath does. One came at me from behind, and out of the scabbard came a spray of red threads that wrapped it and dragged it in. That thing eats grievance. It says so in the description. I had simply never read it as an instruction. And the pale ones, the weak ones, took one look at that knife and went backwards on their hands. Then the black ones started coming out. They had lost the human shape somewhere, teeth, too many joints, and they did not care about the knife at all. And the mask on the ground healed shut, and the flames went out of it, and black runes came up on the surface instead. And a thin man appeared exactly where I had been standing and threw a punch with a sonic boom on it that blew a hole straight through my smoke. Not into it, through it. It knew what my smoke was. It knew it hides and does not stop anything. So it stood outside and punched holes in it until it found me. I came apart into green smoke and reassembled 40 meters away, and my hands were not steady. Yeezy, leave that one to me. Steel Bear, naked, 4 meters, went in and hit it as hard as he has ever hit anything, and went backwards through 2 houses. The third mask is not fire, and it is not space. The third mask is simply strength, and a colossus who has not transformed cannot live with it. Meanwhile, at the far end of the village, the monk was leaving the planting base. Professor Zhao had stood in his greenhouse listening to the noise coming down the street and had recognized voices in it. He works with 100 people a day. He knew a great many of the ones that stopped, and he told the monk to go. Dashan, go and help in the village. Professor, I have this lady with me, and I am not Goliath. I am not defenseless. He said the chief's name with no respect in it at all, which I noticed and did not have time to think about. The village needs you more. The monk bowed to Jing Jing from the waist. Professor Zhao is in your hands, and Jing Jing, with one arm, bowed back. Professor Zhao will not die before I do. And then that monk reached into his bag and took out a pair of over-ear headphones, with light-up cat ears on them, the kind streamers used to wear because they photographed well. He put them on his shaved head, and the cat ears came on in neon, and his entire face changed. The serenity went off it like a coat coming off. What was left was aggressive, cocky, and about 20 years younger, and Jing Jing could hear the music from 2 meters away. Then he took one enormous step directly into the air and went over the village like a man running for a train. I need you to understand that I did not see any of this. Jing Jing told me afterward, and she is the most literal human being alive, and she told it to me with a completely straight face, and I have believed every word of it since. Back on the street, it had stopped being winnable. The black ones were coming out faster than anything could put them down, and then the shapes started coming out that had been people once. I know that because one of them still had the outline of a colossus on it, exploded muscle, a single vertical eye in the forehead, one leg, and it came for me, and I put Abomination in the way of the hand that came at me, and the blade opened it across the chest, and it ignored that completely and threw a backhand at the exact spot I was about to move to, not where I was going. Prediction. I want to be honest about the noise I made. I put smoke over it and blinded it. The scorpion put its spike through the vertical eye while it was busy. I came in behind with the knife. Death took it apart at the waist, and then the sheath threw out every thread it had and tried to drag the bottom half of a colossus into a scabbard. It could not fit. It swelled up like a fish and kept trying, and then it managed it. By then there were 4 or 5 more of them standing above the street looking down at me the way you look at an insect that has done something faintly interesting. Gao Jun got the survivors moving toward the temple, which the chief had specifically forbidden because there was nowhere else at all. That is when a black arrow came out of the sky and went straight through my absolute aura shield. Straight through. My smoke is the best hiding in the world, and something out there simply did not need to see me. Death got in the way of it, and there were 4 more behind it, each one heavier than the last, and I went into smoke and came out somewhere else, and in the half second before I moved, I saw where they were coming from. A shape with no head and no legs, with feathers on its back. A hunter in life. A sequence built entirely out of intuition, and it had kept every bit of it. The arrow that missed me went through 5 people who were running for the temple. One of them was Xiaozheng. He stopped and looked down, and his face went completely blank with confusion, and I saw the confusion turn into something else, and it was not fear, it was relief. I'm finally going to die, and Gao Jun got both arms under him and screamed into his face. What nonsense is that? You are not going to die. Your village chief has methods. I have medicine. You are not going to die. And then he turned around and screamed at 90 frozen villagers. Go! What are you waiting for? Go! He got about 40 of them through that gate. I counted afterward. The temple doors were shut. Gao Jun stood in front of them and beat on them with both fists and called the chief of Divine Elephant Village every name I have ever heard and several I intend to steal. You old bastard, if you don't bring out whatever you've been sitting on. We're finished, said the Taoist arriving. The village is finished. He had lost the peachwood sword. His arms were hanging, his glasses were gone, and one ear was not working, and the doors opened. The village chief had gone completely white, not gray, white, all of it, since the morning, and his face had folded in on itself like bark. He looked past all of us at his village burning. Why? He said, to nobody. Then, gentlemen, hold them for 1 minute. That's all I need. 1 minute. 1 minute, I said, is 1 minute. I want to be extremely clear about the state of my own head at that point. I have an escape. I have always had an escape. In 11 months, I have never once been in a fight I could not walk out of, and I have walked out of several while people were still calling my name. I could have gone. Nothing in that village could have stopped me, and the 2 little figures came back onto my shoulders for the last time. The black one was screaming, "Are you insane? It's the apocalypse. You are going to die for complete strangers? What do you get? Every man for himself. Do you think they'll write you a certificate? There are at least 3 Sequence 3 wraiths out there, and you think you're handling that? Stop being an idiot. I am begging you." And the white one said very quietly, "There are so few of us left. How many living people have you met since October? If you go, 1,000 people die tonight. And Steel Bear is still out there, and Sun Huan Huan, and the captain. Are you sure you can leave?" "Shut up," I said out loud, to nobody in the middle of a burning street. "Both of you. 1 minute." There were 3 of them in front of me by then, and I could not have told you which sequences, and behind them the street was solid. The willow branch had wound itself around my forearm so tightly it had gone into the skin, and behind me there were about 100 living people trying to get through a temple door. I was the last thing between those 2 facts. So I took 2 steps forward, and I put my weight down, and I got my right hand on the grip. Abomination had been drinking all afternoon. Second stage. Lamentation. First time in the human world. Coco told me what she saw, and I trust her account over mine, because I was busy. She said the world went black and white. Blood turned to a thick dark ink. The green on the hills turned gray. The clouds went to 2 shades of nothing. She said her first thought was, "That is a Sequence 2 with a knife ranked 2000th. That is not supposed to touch the rules of the world." And then I swung. What came off that blade was not sword energy, and it was not force. It was a wave made out of faces. Old ones and young ones and children and men and women, all of them screaming, all of them clawing forward over each other to get at anything in front of them, and the wave did not thin out as it traveled. It got wider, and there were more of them the further it went. The black ones went under it and did not come back up. The pale ones were gone in the first meter. The armored one, the Sequence 3 that had been leading, went down under about 200 faces and came apart still swinging. And when the color came back into the world, the street was empty. Completely empty for about 9 seconds, and that is when I finally understood why a knife ranked 2000th had been keeping pace with a Sword Immortal's blade all year. Because that was the second stage. There is a third one, where it wakes up on its own, and monster pickup is inside the top 1,000, and I have not the faintest idea what that means anymore. The street filled up again, so I made crawlers. They are the easiest thing in the world to copy, and there is no limit to them, and I built a wall of smoke 7 meters high across the street and let them come over it in waves, with the scorpion hunting inside it. Coco stopped fighting and stared at me. "What are you looking at?" I screamed at her. "I'm not coping." And then the temple came apart. Not fell down. came apart, and then everything that had been in it came apart a second time. The beams and the tables and the benches and the floor tiles, all of it going to dust in the air at once, and the dust hung there in a cloud over where a building had been. And under our feet, the elephant woke up. Even the wraiths stopped. Gao Jun, from behind a wall, felt 18 separate wills come up out of that dust, and he described them to me later with his hand shaking around a cup. Justice, terror, absurdity, distortion, and madness, all mixed in 18 containers. The Taoist sat down in the dirt. So it's come to this, he said. It's actually come to this. The monk closed his eyes and would not open them. The dust came down, and on the site of the temple there were 18 people from the waist up, only from the waist up. Below that they were not standing on ground. There was no ground. The soil layer was simply gone, and what they were joined to was the skin of the elephant, and where they joined it there were dark red vessels the thickness of a wrist, and things were moving in them. They were symbiotes, 18 of them, in symbiosis with the animal we had all been standing on for a week, which is why the statues in that temple had only ever been half length, which is why a village of 1,000 people could sit on top of a legendary strange thing and steer it. And the one at the front, still in a black suit, with her hair loose over her shoulders and her face twisted into something that had nothing gentle in it at all, was Wen Hongxia, the woman who had asked me for a seat in my truck and then looked at me like a stranger. I have never in my life wanted so badly to have said yes to something. The villagers found out at the same moment we did. That's Wen Hongxia, what happened to her, and Old Fan, and Auntie Wang. The chief said they went missing on a supply run. Here is what those 18 are, and it is the worst deal in this entire story. A symbiote of the strange has to live inside its whispering forever. Gao Jun had written it down in his notebook months earlier. Hold that for long enough and the personality goes, and what is left is neither one thing nor the other. Every one of those 18 volunteered. Every single one of them was a person who stepped forward and signed something so that a village could eat, and the village worships them. And they have spent a year in a dark hall listening to a noise nobody else can hear. They were laughing when the dust came down. Wang Jianjun, one of them said, and that is the first time anybody in that convoy heard the chief's actual name. It looks like the village is in trouble. Good, 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 somebody was applauding. The chief sat down in front of them on the bare skin of an elephant. Whether you hate me or whether you want to eat me, it makes no difference to me. I have 1 minute. If you will not give it after 1 minute, the village stops existing. Or shall I use the contract? And Wen Hongxia laughed at him. What does the village have to do with me? Look at what I am. Do you still think I'm a person? If you hadn't tricked me into signing that thing, would I be here? You signed it yourself, the old man said without looking at her. I did not force anybody. 99% of the people in this country are dead. You are a sequence transcendent. Millions of people would have given everything they had for that. Chen Yonggu, you are absolutely right. That is exactly how you sold it to me. And a deeper voice from further back cut across her. Have you ever lost track of what month it is, Wang Jianjun, in that hall, with that sound? I promised you I would do anything for this village. I thought I could hold on and not go mad. I was wrong. I regret it. I want all of you to die. Come here, Wang Jianjun. Let me eat you. I have been thinking about it for a very long time. And the old man stood up and shouted one word, and 18 mouths closed at once and stayed closed, and you could see all 18 of them straining against something. That is what a contract is. Then he turned around. Behind him, 18 lunatics. In front of him, about 400 villagers who had just found out what they had been praying to. And a good number of those faces had gone from grief straight to hatred. This may be the last time I speak to you as the chief of this village. In a few minutes there may not be a village. But I, Wang Jianjun, have never done anything wrong. He said the last part too loud, with his neck out and his face going red, and I want to record that he was a terrible public speaker. Genuinely bad. Gao Jun was shaking his head at the technique in the middle of an apocalypse. Without this elephant, this place would not have fed 50 people, not 1,000, 50. They became grandfathers voluntarily, every single one of them, to coexist with the elephant so that the village would have a roof. And yes, a symbiote of the strange cannot avoid what the strange does to them. They become monsters with broken minds. That is true, and I knew it when I asked. And I do not regret the decision. If you want to curse somebody, remember my name and curse the right man. Nobody in that crowd was looking up anymore. Now the village needs one of you to step forward. 400 people looked at each other. I will take the blessing of the 18 grandfathers and make you a temporary transcendent so that you can defend this village. And in 24 hours, you will die. Is anybody willing? And nothing happened. I watched the light go out of that old man's face by degrees, and I heard what he was thinking as clearly as if he had said it, because it was written all over him. So that's it then. And in the end, the only person who ever cared about this village was me, and then a hand went up. Village chief. I'll do it. He was not 20. Thick eyebrows, big honest eyes, and a face so serious that it made him look middle-aged, and the chief had privately written him off months earlier as a boy too solemn to ever find a wife. You understand that you will die? Village chief, without you and without this place, I would have died a year ago. I would rather try for the village than go out somewhere with nobody watching. And if I die, I'm taking as many of those things with me as I can carry. What's your name? Yu Tao. And then a voice from the side, lazy, faintly amused. Little brother, you didn't even call me. Honest men always keep the important things to themselves. 27 or 28. Very thin. A t-shirt he was swimming in. A small mustache. And extremely bright eyes. Tang Hao, you. Village chief. Some things have to be done. Count me in. He put his hand on the boy's shoulder, and the two of them stood next to each other, and their ages looked entirely the wrong way around. Wang Jianjun could not say a word, because Xiaozheng was dead in the dirt 40 meters away, and Tang Hao was the man he had been planning to promote in his place that same evening. A temporary transcendent is still a transcendent, said a third voice. Give Wang Daqiang a turn. Green shirt, enormous forearms with veins on the backs of the hands like rope. The head of the village's security, whose entire job in peacetime consisted of taking 3 men out to repair roofs and fill potholes. Village chief, I'm the sheriff. Protecting this village is my job. I took the work. I do the work. He said it in the tone of a man suggesting they have a drink later, and that is where the old man's eyes went. After that, they came in a line. Count me in. And me. I'm old. I haven't got many years left anyway. 18 of them, and I stood 200 meters away behind a wall of my own smoke with a Sequence 4 Wraith looking for me, and I asked myself the question honestly, because I have never lied to myself about this. Would you die for these villagers? And the answer came back instantly, and without any argument at all. Idiot. You have known these people for 9 days. Have you lost your mind? So I asked it the other way. Would you die for Steel Bear, for Sun Huan Huan, for Gao Jun? And a year ago that answer would have been just as fast. I stood there in the smoke and could not produce one. That is the whole thing. That is the entire change that happened to me in 11 months, and it is not redemption, it is just a question I stopped being able to answer. Then the thing that had been hunting me found me. 3 heads, 4 arms, 2 stories tall, and the aura coming off it was almost exactly Steel Bear's, which is how I knew what I was looking at. A colossus. Sequence 4. Transformed. I hid. It did not look for me. It folded all 4 arms together into a barrel and fired an air cannon that took my entire smoke field off the street in one shot, on the theory that if you drain the pond, you will find the fish. The blast deafened me for 2 days. Then it threw a punch at where I had been standing before I finished moving, and my exact thought running for my life in green smoke down a burning street was this. There is a sword immortal in this village. There is a fistmaster. There is a 4-meter colossus. There is a Buddha sequence in cat ear headphones. There is a celestial master with a magic rifle. Why me? Why is it always me? I am a nice man. I am a small, harmless, extremely reasonable man. So I drew a perfect 90-degree turn in the air with my own body and led 2 stories of Colossus directly to the monk. I want to be clear that this was not malice. The monk has the best defense in that village. All I needed was 4 seconds. He had just finished the wraiths in front of him, and he was standing up straight, breathing, having a moment. And then he saw me coming at him with a Sequence 4 behind me, and I watched him understand. The golden light came up over his whole body until his head looked like a temple ornament. A fist the size of a sandbag came down, and that monk went across a village and left a trench in it. And I said, out loud, in a genuinely disappointed voice, "That's it?" He was lying in the rubble at the time. He heard it. That man had kept a vow of clean speech for 11 years, and I broke it for him in one afternoon, and he told me later, without any trace of humor, that he hears it every night when he closes his eyes. Meanwhile, the 18 were taking the power. They walked up to 18 half-bodies and did the only thing required of them, which is to hold out a hand. The 18 grandfathers, mouths sealed, took their wrists. One of them was trying to say something to Tang Hao, mumbling around whatever was holding his jaw, and Tang Hao cut him off. "Don't bother, there's no time." And Wang Jianjun stood there and watched the power of that animal go into 18 young people and start taking them apart from the inside while it filled them up. He knew exactly what it looked like. Every one of the 18 half-bodies behind him had been a passionate, cheerful, generous person who had put a hand out without hesitating, and he thought, and I only know this because he said it out loud to Gao Jun afterward, if I were not the Pathfinder, if I were replaceable, I would have been one of them long ago. And then Coco went up. I did not see it happen. What I saw was a girl standing on a flying sword at rooftop height in front of a 2-story colossus, with pink hair going backwards, in a white t-shirt and shorts and high-top trainers, with an expression on her face like somebody who has been waiting all year. Sword Immortal Sequence 3, QI Master. She had gone up in the middle of a fight. Forged from the essence of gold, its sharpness naturally arises. A blade appeared in the air in front of her. One becomes two. Two. Two begets four. Four derivations. Infinite. And there were dozens of them, hanging in the air, all pointed at the same thing. The colossus did not roar. It clenched all four fists and threw itself at her. Where the arrow points, 10,000 blades vanquish evil. Disease. Every one of those blades went through it and out the other side and pinned 2 stories of sequence 4 in midair like something on a board, and then it panicked and ran, and she followed it, and every single blade found it again. A girl who had been sequence 3 for 90 seconds chased a sequence 4 out of a village, and I stood in a burning street and thought, with total sincerity, what on earth would I do about that? The 18 hit the street about a minute later. 18 people, 18 different kinds of power, none of them matching any sequence Gao Jun could name. Tang Hao came up under the Taoist as he was going down and got an arm around him. Master, it's our turn. Go and rest. And the Taoist looked at 18 faces he half knew and could not say anything at all. Fang Ming went up into the sky as a line of fire. One day, fine. Then for one day, these things are going to learn that this village is not to be touched and that the flame of the human race does not go out. Wang Daqiang held up both hands and they were glowing red and half transparent. One day is still a transcendent. Most people never get 1 minute of this. Worth it. And Tang Hao looked at the runes crawling up his own forearms and said quietly to himself, so this is what it's like. That's a shame. Only a day. And the village chief walked out to the cliff at the shoulder of that elephant, which is the highest point on it, and took out a knife. Boy, he said to Gao Jun, who had followed him, do you know why the 3rd step of the Pathfinder is called the Blood Path Ritual? Gao Jun, who is nothing if not a professional, said, no. Then watch. He opened his own palm. In awe, I offer my blood here. Heaven and earth in chaos, all things in madness. The blood came out and ran down the lines of his hand and did not reach the ground. It went out of existence about 10 centimeters below his palm, and the air went in rings where it disappeared. High above, Lord of Destiny, I beseech you to accept this offering and witness my sincerity. More of it. Then a continuous line of it, and his face going the color of paper. May the red tide cleanse confusion. May my remaining body become a road sign. May a ray of light descend and light this path where blood will lead to death. Contract complete. Gao Jun said those last 2 words did not sound like a man speaking. He said they sounded like something arriving from a very long way away and a very long time ago. And a road appeared. A red road in the air, winding away over the hills, made of that old man's blood, laid out like a sign. Gao Jun has watched every film there was and played every game there was, and he has never found anything to compare it to. He simply stopped trying. And the elephant, which has never made a sound in living memory, roared, and then it ran. Everything on its back went down. Every house that was still standing came off. And the second thing the ritual does, which nobody had told us, is that it compresses the presence of every living thing on that animal down to nothing. The pale wraiths lost us first. They started drifting, confused, then the black ones, and within about 40 seconds, every strange thing on that elephant could sense exactly 18 living beings, and no others. 18 people, standing in a line, at the back. That village had a tail, and the tail volunteered. I got Furious Bear over one shoulder and ran, and he fought me the entire way. Put me down, I'm going to kill it. Put me down. He weighs about half a ton, and he was in no condition to argue, and my face was approximately 9 centimeters from a part of him I would rather not have been that close to, and I want it stated that I have never complained about it since. Coco came down off the sword and looked back at those 18 for a long moment. Some of them were younger than she was. Then she set her jaw and got in a car. It started raining. The whole village stood on the back of a running elephant and watched a fight get smaller and smaller behind them. People looked up into it, and it was impossible to tell what was rain and what was not, and somebody at the back started howling at the sky. Wang Jianjun stood on that cliff and did not say anything at all. His hair had gone from gray to white to wet in about 6 hours, and it was flat against his skull. He had thought he was used to death. He had been doing this for a year. And then he had watched a village he built brick by brick come off the back of an animal, and 18 people volunteer without hesitating, and it turned out that he was not used to it after all. Steel Bear's second head had gone to sleep. There was not one intact bone in that man, and he was going to be fine in a week. Coco came down out of the rain on a sword with her hair soaked, and her fire dragon went back into its sheath as meek as a cat, and there was still enough sword intent hanging around her to turn the raindrops near her into vapor. She staggered and grabbed my sleeve and said, "Don't go." 19 years old, 1 hour into sequence 3, and physically unable to let anyone see her wobble. So I took her own sword off her, stood it upright on the ground, and put her hand on the pommel. She looked at me with murder. The fire dragon sword, an oddity ranked inside the top 2001, shook with outrage at being used as a walking stick. What? I said. 2001 is nothing. My knife has chopped firewood. It has split rocks. It has trimmed my toenails. It has cut meat. What exactly are the two of you so proud about? And Abomination, on my belt, shook with what I can only describe as delight. The Taoist was lying face down in the mud with his chest going. The monk was sitting cross-legged with his jaw not closing properly, saying something for the dead, which is the only part of that man's job I have ever fully approved of. And then a hand landed on my shoulder. Well, said Gao Jun, I had no idea you had that much in you. If I hadn't seen it, I'd never have known how strong you were. Captain Gao, I said, I had no idea either. If I hadn't seen it, I'd never have known how good you are at hiding what you can do. Every single person in that convoy was damaged. The only man without a scratch on him was the captain, and he had fresh mud on the soles of his bare feet. I'm a pathfinder, he said. I have no combat capacity. My methods are for self-preservation, not for fighting. And what use are you exactly? His head came around. That line again? Is that the only line you know? I was already walking away with my hand up. Yes. And it works every single time. Chen Ye, my uncle's been dead for years, Captain. You've missed your chance. Villagers were watching us. Several of them were visibly reconsidering their view of the people who had just saved their lives. The final count on Divine Elephant Village. The Fairness Convoy lost nobody, because every ordinary survivor we had was locked in a house with a piece of paper on the door. The village went from 1,000 people to somewhere between 600 and 700. And the survivors who had been quietly planning to stay behind and live on that elephant stopped mentioning it. They stayed anyway, for the rebuild. Everybody did. Steelbear did the work of a heavy plant company for 4 days with a body full of broken bones, because that is who he is. I worked as a cutter. Abomination goes through rebar and brick and stone at the same speed, so I stood in one place for 2 days and cut whatever they brought me. I did try to hand the knife to a villager to save myself the walking. He took hold of it and the sheath threw out its red threads, and he put it down and left at a speed I would not have credited. My kill points came to 219,000, which was, and I want you to feel this properly, 1,000 short. The Art of Swallowing. Chi cost 20,000. Monster Pickup cost 200,000. 220,000. I asked the system for credit and it told me my credit history was ruined. I took the cultivation method, 72 hours to install. And on the second day of the rebuild, a boy called Jiang Jun, who was about 20 and so thin that Wang Jianjun had rejected him from the 18 volunteers on the grounds that he would not survive the transfer, was carrying broken bricks from one pile to another, and a three-dimensional projection of a building opened in the air in front of him, and the rubble next to him got up and assembled itself into a straight wall 3 meters high. Architect, Sequence 1, Home Builder, Wang Jianjun came through that crowd at a speed I did not think he had left in him. They had given 18, they got one back. And that old man took one look at what that boy could do and stopped trying to rebuild his village. He decided to build a castle instead. The whole first tier of the elephant's back terraced into farmland following the muscle. 2 pavilions, housing from the second tier up, a school, an infirmary. The temple went up first. Flying eaves, red glazed tiles they took off the roof of one of the statues. 2 halls in it now. One for the 18 grandfathers, and one with a stone in it with 18 names cut into it, where every person entering that temple has to walk past them. On the last morning, we stood on the cliff at the elephant's shoulder in the rain with the village on one side and the convoy on the other. Thank you, said Wang Jianjun. Without you, there would be no village. And Gao Jun smiled at him and said, Village chief, there would have been a village without us, wouldn't there? And that old man did not so much as blink. So you did work it out. I did keep wondering why I always felt like somebody was listening to me. Gao Jun's face locked up completely and he laughed it off, and I have never enjoyed anything more. Everybody has secrets, said Wang Jianjun. A person with no secrets does not survive this, but Gao Jun. However it is that you listen to me, there are 2 things you definitely do not know. He shook that enormous head, and he was pleased with himself. The first is the return to the city plan. A group of transcendents is gathering people. They intend to go back and take a city. Nobody in that convoy said anything at all because the word city had stopped being a word to us and had become a thing you remember from childhood. Which city and who they are, I don't know. Don't ask. I have my own sources and my own secrets. And the second? Have you ever heard of a place called Oasis? And I have. I heard it from a slave trader over a cauldron in a desert, and again from a girl in a fog, and now from an old man on an elephant. They say there's food there without limit, medicine, power, supplies. They say it is exactly the way it was before. I didn't believe it either. If a place like that existed, the strange would have found it first. But the man who told me sounded very sure. You people run around more than anybody. You'll hear things, so now you've heard mine. Then he looked at the sky, which was going dark. All right, it's late. You should go. And the elephant put its trunk down onto the ground, and it was wide enough to drive a vehicle down, and we went down it one at a time with the rain drumming on the roofs. Behind us, 600 people stood on the shoulder of a mountain and waved until we could not see them, and some of them were crying, because in that world, a meeting is usually also the last one. 2 people stayed behind on that elephant, Wang Huimin, who went to live with a Taoist who owns a rifle that will ruin his life, and Sister Wang, who was 7 months pregnant and could not do another 6 weeks of this. Before we drove off, she came and found me and asked me to name her child. I want to record that I stood there for a while. Her husband had been called Wang. He had gone out for supplies in Yan province and had not come back, and she had never found out which day it happened. Jinsheng, I said eventually. Jin, for the embers. What's left of a fire after everything has burned, and Sheng, for the green that comes up out of ash. Wang Jinsheng. She cried and thanked me about 11 times, and I got into my truck and drove down an elephant's trunk with my ears burning, and Steel Bear looked at me in a mirror for about 4 kilometers with an expression I have never forgiven him for. We came back down onto ordinary ground and it felt like getting off a boat. The convoy asked Gao Jun why we did not simply merge with that village, and for once he answered, and the answer is the whole shape of that world. The village can feed 500 people. It had 1,000, it now has 600, and it is still hungry. The bigger the settlement, the harder it pulls, and the village had just been shown exactly what that costs. Take in 1 convoy, and the next convoy will want in 2, and the one after that, until it comes apart. And do not put every egg in one basket. Xuanan came around with Uncle A Ping's megaphone. Remember the first iron rule, do not fall behind. And Gao Jun came on the radio and said, everyone, let's set off on our final journey, and the entire convoy came down on that man like a building. Captain Chu, can you not phrase it like that? Say departing, you're a grown man. That's right, said Little Fish. Ahem, said the radio. That was not me, that was Xuanan. I have already spoken to him. Comrade Xuanan understands the seriousness of what he has done. Xuanan, apologize. And a very small voice said, sorry everybody. Captain Chu, have you no shame at all? The road after that was pleasant for exactly 9 days, which in that year is a holiday. We drove through country that had not had people in it for a long time, moss on a national highway, cracks with grass in them, air that smelled like something, and then a tree lying across the road with a trunk 10 meters through. Coco put a flying sword into it to clear it. That tree screamed and it bled, and the blood ate the paint off 2 vehicles, and we spent half an hour laying branches and dirt so that nobody's tires would touch it, and I built a tunnel of smoke to drive through. Gao Jun and I reversed away from that tree at speed in perfect unison, without either of us saying a word, and everybody in that convoy has held it against us ever since. The night after that, something ate a man in his sleep. The thing that did it was a white flower, about 25 centimeters tall. They open, and inside the petals there are a great many extremely fine teeth, and the teeth carry something that stops you making a sound. They live in groups. When you disturb them, they pull their own roots out of the ground and walk away at about the speed of an old man. They like rain. Gao Jun wrote all of that in his notebook by breakfast, and I caught 6 of them in jars that used to hold chili oil, and then he said the thing that ruined my week. Have you noticed that there are almost no animals? 11 months. 4 provinces. We had seen a divine elephant, a serpent, a lake fish, a black goat, and some rotting lizards. No birds, no rabbits, no pheasants. Nothing you could put in a pot. They died with us, he said. And now there is new stock coming in. This one is the rabbit. This one is the frog. What happens when we meet their tiger? He put the lid on a jar. Gentlemen, the top of the food chain has changed, and we are on our way down it. Around then, I ran out of cigarettes. I want to be clear that this is not a lifestyle problem. My smoke is my eyes, my walls, my army, and my escape. Nobody makes cigarettes anymore. Nobody is going to. Every survivor on this continent is collecting them, and the pile only ever goes down. I begged half a carton off Coco on the radio in front of 30 people, and she called me shameless for 4 minutes and then handed it over. And then I sat on a tailgate doing arithmetic on the rest of my life and thinking about the name of the sequence branch I had not taken, Lord of the Mist. It is a good name. I would like to know whether a Lord of the Mist has to buy his own weather. Then we went to a town called Xining for supplies, and Xining is the day I stopped trusting my captain's magic. It was a good town. Bigger than Xinhua. Shops down both sides, a supermarket, a hotel called the Caesar, 4 sports brands, and an auto parts place. Coco went in first on the sword and came out with her face wrong. The grain store was empty. The supermarket was empty. Not looted. Empty. Shelves standing. Floors swept. Nothing on them. The hotel storerooms, empty. Every small shop, empty. We had 30 minutes and we had already spent 9. Gao Jun went white and then red and said out loud in front of 140 people, "I'm sorry. I did not do my job properly." And I said, from a truck window, in a voice designed to travel, "Sick, and what use are you?" I want to explain what he had been doing for 11 months because I only found out that afternoon. The eavesdropping radio has a second ability that he has never told a living soul about, including Uncle A Ping. It is called Echo. Name a place or a person, and it will replay anything said there in the last 6 months. That is why the Fairness Convoy has never once come home empty. Before every single supply run, he sat in a car and listened to a town for 6 months in about 40 minutes, and if he heard one living voice, he chose somewhere else. He had run Xining 3 times, 6 months of that town, and not one human voice in it, nothing but the babbling of things that are not people. So he took us in, and another convoy had cleaned it out 7 months earlier. He knew, sitting in that car, that one day, the 6-month window would kill somebody. He had simply hoped it would not be that Tuesday. Meanwhile, I fixed it. Steelbear went up the outside of a residential block, tore the security grill off a second-floor window like foil, and came back down with half a sack of rice. Half a sack. 4 minutes. For 140 people. So I lit a cigarette and smoked the whole thing in one pull and put a small black cloud over that street, and out of it came crawlers. Hundreds of them, over the balconies and through the grills, because a grill is no obstacle to something made of smoke. The first thing that came out of a 4th-floor window was a television, which nearly killed a man standing underneath. Crawlers are extremely stupid and cannot tell food from a cushion. I refined the instruction. After that, it rained noodles. We stripped every apartment on that street in 11 minutes, and there was a mountain of food in the road, and Steelbear and Coco and Jing Jing between them had not collected a tenth of it. Gao Jun stood in the middle of that and did not say one word, and I have never let him forget it. With 2 minutes on the clock, he felt something and screamed at us to go. And in my mirror, coming up that street, was about a dozen people who had been joined together. Not standing together. Joined. One man's arm was another man's arm. There was a head where a hip should be. And the whole arrangement was pushing itself forward on whatever limbs were still free, at speed, not walking and not running. The 4 of us together drove it off and could not kill it, and Steelbear had to be carried into the bus afterward. And a few days after Xining, we ran. It started with rain that did not stop for a week, and it ended with the Fairness Convoy going through a mountain pass at 110 kilometers an hour in the dark. Gao Jun's weather sense reads 24 hours ahead, and it is never wrong. That week it was wrong every single time he used it. A landslide due in 20 hours arrived in 10. A storm due in 15 hours arrived in 6. Every catastrophe on that road came in at half the distance he had measured. He sat in a passenger seat with his hands shaking and said into a radio, in a voice none of us had ever heard from him, in about 10 hours, maybe less. This entire place is going to be flattened. We were in a gorge called the Leoniutian Ancient Road, which is one road with a mountain on each side, and we went into it because behind us was worse. We picked up company on the way. A tiny car playing music at full volume, driven by a stammering programmer in glasses held together with tape. And behind that, a 3-story mobile fortress covered in lights, with a flag on the roof that was being illuminated from below by a dedicated spotlight, and the flag said, "Emperor." The man who owned it came on our radio inside 40 seconds. "Greetings, my subjects. I am the Emperor. You may address me as Your Majesty or as Father Emperor. I do not mind. My southern tour has been marred by a natural disaster. This is my fault. My lack of virtue has brought calamity down upon my people. My heart is in great pain. You commoners are of little use, but you are still mine." And then warmly, "Little Chen, you did well just now. I shall reward you handsomely. I had to be talked out of stopping the vehicle." His steward came on next, in a voice like a duck being stepped on, and informed me that my own voice was unpleasant and had offended his ears, and that I was ordered to be silent. Everybody in our convoy turned their radios off at exactly the same moment, and then the mountain came down. Not a rock, not a boulder. 100 meters of hillside came off the top and came down toward us as one piece, and it was cheerful about it. Coco put a dozen sword lights into it, and they went in and made no visible difference at all, because it was too big and there was no time for a second attempt. Jing Jing jumped off the roof of her own van into its path, one arm, fist at the hip, face completely calm. Collapse of the mountain, which is the name of her sequence, and she has never used it on anything before or since. That hill split down the middle and she went backwards through the air and did not get up straight away. And I threw abomination, and the willow branch caught it and wove it, and the 4 ability of that knife, the one that sharpens itself in the dark of its own sheath, went through half a hillside like a hot knife through nothing at all, half. The other half was going to land on Steelbear's school bus with 30 people in it, and a stammering voice said from a tiny car, in my name, temporarily, stop. And it stopped. 100 meters of mountain hung in the air for about a second and a half, while a school bus went out from underneath it like a yellow shell out of a gun. His name is Wang Wei. Quotations sequence. He writes sentences in a notebook and then he says them and they become true, and every sentence he has never used has been quietly filling up with power for a year. He had lost a bet to an emperor and had been keeping the terms ever since, and when I offered to have him kidnapped so that the fault would be mine and not his, he looked at me as though I had explained something to him for the first time in his life. 2 kilometers later, we came out. The rain stopped along a line you could have drawn with a ruler. Behind us, the world was ending. Water, mud, a road being buried. In front of us, it was dawn, and dry, and warm, and there was grass. Not one drop of that storm came over the line. The old road that thousands of people had built stopped existing exactly where the rain stopped, and past that, there were no roads at all, and no sign that anybody had ever been there. 2 worlds, laid over each other, and we had just driven out of the seam. Gao Jun stood in the grass looking back into it for a long time. "Captain," I said, "how did you know it was exactly 2 kilometers left?" He looked at me with total contempt. There was a road sign, 2 kilometers to the exit of the Laoniushan ancient road. Then Steel Bear woke up with 2 heads and 4 arms, 20 centimeters taller, having gone up to sequence 3 in his sleep. And an hour after that, the sky went gold, not sunrise gold. Something else in 5 colors coming up over the whole eastern horizon, and I got my phone out and started filming because I have learned that lesson. And out of the cloud came a dragon. Black, antlers, eagle's claws, scales, and on every single scale on that animal, there was a human face, some of them screaming with no sound, some crying with their eyes shut, some of them laughing. One eye was a bullseye with things living in it, the other one was white all the way through. And down its back there was a wound that had been made by something extremely sharp, and I could see the keel bone in it, and a few scales hanging on by nothing. It came down and looked at us. It sniffed Gao Jun's vehicle, and that man was wet through in about 10 seconds. It sniffed Coco's sword, which she had raised without deciding to, and gave it a look of open contempt, like a man smelling supermarket wine. And then it picked my truck up in one claw and shook it, gently, the way you check whether a box is empty. Gao Jun was on the radio saying, "Do not move, do not provoke it. We live through this if nobody touches it." And the emperor, on the 3rd floor of his fortress, whispering to himself that in the old days an emperor was called the true dragon, and that it had obviously come for him. And then he fired 2 cannons into the wound on its back. It turned around and breathed, and the breath was black fire with faces in it, and no heat at all, and 3 floors of fortress went to nothing in under a second, and so did the man in the white suit standing at the window. The dragon went back up into the cloud, and the fortress dissolved. Metal, glass, tires, all of it coming apart into points of light, because the whole thing had been one man's imagination, and the man was gone. It left about 150 terrified people standing in a field, and a pile of their belongings, and one scale, black, about the size of a dinner plate, with the relief of a screaming woman on it. I saw it lying next to Gao Jun's bare foot, and my entire body went cold, which is the only reliable test I have, and Gao Jun did not move. Coco came over and stood next to him and did not move. Jing Jing stopped 2 meters away and did not move. The 3 of them stood there earnestly discussing what to do with 150 new people, and not one of them shifted their feet for 4 full minutes. So I bent down and pretended to tie my shoelace. I got it. My fingers closed on it, and every hair on my arm went up, and something screamed in my head that was not a sound. I stood up. Nothing to see here. And 3 people were looking directly at my right hand. They had all seen it, all of them, and they had simply stood there and waited to find out which one of us would break first. "You absolute animals. Let me see it. Mingzi. Hand it over and then we can stop being friends." Coco got both hands on my arm and would not let go. We split it 5 ways, because Steel Bear is a person too, and the captain is holding it, and identifying the thing costs 20,000 points, which I did not have, so I still do not know what it is. And that night, my upgrade finished. I found out because I woke up. There were tentacles coming out of the air vent on my dashboard, and out from under both seats, and out of the gap in the steering column, and the glove box, and the seam of the center console. Every one of them covered in suckers, and inside every sucker, rings of very small teeth, and all of them were coming toward me, slowly, from the angles where I could not see them. I opened my left eye, which had never actually closed. They stopped, and then they went, all at once, back into every crack in that vehicle, and one of them reached up and put the air vent cover neatly back where it belonged before it went. I sat up in a completely silent truck, and checked the vents and the glove box and under both seats, and found absolutely nothing at all. Monster pickup, number 0899, inside the top 1000, ability 1. Overflowing, eerie power. The note attached to it reads, "The eight-limbed human face was a creature of extraordinary intelligence and should not have died as pathetically as it did. Its leftovers went into the body of my truck. Rigidity, durability, efficiency, and one component of my choosing reinforced beyond spec. I chose the engine. When I opened the hood the next morning, part of it had grown flesh, and there were vessels in it, and it was beating. I closed the hood and lit a cigarette and did not tell anybody for a week." Ability 2. There is a monster in the car. I am going to read you the description exactly. There is a timid, shy monster hiding in your vehicle. It appears when you are not present. If you look carefully, you will see it. It is a cowardly monster. That does not mean it is not dangerous. It is dangerous to everybody except Wang Ming. It possesses formidable combat power. Under the correct conditions, it is capable of devouring a god, although those conditions are extremely demanding. It regenerates severed limbs, provided it can replenish itself, either by devouring living things or by hibernating. It possesses a basic human intelligence. Once it knows you, you may ask it for help. Remember, this is a dangerous creature. If you are not Chen Ye, do not approach. It has 3 moods. Timid, which is the normal one, and in which it plays on the seats when I am not there and leaves tentacles asleep on the tires like cats. Angry, in which its potential comes out, and in which only I can calm it down. And Berserk, in which its combat strength multiplies and its ranking changes sharply in a very short time, and in which the system's only advice to the rest of humanity is to be as far away as possible. Ability 3 is the Shadow Drag, rebuilt. It was a chain. Now it is tentacles, and they come from angles that do not exist, and they take whatever they catch either under the vehicle or inside it, and process it into fuel. Ability 4 is a domain. 100 meters in every direction, tentacles come up out of the ground. It doubles when the thing is angry, and it grows permanently with everything it eats. The price is 1 living creature a month, human preferred. The taboos are that nobody may approach or enter without my permission, and that in a sufficiently violent fight, it may change sides. And underneath all of that, 1 line, the same as last time. If you are Wang Ming, you may disregard all costs and all taboos. I sat in the cab of that thing for a long time. 11 months ago, I was a man on a bicycle in a field, holding a blanket that could be upgraded for 129 points I did not have, and I took a loan out because I did not expect to live long enough for it to matter. Bicycle, tricycle, motor tricycle, doomsday pickup, 2,899, monster pickup, 899, with something living in the glove box that is fond of me. A knife that was a machete off a market stall and is now number 2,000 and cost me an eye and complains about other people's swords. An eye that used to belong to a thing that ate a district. And 4 abilities that a Mistmaster gets, none of which are weapons, all of which have kept me alive. That is the accounting, and I am extremely pleased with it, and there are exactly 3 things wrong with my life. The first one lives in a box under my back seat. Every few nights, the tentacle in it starts throwing itself against the sides, and something in there that used to be a grandfather screams that I swore an oath, that I promised it an hour a day, that I am a liar and a devil, and it will remember. And I put a blanket over the box and go back to sleep, because I did promise, and I have absolutely no intention of paying, and one day that is going to arrive in my life with the interest attached. The second is riding 2 vehicles behind me. Xuanan has a bar of chocolate in his coat that he traded fuel for, and milk candies, and a white-down jacket in a bag, because his sister has pale skin and white will suit her. He shows a drawing of her face at every door of every settlement we pass, and he has started to hesitate when he describes her voice. I know exactly where she is. I know what she is now, and what she was fed, and who did it. And I know that the last time I saw her, she was standing in a burning courtyard in Wrong City, screaming with her hands on her head, because I had personally removed the only thing left that could give her an order. He asked me once whether I had ever heard the name Liu Yan. I said no. I said if I heard it, I would tell him. And every single day since then, he cleans my windscreen. And the third thing is the one that will end me, and there is nobody alive I can say it to. I can buy sequence injections, 3,000 kill points. I have paid that price 4 separate times this year for things I have already forgotten. If I had the points, I could stand in a field and hand one to every living human being on this continent. There are 171 people in the Fairness Convoy tonight. Every single one of them would take a knife off a table for a chance at that. Boss Lin would. Ma Shuya would. Shu Minmin would do it with her hands shaking and apologize the whole time. And Gao Jun, who has spent 11 months telling me there are not many humans left, would do the arithmetic in about 4 seconds and arrive at a completely reasonable answer. So I say nothing, and I hoard cigarettes, and I let them all call me heartless, because heartless is a much safer thing to be than useful, which is the only reason I am worried about a rumor. 3 different people in 3 different provinces have now told me about a place called Oasis, food without limit, medicine. power, everything the way it was. And a girl in a fog told me the other half, which the others left out. They say Oasis has an apothecary sequence in it. They say Oasis has sequence injections. My convoy has not heard that yet. The day they do, every person I travel with is going to want to go there very badly, and the man they will be standing next to on the road is the one man alive who never needed to go at all. So we are driving east, into country with no roads on it, toward a place that is either a lie or the end of me, and the truck is very happy about it.